Right into Farmhouse at the moment. Jack Cottrell in the Dallara, powering his way up towards. Heading into Orchard at present, we have Alex Summers. Alex from the DJ Firestorm 2, charging up towards the top of the hill. Leeds the British Hillclimb Championship currently. 128 indicated through the speed trap, so he's not hanging around. Looking out now for number 3, Matt Ryder in the GR59JB, the latest version of the 4-litre Judge engined 59 from Gould's. Matt Ryder currently lying 3rd in the championship through the finish. The outright hill record holder. On the hill at the moment, dropping down towards the S's, car number 1, Wallace Mingies, in the Gould GR59 with the Cosworth XD V8. And up into Country Corner, there's Wallace. Cross to Willow, out of Willow now, heading up towards Orchard. Now into Farmhouse Bend. Powering his way towards Quarry. Through Quarry and over the finish. Back to the 1100cc class for Tracy Wise. Tracy had an issue down at the start, car had to be pushed back from the start line, but seems to be running okay now. And Tracy in this little Jedi into Farmhouse Bend. This car was originally competed in as a Mark IV, and it's been upgraded to Mark VI specification. Tracy over the finish. Meanwhile, heading towards Willow is Richard George in this absolutely glorious Chevron B19. Richard through the little elbow before Orchard. And I think he's touring up to the top of the hill. Might have had an issue further down. Richard George heading towards the top. He's chased up the hill by Roger Deans. Now Roger, first time here at Harewood with this Lola T142. A fantastic ex-Formula 5000 car rounding Farmhouse Bend. If you think it sounds fantastic like that, you should hear it with the silencers off. It's an absolutely amazing soundtrack to hill climbing. Roger Deans over the finish. On the hill at the moment, Caroline Ryder. Back to Formula Ford 1600s. Caroline into final corner over the finish. The hill at the moment 874. We're into the dual driven cars in the support classes. This is Richard Mallett in the Radical PR6, the centre seat Radical. And Richard heading up towards top of the hill.
Attention all drivers, could we remind everybody there is a 5 mile per hour speed limit.
Hello everyone, this is Chris Ponsford. I'm in the box today with my esteemed chum Steve Wilkinson, who's joining me. He's having a quiet sneaky brew here. I've just been up in the paddock having a wander around and
don't give all the trade secrets away,
excuse me. This young Wilco, he turns up with a flask the size of 5-gallon oil drum sort of thing, which he copiously drinks all day.
Well, one has to keep fueled up.
You do keep fueled up. Well, I fueled up with a lovely bacon, sausage, egg, bap from Garrison Grill at the top there, and that was good. And then I had a coffee from my man. He's got coffee to go on the side of it, but actually, he's rebranding his coffee company. In fact, I made a note of it here somewhere. We'll get there eventually. So suitably fueled on a nice flat white and all that stuff. Welcome to Harewood. Welcome to the British Hillclimb round. Me and Steve did this previously, didn't we, a month or two back?
That's right, and when it was the very first round of the championship, due to the inclement weather elsewhere.
It absolutely was, but at the moment we're less inclement, we're good. We had a bit of inclement yesterday, a bit of incoming inclement after lunch, but we had a sort of drying track in the afternoon. But so far, although I'm seeing little bits of rain in the distance, we're sort of getting away with it, aren't we, Steve?
Well, the weather forecast said that I saw yesterday that around about 10 o'clock we'd get a rain shower. Then by 11:30 it had been blown through. So hopefully they were wrong and it's gone already.
Yes, well, if you're not aware of it, we have viewers all over the world. We're not entirely certain whether the live stream's running at the moment, but we're going to assume it is. And if it's not, well, that's where it is. But there'll be along later on if it's not on now. But on the live stream screen, which you can get on YouTube through HillClimb.TV, so you can be watching with your eyes and having it going as well on the YouTube. Or you can be tuning in all over the world and watching this marvellous hill climbing from Harewood.
We had somebody at the May meeting who was sat at the top of the hill at Quarry, and he was watching the cars coming up, so he knew which car was next to come round the corner.
That's a good move, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, HillClimb.TV is Rich Danby and Eleanor Taylor. They're sat at the top of the hill in a motorhome putting this out, which is incredible really, because there's just the two of them doing live stream all over the world, cameras all up the hill. So if you are watching on the YouTube, like and subscribe, that'd be amazing, because we're currently up to about, I think, 14,000 odd, I think.
It is the intention.
Yeah. Sorry. And you can, of course, there is a subscription channel.
Just heading into the farmhouse at the moment, we have Justin Andrews in the Subaru Impreza. Now this is a rather super little car, runs a 1425cc turbocharged engine. Quite a rare beast. So he's through Quarry. We're looking out now for Stephen Mallet in that centre seat Radical PR6. The Mallets are driving this weekend. He's heading up towards the top of the hill.
So, at the moment, we're still in practice sessions, Steve, aren't we? And
yep, that's it. And there's a little Clio indicating left, but I hope it doesn't go left at Quarry.
yes, so we're in the practice sessions, and I think the plan is that, do you think we'll get any time runs before lunch?
I'm not quite sure. What time is it now? 10:40? We could do.
Possible, isn't it?
We could do, yeah.
But essentially, whatever happens on the time runs, I think the runoffs start this afternoon, don't they?
Yeah, we won't get any runoffs, I don't think, until after lunch.
And I'll tell you what's really exciting today, not just the top 12 runoff for the British Hillclimb Championship, we've got a tin top runoff today, which is really exciting because we've got some amazingly quick machinery in that. And now they've got their own championship.
And we've also got some tin tops that don't have a tin top.
There is tin tops without tin tops, yes.
We've got one or two with carbon fibre roofs. So on the hill at the moment, down at the bottom, we have Ewan Bruce. Now, Ewan's sharing the car with his father. Ewan's running in the Yorkshire Centre members class because he's awaiting a licence upgrade to do the national rounds. So that's why this car is entered twice today, but in two different classes. So Ewan into and out of Orchard. I can remember seeing, this is going to date me, I can remember seeing his dad driving before Ewan was born, so it does put my age into perspective.
You're just a youngster, Steve, don't give me all that.
Young
don't
at
give
heart,
me all
maybe.
That. Young at heart, yeah.
Unfortunately, Chris, it's not the age, it's the mileage on the clock.
The mileage on the clock, a few dodgy MOTs, I reckon, eh?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, well, welcome to Harewood, everyone. It's a glorious hill. This is actually the longest hill in the British Hillclimb Championship. I think it's about 1,400 yards. Very technical hill, difficult to drive, but from a spectator perspective, you can actually watch from the top of the hill, which is quite unusual, and see everything, can't you?
Well, yeah, it's one of the best views in the British Hillclimb Championship. I reckon about 80% of the course. And if you position yourself at the top of the hill in the car park area, over to the far left, as it were, as you look down the hill, that's probably about the best spot to see the most of the track.
Is that just by farmhouse there?
No, I was from in the car park.
In the car park, right, okay.
You go right down to the far end, you can actually see more of the track because the trees don't block as much.
And I was just looking from our view here. Have they trimmed some branches down by Orchard there, Steve, or is it? We can see a bit better than we did.
I think they might have taken a few of the lower branches.
Yeah, they might have done. I think because it was always a bit bad, wasn't it?
Yeah, that looks better.
I think it is. You can actually see the cars now, can't you? Which we weren't seeing, were we?
We didn't see those in May. That's true.
No, we didn't. No, there was buds in May, wasn't there? Buds in May. Little Twingo on the hill here. Actually, this is Chris Donaldson. No, it's Richard Greenwood. I'm at the far side. I've got Steve is on my left-hand side, and he's got the live stream there. So I need my binoculars to see that one. and we've got this screen here. But
I keep telling you, bifocals.
Yeah, bifocals. You're right. I probably would have got some bifocals, but I've had holidays recently, and yet again I've had to spend a few more quid on the Volvo.
You've not been fishing it?
No, well, not as much as I'd like to. I've been really busy. Now, I'll tell you one, the car that's on the hill at the moment, really, I love it. You see the T5 Volvo, you see him down there, he's down at Chippy's there, and this one actually is been campaigning for a while. It originally started off as a red one, and then it was in a sort of a bit of a barn, looking very sad. Well, it hadn't been used. Anyway, it was bought, and so that's Martin Hindley. He's actually a mechanic at Hutton's of York, the Volvo dealership, so he knows his way around Volvos. And the car has been painted that yellow, which, believe it or not, is a really desirable colour in this particular model. So genuine ones of these in the genuine colour command much height. Look, you see, he's got a dog thing on the side. Do you see it? On the side window there.
It's a border collie, by the look of it.
Is it a border collie? Yeah. I think so, well, I think it refers.
Oh, no, sorry, it's a beagle.
It's a beagle, because I said this is the car. He takes his Labradors up the hill with him, goes to Tesco's, or probably goes to Waitrose, I expect, don't you? Right? he's a Volvo man. He's already a Waitrose man.
Oh dear. We had a Waitrose in Southport.
Did you?
Lasted 6 months before it closed down.
Well, I'll tell you a quick story about Waitrose. I was in Suffolk recently, and we went on holiday down there, and on the Friday night when we got there, we went in to Waitrose to get a bit of grub, right? It's only the best. Obviously, you're on holiday, aren't you?
Of course.
And when we came out, I couldn't start the car because the key was stuck in the ignition, but it wouldn't fire the ignition.
Oh, right.
So I had to get the AA out, right? Well, brilliant Waitrose. When they saw our predicament, we went and asked for some WD-40. They came out and they actually said they brought a bunch of flowers and some chocolates for my missus.
Oh, that was nice.
How good is that? That was amazing. They were so helpful. Then the AA came within half an hour. Right? So, you know, this is it. This is not just any old store. So Long Melford, Waitrose, big you up, fantastic, and a great job by the AA. They sorted it out and they got it so I could turn the ignition with a screwdriver.
Oh, right, yeah.
I then drove the car home to pick up one of my other old bangers, and it saved the holiday, Steve. Fantastic. So big up to Waitrose. Anyway, what are we here for today? Hill climbing, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right, not grocery store. Other grocery stores are available.
Are there?
Yes.
Is there alternatives?
Yes, there are.
Oh,
yes.
I don't believe it.
So we're now looking at the rather wailing Vauxhall VX220 of Pete Vincent. Supercharged engine. Well, it didn't seem to be supercharging quite as well as it was earlier.
Is that a supercharger in that, is it?
Yes,
so that's a very rapid bit of kit then.
It should be, yeah. And they handle every bit as good as an Leeds, I'm told.
They didn't come standard as supercharged, though, did they?
It was an option.
Was it?
Yeah, you could have turbocharged or supercharged.
Goodness me.
Aftermarket options.
Well, talking about beautiful, we've got the beautiful RS2000 in the orange and black decals. That one's running a Cosworth engine, isn't it?
Adam Warren at the wheel, yes. That car originally, this is a bit like Trigger's Broom. It's had 2 shells and an engine at least. So, but it's the original car.
Wow.
Well,
Here's another beautiful Mark 1.
Senior in the Mark 1 Escort.
Yeah, he built that car and he's done a fantastic job. Looks amazing. The Mark 1s, he was saying, you either like the Mark 1s or the Mark 2s. Well, I like them both, frankly. They're beautiful.
I prefer the Mark 1s, to be honest.
Yeah.
Now we've got one of the Vaughan brothers, Tom at the wheel of the Westfield 7, into and out of Farmhouse.
Yes, I was speaking to him in the paddock yesterday. I didn't realise they were brothers, but
now, what engine's that got in there?
It's a Z-Tech, an 1800 Z-Tech.
Yeah,
and Dad owns the car, and close battle between the two of them, no doubt.
The last time I saw them driving that car, it had a bike engine.
Now here's young Mick Davey in a Mark II Escort coming around Farmhouse. This one has got over 300 brake horsepower in that engine. It's an ex-rally car and it goes like the wind.
And it's a John Harman Engineering Vauxhall 2 litre.
Is it a red top, is it?
It's a red top, yeah.
Is it?
Which is, will put him, when we go to the the club meetings here, it'll put him in Sports Libre.
Wow. That was a pretty special job.
Now we've got the little mini Gem Mark III into Farmhouse. Alan Scott at the wheel.
What a little pretty thing, the mini Gem. I think, were they built by Marcos down at Westbury?
They were one of the various firms that Gem Marsh created.
Right.
Gem being his Christian name, Jem.
Yes.
Now we've got another impinging car, the Davrian Mark III, Glenn Collier at the wheel.
Yeah, the Davrian were built in Wales, weren't they? The original Davrians, and I think they all started off with impingers.
They morphed into
Darians with great big V6 blooming engines and Millingtons in the back.
There was somebody ran one with a 2.8 litre Hart engine in the back.
Wow, that's got to be rapid, hasn't it?
We've got some post checking going on down in the S's at the moment, which is why we've no cars on the track.
But we've got some lovely cars going down to the start. I see the Legacy going down to the start there. That is the fastest tin top.
I don't know whether this is practice or timed. Because we're getting into the point where we might get in either a practice or a timed. On the list I got off the website, it said that there would be a lunch break after practice before the timed runs. So I'm thinking this might be another practice run.
What's the time doing now? So
it's 10:51.
10:51. Well, yesterday we stopped for lunch about 12:30 from my recollection. So I suspect that we could have another complete run through before lunch, and then maybe time runs for the big boys and stuff to start after lunch.
Well, that could be.
And then the runoff, then into the runoff, and then the tin top runoff as well.
Well, when I had a chat with Steve Darley, everything was a little bit fluid in terms of how many practice runs they get.
Yeah.
And I assumed that if there was any problems which delayed practice for any length of time, we might not get.
Oh, we've just seen on the top of the screen, it says timed run and runoffs before lunch. Wow.
Oh, crikey.
Wow, they get serious.
We're going to finish early then.
Well, that's pretty up there. So,
So we are live on the live stream. Good morning to everybody worldwide. We've got somebody signing in from Jersey, Adrian Passman.
So we're ahead of the game, Steve. So we're going to get time runs and runoffs before lunch. So the significance of that is that because we're sort of doing well, we'll get a runoff before lunch. Whether that means the tin tops as well, or
I would imagine.
Yeah.
It says runoffs plural.
Yeah,
so
plural.
One for the British Hillclimb Championship people and one for the tin tops.
Well, that's pretty exciting because I'm always thrilled to see a timed runoff before lunch, because that means it just sort of clears the decks for the afternoon. If the weather gets a little bit unpleasant, the more we can get in before lunch, the better, isn't it, really?
Absolutely. Got somebody signing on from Devon, Chuppy.
We'll see you in Devon soon at, I'm coming down to Wiscombe for the HillClimb Championship at the end of the month.
In Jersey, we've got John Dunn. Weather not good here today, he said. Same John Dunn, is a tin top hill climber sprinter.
Ah, you know John, do you?
Oh, I've met him a few times.
Wow, there you go. So
Don Roberts is signing in from Solihull.
So we're going to be pretty exciting today. We have got all the main contenders for the British Hillclimb Championship. We've got the big contenders for the tin top runoff as well, and some fabulous machinery here today, isn't there?
There's some cracking cars here.
Yeah. I was just I was chatting to Simon Bainbridge, who runs the Kronos. And he's a farmer from the northeast.
Oh, I know Simon.
You know Simon well. He was telling me you was telling him about your elan, eh?
That's right. Yeah. I hate to say this, but not to blow my own trumpet, but I did beat him in the British
come on, Steve, come on. You don't have to tell us that. You mean you beat Simon Bainbridge?
Absolutely.
Back in the day?
Yeah, but he did have a lot of problems with that Audi TT replica.
Ah, the yellow one, which he was showing me the picture of in the programme.
Yellow and black, yeah.
Right, okay. Well, he's obviously got the Kronos now, but I always like to know about people, so I was asking him about the farm this morning. Did you know that he is a pig man? Pigs is his game.
Well, he has a lot of arable as well.
He does, but the pigs at the moment, they did have 25,000 or 250,000.
Now we've got somebody signing in from Brisbane in Australia.
G'day, everybody watching from Brizzy. That's what they call it out there, don't they? Hey, good morning to Wayne Penrose. I'm sure he's watching. Our old chum Wayne, who was here recently, wasn't he?
Paul Lejean from Guernsey signing in.
Go Andy Bugard. Be good.
Be good or Bugard.
Be good or Bugard. But,
Thomas Parker from Hereford. Oh, sorry, Hereford.
A wet Gloucestershire.
From Gloucestershire.
A wet Gloucestershire. Well, at the moment, fingers crossed, we're doing okay here, which is great, because it was actually a lot windier yesterday, Steve. I thought this was going to blow away yesterday. It was quite it was quite rocking,
Now we've got Ravy signing in from Lancashire.
Another one from Bathurst, Australia, Michael Burt. Goodness me, we are getting about, aren't we?
Whenever you see the Bathurst race on telly, there's some lovely houses right next to the circuit. I keep thinking, it'd be nice to live there.
It would be all right. I tell you what, though. Panorama, Mount Panorama. I mean, come on. How good is that?
Well, it's
epic. It's epic.
It's almost as good as the Corkscrew, Laguna Seca.
Yeah.
It's almost as good as parts of Cadwell.
Parts of Cadwell?
Cadwell Park is another fantastic venue.
Yeah,
with
true.
Plenty of ups and downs.
Now, that Cadwell's in Lincolnshire, isn't it?
Right,
I never associate Lincolnshire with having hills.
Oof.
Is there hills there?
It's very hilly.
Is it really?
Cadwell, yeah.
Is it really?
From the racing start line, it's uphill to about the third corner.
So what is
somebody from Newfoundland?
Gosh, I mean, that's a long way. That's the east coast of Canada, it says.
Yeah.
Labrador. Wow. Well, that's great, isn't it, that people are watching? We know they watch all over the world, but the fact is that hill climbing through HillClimb.TV is getting out there, isn't it?
Absolutely, yes.
I mean, that's brilliant.
It's surprising what it actually creates in terms of interest in the UK, because we get a lot. Since we've been doing the live streams at Harewood, we've seen the spectator levels at club meetings going up as well.
Yeah,
because people see it on the screen and think, "Oh, I'll be up in Yorkshire that weekend. I'll pop along."
Well, what happened was that when they started live streaming, some of the hills didn't want to do it because they thought it was going to affect their spectators, and they were a bit reluctant to start with. But anyway, I think most of the hills do it now. And the spectator levels have gone up, but also we're getting this lovely viewing from all over the world.
Right, well, we've got the first car onto the start line for our first set of class runs, and it's number 740, David Wilson in the Lotus Elise, running in class A1. This is the first time that David and his son Robert have campaigned this Elise here at Harewood. He's off and running, heading through Clark's and dropping down into the S's. Oh, and that's spun to a halt in the S's, pointing backwards. He's not hit anything. Now doing a 3-point turn. I'd have failed his test if he'd have done it that way on his test, and Dave Wilson back underway. Clock is still running, of course, because there was no outside assistance. So he's going to get a time for this, but it's going to be quite lengthy.
That's something I've just learned from you there, young Steve.
What's that?
Well, because he had no assistance and he got going, there was not a failed run then.
No.
I mean, it won't be a good fast run, but
it only becomes a failed run if he has to have outside assistance.
Yeah, so he lost about 10 or 20 seconds.
I think we've had one or two people who've cut corners and have been given a failed run because they've cut a corner, but normally if you can get going again, all that's hurt is the time. So he's heading up towards the top of the hill, and we'll get a time shortly for David Wilson.
So is it because he had a spin that they've stopped the other car from...
Yes.
Is that the reason?
The release point is usually somewhere between Chippy's and Country Corner.
Yes, so why would they have held that car on the line?
Just to make sure that David got to the top. We did get a time of 74.55 for David Wilson. And because it's his first visit with that car to the venue, that becomes his personal best, which... I think I'm confident in saying he'll beat on his next class run. On the start line, 741, Zoe Shearman in the Lotus Exige.
Yes, she's here with hubby Michael Thompson. And Michael has been sharing this car this year. He's also got an S2000 Honda, but he seems to be driving this one this year, doesn't he?
Yes. I think probably because they're doing more championships with this. Rather than to dilute everything running the Honda, he's sticking to the Exige. So heading up towards Country Corner at the moment. Zoe Shearman, the Exige. Mark Lawrence already off the line in the Porsche Cayman.
Yeah, Zoe comes into view coming up into Orchard here. These are very well sorted little cars. They seem to handle very well. They got lots of go. They're always... There's always a tight match between the VX220s and these, to be fair, but I think these ones has this got the Rover engine in it, Steve, this one?
I don't think so. It's a 1900. I think it's the Toyota.
The later version, yeah.
And Zoe through the finish, 66.51, a new personal best for Zoe. Into Farmhouse at the moment, Mark Lawrence, second in the British Hillclimb in Class A2 with the Porsche Cayman. He's up towards Quarry. Mark Lawrence over the finish, 64.98, which is a new personal best by 1/100th of a second. Down in the S's now we have this super little mini of John Wood, all the way from Aberdeen. First visit to Harewood with this car.
He had a problem with this recently. He rolled it.
Oh,
Yeah. And it got the legacy on the hill as well, haven't we, Stephen Darley? But this car has got the Rover K series, the BMW cylinder head on it.
oh right.
So it's a very rapid little thing. Goes like stink, but he rolled it a couple of weeks ago. It's looking a bit worse for wear at the back.
That's the BMW motorbike.
Yeah.
Head on it.
Yeah,
Yes.
fantastic.
Very, very common conversion. So John Wood will be establishing a personal best for John. Meanwhile, we've got Steve Darley already charging into and out of Orchard in the Subaru.
Yeah, this is the quickest car in the tin tops at the moment. It's breaking hill records all over the place. Watch this, got scorch up the straight there, be 100 miles an hour up the straight, 103 miles an hour through the speed trap. Wow, that's a quick car. About 750 horsepower, something like that.
Time for John Wood was 69.40. Stephen Darley, that's a 57.21. Steve Darley. Which is, let's see, it's about half a second away from his personal best in the car.
Oh, we're not far away then. Pretty close then.
Near enough.
What's Damon's done a 56 in that, hasn't he?
Damon's 56.37 class
That
record.
was yeah. Wow.
On to the start line, we have the first of our Sports Libras. That should be Mike West in the Radical SR1.
Mike is sharing with John McQuillan. They joint own this car. They're from the Team Valley, and it is actually Team Valley Motorsport now. That's their business now, and they run quite a few cars.
It's the first time these pair have been to Harewood with the Radical. They were here, I think, was it a Fisher Fury?
Fisher Fury, quite
They
right,
had
Steve.
last year.
They did indeed, which was a nice car, wasn't it? But this one is definitely a cut above. It's a proper little racing car. They know their way about spannering, and they do run several cars, and it's great to see them out in it.
And Mike up into Country Corner.
Mike, of course, is our martial god from the Team Valley.
Oh, right.
He's a martial god. He's not just any marshal. He's a martial god.
Is that right?
Yeah, without a doubt.
Is that sort of like a superior grade?
Well, he's up there in the legendary stakes,
Oh, legend stakes.
He is
Yes.
indeed. But anyway, thank you to all the marshals out on the course today, doing an amazing job as ever, in all winds and weathers. So Mike West goes by there, goes through the speed trap there at 76.
And Mike through the finish in 67.79. Now we're into the dual-driven.
Yeah, this is Anthony
single
Wood. This is. They had some charging issues in the battery system this morning, but they seem to have got that sorted.
And Anthony over the finish, 54.53.
Something really exciting now, Steve. Do you know that little Kawasaki OMS, the little 750 turbocharged quacker? This one is Ben Hamer driving this one.
Well, he's got round Farmhouse this time.
He has, but that is a very rapid bit of kit, isn't it? 97 through the speed trap there. That's it's not an easy car for them to keep on the road, that one, is it? That's quite a complicated little thing, isn't it?
Yeah, 55.67 for Ben Hamer. That time for Anthony Wood, by the way, was a new personal best by over a tenth of a second.
Now I'm going to ask you now, Tim Thompson, he's been doing this years. He's gone in with Jonathan Flesher,
Yes.
hasn't he?
Yeah.
So he's got a rich pedigree on the hills, hasn't he?
Yes, he's campaigned quite a few Pilbeam single-seaters in his time. He's going exceptionally slowly. I think he's got a problem. Going very slowly indeed. We have released another car, which is Stephen Morgan. I'm anticipating will get red flagged.
Yeah, he's waving the red flag down there.
The red flag is now being waved at Willow. So a problem there for Tim Thompson. He's trundling his way to the top of the hill.
Yeah, that's a shame. Didn't sound, yeah, I don't know what's happened there, but these things happen. We can have up to 3 or 4 cars on the hill at once, can't we, Steve, at Harewood? It's fairly unique like that.
Well, we can get 3, I think, maximum today.
Yeah.
But I think we only ever get class runs 2 of the big single-seaters. They tend to give them a bit more leeway.
And then the runoffs, say 1 at a time, aren't they?
Yeah, the runoffs are 1 car on the hill at a time.
Yeah.
Oh, there was another car on the hill, Kirsten Dodd in the Formula 4 Van Diemen. She's also been red flagged, so those 2 cars will take reruns. And I think Kirsten will take the little shortcut back to the start line to get her running quickly. But Steve Morgan is going to the top of the hill as that track behind the farm, but it does get a bit dusty, so probably doesn't want to get dust on his hot slicks. Sitting patiently on the start line is Paul Harris with the 1985 Van Diemen. He'll be the next car that we see as soon as everything is set and clear.
Some lovely
Look, it's Wayne Penrose.
Wayne, good day, Wayne. Good day.
Wayne's back in Australia.
Wayne, he was talking to me yesterday, actually, through the live stream. Yeah, he's back in Australia. I think the car's probably on the sea at the moment because it takes a couple of months, I think. But yeah, Wayne's watching avidly. I have no idea what time of day it is in Australia, but
early, I would imagine.
Do you think it's early?
Or very late?
Yes.
So, Paul Harris, meanwhile, on track with the Formula Ford Van Diemen from 1985. Shares the car with his son Jimmy, who we'll see a little bit later.
That's a father and son combo, is it then? Yeah. Yes, I see Caroline Ryder has got Kirsten Dodd in her car today, isn't she?
That's right. Paul Harris into Farmhouse. Been through Farmhouse, now on the run up to Quarry. On the hill, meanwhile, we have John Bruce in the MG ZR 140. Paul Harris over the finish, 64.22, which is a new personal best for Paul. John Bruce, meanwhile, into and out of Orchard, heading towards Farmhouse with the MG ZR 140. John cut his teeth hill climbing with a Mini back in the day towards the top of the hill.
We've got some exciting stuff going down to the start now, Steve. Got a lot of these very quick tin tops that are likely to contend for the Tin Top Challenge. I think it's such a good thing to have a Tin Top Challenge. I think
this is Lizzie Weaver. She's
Lizzie
managed to get the keys back from her dad and brother. They nicked her car at the last meeting.
Yeah, but listen, Richard has got a little problem with. He was MOTing their own motorhome, and he did something to his foot, so he's currently on crutches.
Yeah.
So Richard's not driving.
Rob Wilson was flashing past the commentary box there. We got a time of 76.83 for Lizzie. That becomes her PB. And Robert Wilson 63.74. That becomes his PB. And that's the fastest in the Class A1 that we've seen so far. Heading up towards Orchard, Michael Thompson.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing this because Michael's a very, very rapid driver. We've got Jonathan Langmead on the hill as well, who broke his class record at Shelsley recently. But Michael's extremely rapid, so be interested to see how those two times compare. So he's approaching the finish now. He's 79 through the speed trap there, and he's over the finish line very shortly. 63.56 for Michael,
which is a new personal best.
Oh well, that's interesting.
And is only a few hundredths away from the class record. So Jonathan Langmead.
Yes, we got Jonathan here. His best time at Harewood has got it down to 65.2. So Michael would be a couple of seconds quicker than that just now then.
Well, we'll have to wait and see what he stops the clocks at. And it's a 64.44. So it is a new PB for Jonathan. Slots him into third in the class.
It's looking good, isn't it? If we get all these PBs.
Yeah, David Leach, meanwhile, into Farmhouse. He's the class record holder with a 63.51. He's going to have to get very close to his class record to go ahead of Michael Thompson. David braking heavily over the finish. 64.47. So only good enough for fourth place at the moment for David Leach.
Well, Michael is an extremely rapid driver, and I'm not surprised to see that time. I see Peter Herbert now in this glorious 911. This is I think as pure 911 as you get. It's absolutely magnificent. This is, of course, the 911s were the air-cooled versions with the 6-cylinder 3-litre engines, and this one is just beautiful. It's got a nice collection of cars, as young Peter, but this one I think is one of my absolute favourites.
Yeah, and left-hand drives competed in European hill climbs with it. 66.16 for Peter Herbert. Now we've got Steve Carter in the Nissan 350Z into Farmhouse.
We have, there's two or three of these Nissan 350Zs. This one here, I think he's a localish man, and it's not particularly heavily modified, and I think he drives this one on the road as well. Here comes Robbie Birrell, comes screaming up behind him. Robbie is extremely rapid indeed. What sort of time can Robbie put up today?
73.43 for Steve Carter. Robbie Birrell is the class record holder, and he's through the finish in 62.31. Takes him into the lead of Class A2, and Mike puts him into the Tin Top Challenge. Kirsten Dodd back on the hill for a rerun. Heading up towards the top of the hill in the 1986 Van Diemen Formula Ford. Kirsten over the finish, 66.64. Who's this into Farmhouse? John Pick.
Yeah, John Pick in this rather unusual AMS Battaglia. This is based on Subaru Impreza mechanicals. This one is like a kit car version. It's smaller, lighter, and a four-wheel drive, so very effective on wet days. Through to the finish.
65.03 for John. Now we've got that little Mini getting a bit sideways at Farmhouse. Stuart Wood at the wheel.
Yeah, I think he got it a little bit wrong there because he's going pretty steady now. He just scrub off a load of speed there, didn't he? Obviously he has shades of memories of his recent role.
And Eric Moray in the Hillman Imp is going very slowly indeed at the bottom of the hill.
Is that because he's been red flagged?
I don't think so. I can't see a red flag out at Country.
Okay.
So
I'm not sure.
So Stuart Wood, R59, was through the finish in 74.78.
So they're just the marshals are walking across to Eric. This imp is very unusual. It's extremely rapid. Isn't it the class record holder?
No, that's Gavin Neat.
Gavin Neat in the Peugeot.
Yeah. Eric Moray, this little Hillman Imp's only a 1 litre engine, but it's turbocharged.
So he's only got literally 1 litre. I knew it was a turbo. It's literally 1 litre, is it?
Yep.
Wow.
Well, when you put the turbocharge equivalency in, which is 1.4, you've got to multiply the capacity by. Yeah. That puts it just nicely under 1400.
Well, they're showing it on the live stream. He's still driving. The engine's running, so he looks like he'll go up to the top of the hill. And whether it's a failed run or a rerun, we're not sure.
I would think that'll be a failed run. Because he stopped.
And
he's Looks like he's stopping again.
He's struggling, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's struggling.
Yes, it's come up on the computer as a failed run for Eric Murray. So hopefully he can get that fixed.
Do you remember last time we were here? In the morning, he'd got some problems, and we didn't know if he'd be out in the afternoon.
That's right, yeah.
So he might be doing the same thing today.
I think he might be working on that in the paddock.
Indeed. Well, it was interesting, the little Mini, so that was a bit of competition for him because...
Oh, and he's just turned off.
Oh, has he? Oh, is he going back to the start then?
I don't know whether he's going back to the start or he's decided that's as far as he can go.
Well,
I noticed Jonathan Williamson's co-driver, Laura Wardle, is signed on, looking dry today. Hope it stays that way.
Morning, Laura. I know you're getting over your moment that you had recently where you had a bit of a broken bone, but no doubt you'll be back again soon.
Here we go. Wayne Penrose. It's 8 p.m. in Australia.
Thank you, Wayne. You see, he's listening in like a good one there. Fair play. Fair play.
Nice bloke.
He's a great bloke, isn't he? And what an effort to get his car over here to do those 3 events.
Can I get a happy birthday for my son Joe Blakely, who's here in the crowd today? Lots of love from Dad. So that's done. Happy
Amazing.
birthday, Joe.
Well, I tell you what, we've got some interesting stuff down there. We've just got leaving the line Stuart Stelling, right, in that lovely Mark II Escort.
Which is not beige.
Which is not beige.
It's not beige.
No, it's a Pinto-engined, taxi-engined Mark II Escort, as he tells me. But he drives it like the best taxi driver in Manchester.
Like he stole it.
Like he stole it. And he's got some serious competition from that Peugeot 205 today. I think it's Stuart Reid.
It is. Yep.
And so far, well, Stuart is probably 2 seconds quicker in that little Peugeot.
Roughly.
On
PB.
Roughly on PB.
Stuart Stelling, meanwhile, winds the car through Orchard, charges up towards Farmhouse Bend, usually gets onto 3 wheels around Farmhouse.
I think he did briefly.
He does a lot of things briefly.
I tell you what, that's a very well sorted car though, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
And a lovely chap to boot, you know.
And 63.65 is a new personal best for Stuart Stelling.
That's pretty outstanding.
Now we're looking
he drives
for the
hill a
other
lot.
Stuart Reid, all the way from Blairgowrie, Scotland. Very, very rapid 2-litre mod prod Peugeot.
87 up the straight. That's rapid, isn't it?
It's going some.
That's going some. It's
he's over the finish in a new personal best, 60.90.
Crikey, that's runoff, tin top runoff territory.
He's only 8/10 away from the class record.
That's blooming good going because he's up against Jock Ramsey. He comes from Scotland.
Manta Jock.
Yes, Jock has got several of these Mantas at home, and he was telling me he's the main man at Doon, you know.
He does all the
he runs it all,
mowing and whatever.
Well, he does a lot up there, a bit more than the mowing, I think.
65.17 for Jock Ramsey.
Oh, can I just talk to you about this Triumph? This is based on a Triumph PI, but it's now running a 4-cylinder, 6-cylinder motor in it. It's got loads of horsepower. It runs on triple Webers. The car he's based in Australia, isn't he now? And he's come over to do this. And I thought, what a lovely bit of kit that is.
Yeah. And Roy Davis at the wheel over the finish, 71.72. Followed up the hill by Andrew Norris in the Porsche 911 Carrera. Currently third in the British Hillclimb Championship Cup for Class C3.
Now that's a supercharged one, isn't it? Which is unusual in itself. Yes. So 911 with a supercharger. He's a software engineer as well and into all IT stuff.
And 66.08 for Andrew Norris, new PB.
Now we got the legacy on the hill, I see. No, we've got Jeff Twemlow.
Yes, Jeff Twemlow from Cannonstown in Cornwall. He's an ex-Pixie Wrangler.
A Pixie Wrangler?
Yeah, he used to be a taste tester for pasties as well.
Did he? I could do that job.
Yeah.
I'd be good at that.
He's done all this since he retired.
Oh. Well, he travels up from Cornwall. It's a jolly long way to come. Fair play to him.
And 70.72 for Jeff. Out now for Hayden Spedding in this lovely E-Type. coming into Farmhouse.
Yes, Hayden, of course, father of the two lads that are here today.
Richard and
Rob, yeah, that's right.
And Hayden, in fact, holds at least 2 class records with this E-Type here at Harewood. Hayden over the finish, 63.69, a couple of tenths away from his PB. Now, on the start line, we have Jonathan Williamson in the Porsche 911 Carrera. Now, I've seen Jonathan competing in sprints and hill climbs for decades. Really
I think this car has been going 20 or 30 years, hasn't it?
Yeah.
It had a rebuild this winter.
Used to be sponsored by a dairy in Cornwall.
Did it? Where does he travel from? He's got a West Country accent.
Taunton.
Taunton, is he?
Nowadays. He used to live down in near Liscard, I believe. But now lives at Taunton.
Just off the start line, we've got Stephen Moore, our farmer from near Salisbury. This is a very well developed Evo, 4-wheel drive Evo. Got on a good day with the boost turned up, is capable of about 700 horsepower. He's very clever, technically knows a lot about these cars. He's got 3 of these, and being a farmer, he's been spraying peas this week. That's what he was telling me. He's got a lot of acreage and a lot of peas.
64.32 for Jonathan Williamson. Stephen Moore into Farmhouse Race, currently second in Class C3 in the British Hillclimb Cup. And he did actually bring all 3 of his Mitsubishis here one year.
Wow, all 3 of them.
All
wow,
3.
incredible.
Stephen Moore's time, 59.52.
He's also got a Renault Clio as well, which Izzy Lawrence was driving a couple of years ago.
On the hill at the moment, Jim Herbert in the Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 5. Similar engine to Stephen Moore's car.
Yeah, Jim's an interesting character. He's his son works for McLaren Formula 1. Yeah, so he's a pretty clever lad. And Jim, he is a landscape consultant, and they do big jobs, he was telling me, which helps fund this game. But that's a very serious car, that, with 600 horsepower, isn't it?
Yeah, it is very quick. He's up over the finish line, 61.60, goes into 3rd place in the class. Heading out of Orchard towards Farmhouse, the Subaru Legacy GL of Damien Bradley.
Here comes Damien, he's your man. He's he brakes. What's happened there?
No.
Red flag.
Oh, red flag.
I don't know why, but something might have happened at Quarry.
Well, I think what we've got at Quarry, we have a marshal heading towards finish line. So I'm wondering.
Got more than one marshal, yeah. So they're pulling him up, but holding him there. Somebody might have spun over the finish line, Steve.
Well, that would have been Jim Herbert, but I'm just wondering if he's clattered the thwacker posts at the top of the hill.
Oh, okay.
So that's happening out of our view on the live feed.
So Damon's going to get another run. They'll sort Jim out up at the top there. Hopefully there's not too much of a problem. And Jim's perfectly all right.
Unfortunately for Damien, we've got a big queue of cars going back to the start line, so he's going to have a long wait.
That won't help him.
So the tyres and the engine will have cooled down quite considerably. We've got a replay coming up here of Stephen Morgan going into the final corner and sweeps through the corner. Everything looks
That's Jim Herbert. That's Jim Herbert.
Sorry, Jim Herbert.
Yeah, they got it wrong on the screen, didn't they?
Yeah. It was Jim Herbert, and
they didn't show the actual.
Well, it happens after the finish, I think.
But there's a camera there.
There isn't one that covers the finishing line.
Is there not?
No. No.
Okay. That's Stephen Moore.
Right, well, so we've got big bang there from Stephen Moore in replay, puffing out a lot of black smoke.
Oh, we don't want a lot of black smoke, do we? That's not good. That's not good.
Well, it's only good when it's in Rome.
Well, he's had that engine rebuilt recently, and the engine.
Got another replay coming up.
Oh, right. That's Stephen again.
Oh, here we go. Into super slow-mo. Something's flown off the back of the car as well,
Yeah, but
by the look of it.
That engine was just being rebuilt, and prior to that it was rebuilt, and then within 20 miles the cam belt slipped and didn't do a lot of good.
No,
so that's the second rebuild, and I'm just praying.
We've got a pickup truck going to the top.
I'm absolutely praying that he's even got another blown engine, because that would be just horrendous. Because as you know, they don't come cheap. They don't come cheap, and
I can remember a competitor in a big single-seater at Gurston.
Yeah.
He came out of the last corner, heading for the finish. And as he headed away from the last corner, something went wrong in the engine. 2 cylinders blew up. And he just kept his foot planted, and by the time he went over the finish line, he had a flat 2. There were only two cylinders left in the engine block, and we have a visitor.
Wow, we have a visitor. Oh, excuse me. Well, Steve, we've been getting some interesting information there while we got that red flag. Tell us about you and Bruce. You're the man that you know stuff, don't you?
Well, I know stuff, yes, but you know,
you know lots of stuff.
I know lots of stuff, but you know, you might not be interested in some of the stuff I know. No, he's only 14, the first junior to take part in, or the youngest junior to take part in hill climbs in the UK. I think he was the first one in Scotland. We'll look forward to seeing him again later in the day.
He's in that little MGZR Rover,
That's
isn't
right,
he?
yes. And the juniors have to run standard cars. Where in Britain is Harewood? It's in Yorkshire. I am Carl Videos.
North Yorkshire, north of Leeds, a few miles north of Leeds, North Yorkshire, and the vista, as you can see, looking out from where we are, is incredible. Actually, it's a beautiful county.
And we've
Yorkshire.
got a new poster at Farmhouse. publicising AET Turbo's sponsorship of the British Hillclimb Championship Tim Top Challenge.
Yeah, I was actually chatting to the boss. It's a family-owned business. They've been doing it for absolutely years. They know everything there is to know about turbos. They are sponsoring the challenge, and Damien Bradley has... he's got one of their turbos tucked away. I'm not sure it's in the car at the minute. It's ready to go in, I think. So a lot of these big 4x4 Mitsubis and Subarus have got the turbo engines, haven't they?
For information as to why we're a little bit delayed and scrabbling to find things to say, is that we've had a spinner after the finish line.
We never scrabble to have things to say, Steve. You know that's not true.
Right, well, in that case, here's something I prepared earlier.
Here's something I prepared earlier. Well, there you go. Right, what have you got for us, Steve?
Question for you. In what year, at Shelsley Walsh, were all the runners in the top 12 run-off pill beams? There's one for you. That'll keep you busy for an hour or two. I'm
going to say something like 1998.
Ooh, 14 years out.
Wow.
1984.
1984.
On that occasion, Alistair Douglas Osborne won in a Pilbeam MP55. All 12 cars in the runoff.
Wow, that's incredible.
Now, what year was the top 12 runoff introduced? Because it used to be 10. So it was a top 10, and then it became a top 12. So when did that happen?
Oh, gosh.
Now, there's another one for you.
That's a real ticklish one, that is. You know what? I genuinely don't know.
The clue's in the first question. 1984.
Was it?
That was the first year that they went to 12 cars in the row.
Is there a hill climb course in Northern Ireland or Ireland? Yes, Craigantlet.
Craigantlet. My favourite hill climb as a competitor.
Wow.
I loved it.
Look at this rain, Steve. This isn't good.
No, I don't.
This is not good.
Don't want
single-seater drivers sat down there. It's absolutely chucking it down at the moment.
It'll be like sitting in a bath.
They will be sitting down there probably on slicks.
Good morning. Hope all's well. This is from Caroline Ayres. I'm sadly no longer driving my Colt, now driving a Fiat 500.
Well, at the moment, we have lashing rain. I've got to tell you that because we are live stream. Spectators are running off the hill at the moment.
Oh, right. Tim Lee wants to know what of our personal favourite cars here today. Well, for me, the Chevron B19.
Amanda and Richard George.
Now, what's yours, Chris?
That's a ticklish one. Do you know what? I'm going to go really out here now. There's a bit of nostalgia in this. That Triumph PI with the 4-litre 6-cylinder engine. I had a PI and I loved it.
Oh, right.
But so when I first saw that, was at Classic Nostalgia last year at Shelsley Walsh. And I love it. I think it's absolutely great. But I'm a big fan of tin tops. The weather is really deteriorating here now. I am absolutely so sorry for those single-seater drivers sat down there near the start. It is absolutely lashing down with rain. They won't have brollies because they wouldn't have thought they were going to need them. They wouldn't be able to carry them down in the car, would they? Wouldn't be allowed.
There was a gentleman who used to do single-seater racing.
Yeah.
And he had one of those collapsible brollies. Which he kept in the cockpit of his race car.
Did he?
He also had tank taped to the inside of the tub.
Yeah.
A packet of cigarettes for certain venues where, when he got to the top of the hill, he was in a holding paddock.
There's cars leaving the line. What's happening is they're going to send them up the hill so they can probably put slicks, get the slicks off and get wets on, or regroup basically. So this is a bit of a disastrous just before their time runs for potentially a runoff.
Well, that's right. And what you've got to remember is that some of the people who've already gone up the hill in the dry are registered for the runoff. So they may be already in it for all we know.
Harry Pick, I think, was one.
No, he's not been up yet.
No, he's not been up.
No.
But look at the track there on the live stream. It's absolutely soaking.
Well, if you look on the live stream at the moment, people at home, on the gable end of the farmhouse that comes down right next to the track, there is a trough that goes down there, and every so often it overspills and goes onto the track and creates a little stream. And it's not quite that bad yet.
Steve, this is something, look, I don't recall seeing this before. Have you seen this before, where they send them all up the hill?
Yeah, I've been here at Harewood when
get them to the paddock,
in the past.
I mean, it's absolutely torrential rain. The track, look at the spray coming off the cars. They're only going very slowly by their standards. Goodness me, they've been sat in there in wet overalls now, won't they? Because they really will be thinking their luck has run out.
As they say in the trade, they'll have soggy bottoms.
Soggy bottoms, they certainly will. My goodness me, look. Ah, dear. Well, the lads in the tin tops, actually, they're at a big advantage here, aren't they?
Well, yeah, and as HillClimb.TV says, so unlucky for Damien, Steve Darley might be in the tin top runoff and the British runoff.
Goodness me, yes, indeed. Wow, this is British weather. I suppose it's been the same all over the world. We've had some very intangible weather recently, haven't we?
Definitely.
Yeah, is that a good word? Is that my word of the day, intangible? Is that the right word, Steve?
I don't know. It's incredible, I think. We've got two 1100s that have gone up. Anthony Wood in 54.53, Ben Hamer in 55.67, and I think they're the fastest two times that we've had so far. Steve Darley was a 57.21. Well, those three are the three quickest so far, and if this rain hangs around for any length of time, you might find that those three are the three fastest qualifiers.
Well, I'm just looking around.
If they're registered.
Yeah, in the distance there, it looks a bit drier in the distance there, but I can't quite see behind us. And actually, I'm not going out in this,
It's
Steve.
behind you.
Yeah, but I'm not going out in this, mate.
I don't blame you.
No, I think I feel so sorry for everyone. I mean, there's people walking up the hill in their hoodies and stuff, and looking a bit soggy. But you know, this is Britain. This is what we have to deal with this, don't we? This is what we do.
Absolutely.
We absolutely do. But yeah, if you were here yesterday, we had basically a practice day yesterday, but we had the Porsche Championship in the afternoon, and but now today is the day that really matters. So this rain is throwing a real spanner in the works. It's going to mean potentially cars that I mean, if the Legacy gets in the runoff, the main runoff, that will really be very, very unusual. Has that happened before?
We've had saloon cars in runoffs in the British Hillclimb Championship and in the British Sprint Championship in the past. Yeah, so it can happen. In fact, we actually got a road-going Mercedes-Benz estate car into a Sprint Championship runoff purely on weather grounds, because he was in a single-seater. The single-seater broke. He switched to his tow car.
No.
Set this time, and then the rain came down, and he was qualified.
Extraordinary. Extraordinary.
So it is.
I mean, this rain was forecast potentially.
It was.
And when I spoke to my missus last night,
what time is it at the moment? 11:30. That's about.
It's a bit of a spanner in the works, isn't it?
It's about an hour and a half later than it was originally supposed to be coming in on the weather forecast I saw.
Well, my missus said to me yesterday that Worcester, they threatened lightning as well. So we don't want that, do we?
Someone else asking where in the UK is Harewood. It's we're zooming in now.
Oh my goodness me!
So
This
if you're
is
watching
technology.
the online, I'm getting seasick watching this.
This is incredible. This is Rich Danby technology par excellence. Google Earth. He's zooming us in here. Look at this. Look here. There we are.
That's where it is.
North Yorkshire, just north of Leeds. Near Leeds. There you are. Postcode as well. LS179LA. So, that's where we are. The hill record is 46 seconds 39 to Matthew Ryder.
That's right.
In the Gould GR59. That was July 2022.
Yeah, I was sat in this very commentary box when that happened.
Well, well, I think, yes, you were. You were doing it, weren't you?
Yeah.
It's 1.45 kilometres long, 0.9 of a mile, and this is the longest hill in the British Hillclimb Championship. So, Matthew Ryder's been up here in a stunning 46.39. He's here again today. He's here with Sean Gould in that Gould GR59. Well, the rain is easing, but everything is very wet. There's nothing down on the start. Well, there is cars on the start. There's a Formula Ford that looks like Caroline Ryder.
Well, you've got to remember, Formula Fords don't have wet weather tyres. They run on the same tyres whether it's wet or dry. So that's why they've been kept down at the start line.
And she's got hold of a brolly there.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Well, perhaps one of the marshals has given her a brolly, do you think? Well, yes, so, we have a slight delay here, a little bit of time to lose, but we hope you're enjoying it so far. Just to bring you up to speed, we're on time runs at the moment. The plan was to try and get two runoffs in before lunch. Whether that's going to happen or not with the delay, I don't know, because those cars haven't yet run to sort of qualify for the runoff, have they, a lot of them?
No. Now, seeing as we've not got much happening, here's a question for you.
You know, you get me every time on these questions, don't you?
Which was the last Formula One car to win the British Hillclimb Championship?
Okay, I'm going to say potentially, was it Roy Lane? He ran a Formula One car. He had a six-wheeler at one time, didn't he?
Not that one.
Not that
he
one.
Didn't win the championship, unfortunately.
Formula One car. Kramer ran Marches, didn't he? But that
was a Formula 5000 car with the V6 Cosy engine.
Looks like. Oh, hang on. Oh.
Signs of activity down at the start line.
There's definitely things happening.
To answer the question,
please do.
1964, Peter Westbury in a Ferguson P99 four-wheel drive.
Four-wheel drive.
And that was the last Formula One car to win the championship.
Well, I would never have got that, Steve. Oh, hello. Come on in. We have visitors. I'm just switching off my mic.
So we've got a car on the line at the moment, Caroline Ryder. Sorry, it's not Caroline, it's Kirsten Dodd. Underneath the car for some reason. Oh. Right, so we've got Kirsten on the start line and away, so we're back underway again. This is the 1986 Van Diemen Formula Ford. Of course, the Formula Ford class, they only have one set of controlled tyres, so no wets. In fact, it's saying it's Caroline Ryder. So Kirsten has been up the hill already, so it's Caroline Ryder in the Van Diemen. Heading up towards Country Corner. Now the ball of spray heads into Willow. Needs to be a little bit of water conglomerating on the apex. Caroline now up into Orchard. Sweeps through Orchard. Heading up towards Farmhouse. More spray as she comes into the corner. Charging up towards the top part of the hill. Caroline over the finish. 73.8. Sarah Bosworth now into Farmhouse in the 1985 Van Diemen. Sarah, the Demon Barber of Sheffield, heading up towards the top of the hill. Currently lying second in the British Hillclimb Championship Cup class, J1. Sarah into final corner, across the line, and she's followed by Jimmy Harris. 79.16 for Sarah. Jimmy Harris, his 1985 Van Diemen, into the final corner. He's over the finish, 73.38. He's followed on the hill by Damien Bradley, car number 78. Need to go very slowly out of Willow, probably a lack of traction, I would suspect. He'll be on the same set of tyres that he was on when he set off down the hill. I'm assuming a slicks, because it's not looking that stable in a straight line. He's gone really slowly at the corner and ground to a halt. Just wondering if something in the engine management system might have shut down because of spinning wheels. Oh, he's got going again. Damon's away, so no problems in this being a contiguous run. No help from the outside. So Damien heading up to the finish, going very, very slowly around the final corner, and eventually gets a time of 102.35. Don't have any more customers down at the start line.
Well, I tell you what, this rain I think has thrown a big spanner, Steve, don't you?
Huge.
A huge spanner. We're not quite sure whether we're getting to... I can't see if you can get a run off before lunch now, can you?
Well, what time are we at now? It's 11:48. We could do.
Yeah.
We could do. It just depends on how quickly people can get onto wets.
Well, we could have a very mixed bag in the runoff, couldn't we?
Well, as I say, we've got a few. I mean, you look at some of the people. Look at Steve Darley.
Yeah.
In C3, he did a 57.21.
Yeah.
The next quickest was Stephen Moore, 59.52.
They were all in the dry.
And they were all in the dry.
Jim Herbert went off at the finish. So
if you go to the Formula Ford class, which is where we've had the most runners in wet and dry, as it were.
Yeah.
Fastest at the moment is Paul Harris on 64.22. Kirsten Dodd is second, 66.64. And then the next quickest is Jimmy Harris on 73.38.
So,
and Jimmy is usually 4 seconds quicker. Than
is
Jimmy
the son? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So you've got a huge difference.
Yeah.
For the Formula Fords, because they're running the same set of tyres. So what's good in the dry, when you put the wet on it, it's bound to be slower. It's got to be slower because it's the same tyre and it's not going to get the same grip.
Yeah, and I just had a quick look outside the box. There's still a fair bit of rain about. The track is certainly wet. It's not going to dry to yesterday. We had a lot more wind, so it was drying off pretty quickly. We had the one heavy shower, and then we were dry the rest of the time.
We've got a couple of marshals at the moment on the approach into Willow. I suspect what they're trying to do is sweep the water off the inside of the course, as it were.
Oh, you do get a
little bit of a build-up on the inside of that corner.
And do you get areas where the water sort of running across the track?
You do that. You do get that. That's usually near the farmhouse building itself, because water runs off the farmhouse,
right,
and falls onto the track.
Yeah. Yeah, not good, old chap. Not good.
Well, whoever put a shilling in the meter for good weather needs to have put 2 shillings in, I think.
Well, we've not had a lot of luck this year on the HillClimb Championship. Early in the season, we were losing whole events, because spectator parking was impossible.
I mean, we lost the test day and our first round of the Harewood Championship through that as well.
Prescott cancelled. They rearranged for August. So we've got 2. So come August, it's very busy in August with lots of championship, lots of rounds, isn't there? Spectators are fleeing the hill here, old chap. There's definitely an exodus going on here. Whether or not they're just going up to the paddock and get something to eat and dry off a bit, I think that's probably what it is.
We've got a course car on track at the moment.
Okay, having a look,
Round. It may well be the not only the clerk of the course, but possibly the Motorsport UK steward.
Yes.
Going to have a look.
Yes, Phil Short's here today.
That's right.
Yeah, that's right.
Good friend of mine.
Yeah, I was chatting to him earlier today. We were having I was asking him about the marvellous cars that he would have sat with and the drivers he sat with, and he reeled off a list of absolute legends.
Yeah, my favourite story of his was when he was navigating for Walter Vroll.
Oh, and the Audi.
And he had a huge accident. And the car ended up at the bottom of this hill, having left the track and gone rolling down the hillside, losing panels left, right and centre. And Walter turned to Phil and said, "For us, the rally is over."
Yeah.
And Phil said, "Are you sure?"
You sure about that?
And Walter pressed the start button and the damn thing started.
No way.
And it drove, but it didn't have a roof, a bonnet.
Didn't have a lot of panels left. Goodness me.
A boot, doors.
Goodness me.
It was just like a skeleton. But it started.
Did it really?
So,
those Group B cars were just spectacular, weren't they?
Well, Phil used to have I don't know whether he still got it, he used to have an Audi Quattro short wheelbase.
Right.
The genuine one.
The real deal,
Not a replica, one of the new replicas, but this was a genuine. Rain radar looks like no heavy rain for a while. Cute.
Well, we could do with some dry weather.
Yeah, but unfortunately what's going to happen is if it goes to light rain, it's still not going to create a dry line.
No, but if they've all got proper wet weather tyres, at least there'll be a whole bunch of runners that will be.
Oh yes, they'll be competitive amongst
themselves.
Yeah, in terms of the classes that we haven't seen anybody.
I'm trying to think how many single seaters we've had.
If you'll hang on, I'll tell you.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. Because I know you know stuff like this.
I know stuff.
You know stuff. Steve knows stuff.
Well, if we discount the Formula Fords, it's only 2.
Oh, okay. Is that Will Kerr then?
It was Anthony Wood and Ben Hamer.
Yeah, Ben Hamer. So that's in the Kawasaki. So
Stephen Morgan was red flagged.
Right. So in reality, then, apart from Stephen Darley and Stephen Moore, is it possible they could qualify?
Well, if they're registered for the British Hillclimb Championship, Anthony Wood and Ben Hamer, I would have thought at 54.53 and 55.67 would be shoo-ins at the moment.
Would you? Yeah.
But, it's what happens. It's how long it takes for the track to be considered safe to compete.
Yeah, and at the moment we've got at least 2 course cars, marshals on the track, so it's going to take a wee while before they say that it's all good to go and we get cars back down there. So yeah, it's still unfortunately quite a lot of rain up to our left there. So and I can see it sort of sweeping in. So this is really not what we wanted, folks. This is not part of our plan.
Right. Okay. Another question for you,
Stephen. You're going to get me again, aren't you? You said he's got this thing going today. He says, "How many times can I get Ponzi?" Well, I don't have you.
If you remember in May, you asked me several questions that I couldn't answer.
Well, okay. So then you're getting your own back, aren't you?
I'm just getting my own back. Yeah. So, in what year did the British Hillclimb Championship introduce runoffs?
Goodness me. Goodness me.
That'll keep him musing for a while.
Yeah. I think you definitely got me there.
I can tell you that the first round of the championship was in 1947.
Was it?
And that was at Bowness up in Scotland. That was when the championship started.
Wow. So
it was won by George Abacassis in a Bugatti.
I knew that. Of course I knew that.
But the championships were only decided taking their best times from the class runs at that stage, and the runoffs came in which year, Chris?
1950?
No, 1957.
57.
So for the first 10 years...
first 10 years.
They ran just on your class times.
Did they?
And then they introduced the runoffs, which from 57 to 83 inclusive were top 10 runoffs, so only the 10 fastest. And I think sometime in the 70s, you got the concept of a reserve. So the top 11 would be told, and if somebody couldn't make it into the runoff, the 11th guy would go in his place. But you've always had the situation where if there's a competitor not registered for the Hillclimb Championship, but has set FTD up to that point,
right,
they can go to defend FTD.
Oh, wow.
But that used to be the case. I'm not sure if it still is.
So, Steve, so we just heard an announcement on the PA that the drivers to return to the cars and make sure they're race ready. So,
well, we've got a little thing up here. It says Steve Darley currently has fastest time of the day. I would dispute that. I've got 57.21 for Steve Darley.
And what do you think it is?
I think it's 54.53 for Anthony Wood.
In the single-seater.
Yes.
Oh, they've just shown a rerun, actually. It looks like Stephen Darley's running the Legacy.
Yeah, well, it must be, because it's dry.
It is definitely dry there.
And Damien was in not just mildly moist, very, very moist. So Steve Darley on the replay, up through the finish, and I'm pretty certain that was a 57.21.
Yeah, and they now go back to the live screen where the cameras are covered in
raindrops.
Raindrops keep falling on my head type thing. And so I'm going to ask you a question. It's not a trick question, Steve. No, this is not a trick one. This one is that all the years you've been covering it, I know. What would be your sort of favourite era? And type of cars?
Well, right, okay. The first British Hillclimb Championship event I attended was here at Harewood, which is why it's my favourite venue for the British Hillclimb Championship. I did see the cars at Doon, but that was only on a practice day. I didn't go to the event at Doon. So Doon would be my second favourite, but Harewood is definitely my favourite. As for the era, I think probably mid-70s to mid-80s was the best for me, and that was my favourite era.
And if I remember rightly, if I'm right, there was a lot of ex-Formula One cars and stuff then, wasn't there?
Well, there were a lot of ex-Formula One engines,
right,
in hill climbing in that period.
Cosworth DVFs.
I mean, for Formula, as far as Formula One cars are concerned, I've got a little list here.
Oh.
There have been Formula One cars from Cooper, Lotus, BRM, Connaught, JBW and Brabham competing in the British Hillclimb Championship.
Wow. Because they were relatively inexpensive to buy, weren't they?
Once the Formula One car got 3 or 4 years old, it was worth probably what the engine was worth.
Right.
That was all.
Yeah.
I mean, the two Brabham Formula One cars that competed had Cosworth DFV V8s in.
Right.
And basically, you bought the engine and the gearbox, and you just happened to get a car with it, because the car was worth relatively nothing.
Wow.
At the time, because what else could you do with it but hill climb it? Or
have you ever had any Brabhams with a big Repco V8 in it?
Oh, well, we have. We had a Brabham with a big Repco V8 in, and we had a Pilbeam with a similar engine. And the Brabham was if memory serves me right, a BT35X, which was the BT35, which was the Formula 2 Formula Atlantic chassis from Brabham. And the X signified that it was built for hill climbing, so it had a different back end, so it could take the V8. Because normally it would have a straight 4 in the back.
Wow. I didn't really see a lot of that. Trying to think. No, I was fairly young, and I didn't really. Hill climbing wasn't on my radar back then, really.
Well, I only got into it because I was up in 1971. I was on holiday up in Scotland, and on the way home, we were going to go through Stirling, and Doon Hillclimb was on. So on the Saturday, as we were heading home, we stopped at Doon to watch the Hillclimb. And that was the practice day, and that was the first time I went to a hill climb. 3 years later, I came here to a club meeting in the August, and you got the likes of Roy Lane in the McRae GM1 Formula 5000 car, Alistair Douglas Osborne in the Brabham. You've got various other. Right, we've now got to look at.
Yeah, I just saw
Sorry,
that, yeah.
Anthony Wood. So Anthony Wood feed going up, and he's got the FTD at present.
At present, and it's still raining. I can hear cars and engines up in the paddock.
Yeah,
so it looks like they're going to give them a go, aren't they? They'll be on their wets.
We've no customers down at the start.
No, it won't be long. I fancy they'll be whizzing down there before long, as long as the track doesn't have sort of running rivers across it.
Yeah, and you'll have seen this car already this year, the McLaren M6/M12 that David Tatum has been driving.
Yes, the George Tatum's old one, yeah.
I saw that car here in 1974 when George was driving it, and in that era it was papaya orange. It was the genuine McLaren colours.
Yeah.
And that car was an M6B, but it had a different body put on it because it was an M6B that had been ordered but never delivered. The M12 came out, which was the customer car, and that body was put onto this M6B chassis.
And that car was specifically built for hill climb, wasn't it?
No, it was specifically.
Well, I thought it had been that George had commissioned it.
It's never been built. It's never been run in anything but hill climbs.
Yes.
George didn't commission it.
Oh,
George was the third owner of the car.
Was he?
What was he called?
Hey, up there's.
We're getting a little view of the paddock on the live feed at the moment.
Yeah, that must have been done earlier because Ellie was going around yesterday with a little camera. That was.
Oh, there's the Wood Mini.
Yeah, the Wood Mini. There's Lizzie Weaver's little Citroen.
Lizzie Weaver's, yes.
Yeah,
and,
indeed.
That looked like Alex Coles.
Yes.
In the background, Steve Owen.
Yeah, there's Alan McDonald's whizzy little sports car. Oh, that's there's Mike West there, and there's the Kronos. Stuart Bickley's.
Can't miss that one, can you?
No, you can't. There's Alex Summers' car just going through.
That's Tracy Wise's little Jedi.
That's nice, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, very smart.
There's Stuart Stelling's little Escort. There's young Richard Spedding. He's got those fancy stripes over it now, hasn't he? There's the Legacy, I think, briefly.
Ian Tucker's OMS 28.
Yeah. I think this. I don't know if it's John English there.
That looks like this morning.
Yes, I think it probably is. Yeah. Weather was dry and lovely, wasn't it?
We've got some cars going down.
Oh, yeah,
And appropriately, it's a rally car.
Yeah, a four-wheel drive rally car, and perhaps Ian Price will be following him down. What chance one of those getting into a runoff? Oh.
Well, it's Einan and Rogers.
Einan in the wet.
They're not bad drivers.
Einan absolutely loves the wet. In fact, there's Einan down by the start.
Yeah, he's already down there.
So he's probably said, can I get down there?
And in fact, on the start line, we have the one Formula Ford 1600 that we've not seen yet. That's Rob Spedding in the 1993 Vector. He's the class record holder.
There's the Kronos going down. Oh my goodness me, it's getting very exciting, isn't it?
Mr. Spedding away from the start line, so we're back in action. Got very, very few spectators still at Farmhouse. Rob Spedding tiptoes through Clark's. Now heading down towards the S's. Interview at the S's. Disappears behind a huge raindrop. now round Chippies.
Goodness me, that is wet out there, isn't it?
Yes, it is very damp.
And
so
he's
Rob's
getting the first go,
up
isn't he?
into country corner. And away from the start line goes Einan Price in the Skoda.
Einan is the wet meister. He loves the wet. He had last year. Before he had this car, he had the Force, the single seater that Mark Schlanker's got now. But Einan, he's used to the wet. He was praying for rain. He was telling me he loves it. He loves it. So what can he do, Steve?
Well, we'll have to see. Rob Spedding in the meanwhile with the Vector into Farmhouse Bend. And his class record is a 59.65. So this will put it into context as to what sort of conditions the track is in. Rob Spedding heading towards the finish, over the finishing line in 80.91.
Whoa.
Which is slower than the cars earlier. So we now move into Class E. Einan Price in the Skoda Fabia R5 1.6 turbo. First time that Einan has had this car at Harewood. So this is going to be establishing a personal best, and he's over the finish in 64.84.
Which I think is a pretty good effort.
That's a brilliant effort.
Yeah, soaked track.
Brilliant effort.
Roger Moran's gone down. He'd be very interested to see who gets the nod. Here comes Roger Moran now. This is in the identical car virtually to Einan's. This one was ex-Harewood Para. Fantastic little kit, this one. I tell you what, Roger's not hanging about. 57, he's going to be pretty close to Einan. He's going to go up round the finishing line very shortly. He's going to finish in a time of 64.90. How's that compare with Einan?
64.90 is 600 slower.
Wow, it's very close then.
Yep. So that'll be interesting on the second runs, which we have fingers crossed will be dry. On the hill at the moment, John McQuillan in the Radical SR1.
Yeah, John is with Mike West in this little Radical. This is the Team Valley Motorsport car. This one's got the JW Wire Golf colours that they race the GT40s, but the colour's not quite right. It is actually a wrap that one rather than paint.
Interesting. So John McQuillan heads to the finish. He's over the finish line 79.21, which is 12 seconds slower than co-driver Mike West. David Bickley now heading into Farmhouse in another SR1.
Yeah, David is the father of Stuart Bickley, who'll be along in a bit in that little dramatic coloured Force, the bright fluorescent yellow one. But anyway, David's off up towards the finish now.
David Bickley through the finish, 75.38, slots into second place. No sign of Alan MacDonald at the moment. We're looking out for Simon Bainbridge in the SBR Chrono V8, 4.2 litre turbocharged.
Yeah, this is our farmer from the northeast. He's currently doing pigs. He weans pigs at the moment, buys them in, and then he fattens them up. And he was telling me they get through, I'm sure he said 5 tons of grub a day, something like that. Anyway, even more than me. But here it comes now. What a fabulous bit of sight this is. See the spray coming off it, the 4-wheel drive, the growl of that big Audi engine. Wow, that's fabulous. 88 miles an hour, up straight. Going to finish in a time of 66.07.
Well, that's about 10 seconds away from his personal best. So that gives you the idea what the problem is with the rain. On the hill at the moment, it's Duncan Barnes with Big Norma.
Big Norma. Big Norma's based on a Honda engine, isn't it?
It's Big Norma because it's now 2.1 turbo when it was 2 litre turbo.
So it's expanded, but nevertheless, that 500 horsepower Honda turbocharged engine, very rapid indeed, 80 miles an hour up the straight, going to finish in a time of 67, 68, 69.35.
Well, that's 15 seconds shy of his PB. We're now into Formula Fords again, and we've got Jimmy Harris on the hill. Not quite sure what's happening here. But we did have a time for Jimmy Harris previously. Jimmy up towards the top of the hill. Looks like a lot of these cars are getting reruns. Jimmy Harris through the finish, 71.25.
Now I see the Demon Barber of Sheffield, Sarah Bosworth's on the hill in the Formula Ford. She's always very rapid up this hill. It looks like she must be getting she had a rerun, or is
this is another run. I think what they've decided was, because the conditions have got so much drier, it would be unfair to count that run earlier. So I had Sarah coming up to the top of the hill in the Van Diemen over the finish, 73.57. That's 6 seconds quicker than she was earlier.
Here comes Gary Warren. He's come down from Scotland. He's in this little Empire. This was chassis 02, this one. So this was Bill Chaplin's second Empire. It's got a very big scoop over the top, an air intake over the top of his head there.
63.52.
Interesting. So we're into some very interesting.
That's 11 seconds away from his PB.
But
now we've got Robin Wood, the Force PT, heading towards Farmhouse Bend.
Now, was it Anthony that had the quickest time of the day?
Anthony, 54.53 is the fastest time of the day so far. In the dry, here at Harewood, Robin is slightly quicker normally. We'll have to see what he does in the wet.
Going to be into the 70s, isn't he, for sure? 72.26.
So that's 18 seconds slower. Will Kerr rounding Farmhouse in the 750cc turbocharged OMS 28. What's Will going to stop the clocks at? It is a little bit quicker, 65.89 for Will Kerr.
09.
Oh, 09 is it? Oh,
09,
right.
yeah.
Sorry. 5.09.
Here we've got Jonathan Flesher in the OMS. That is a car running on a bike engine with methanol fuel.
Suzuki.
It is a Suzuki GSXR, and he is in the teeth business, you know. That's his game. So if you need some new teeth, all that stuff.
62.92.
A beautiful smile, white teeth. Go and see Jonathan at his Scarborough base, I think, or Harrogate, I think.
Harrogate.
Yeah.
Stuart Bickley around Farmhouse already in the Force TA. He's the class leader in the British Hillclimb Championship Cup. And heading for the finish in a 58.71, which puts him into third place behind those two early runners.
Now that's interesting, because Stuart has been qualifying for runoffs all through this season, and a wet track will probably help him.
Tom Weaver, meanwhile, in the Empire Evo, charging up towards the top of the hill. The best wet time so far is Stuart Bickley's 58.71. Tom Weaver 62.84.
58.71 and 62. That's incredible by Stuart, wasn't it? It's like 4 seconds quicker than Tom, who's rapid.
That's right.
That's extraordinary.
Looking out now for Caroline Ryder. But it looks like we're getting reruns for the Formula Fords who went up in the extreme wet. This is Caroline Ryder on a rerun, heading towards Farmhouse. And heading up towards Quarry. Caroline third in the British Hillclimb Cup class for Formula Fords. And over the finish, 73.15.
Here comes young David Tatham. He's very quick at Harewood, brilliant in the championship last year. He's a brilliant driver in the wet as well. He'll be trying hard. He's already in the 50s. What can he do?
David Tatham, 58.68, goes quicker than Stuart Bickley, but he's still 3 seconds behind Ben Hamer and 4 seconds behind Anthony Wood, who both got dry runs. Looking out now for Alan Warburton. He's in the Gould GR59.
He's sharing the car with his son David. David has been a regular runoff contender, was well in the runoff at Doon, and Anyway, Alan's going very well. The car's going well. He's going to finish it in a time of just over 60 seconds, 62.57.
And 62.57 is 11.1 seconds slower than his PB. So that's what the difference is between wet and dry here at Harewood. Andrew Colburn in the Van Diemen. Do you like this car, don't you?
I do. This is an ex-Formula Ireland car, currently running a very powerful Z-Tech, Ford Z-Tech, loosely based on a Ford Z-Tech. He's here with... Aaron is here with his father.
This is Andrew in the car.
This is Andrew driving now. So this is Dad, yeah. And they've gone very well in this car this year, actually. They've travelled up from near Tewkesbury in Gloucestershire. But yes, I think it's one of the prettiest cars in the paddock.
I might have an issue with you over there.
Oh, yeah, well, but feel free to issue away, you know. I mean, we won't get offended, Steve. We're no big boys.
Right, so Andrew Colburn heading for the finish, and through the finish in 68.21. So he's getting closer to his PB. That's only 8 seconds away. Looking out now for Nicola Dearden in the Gould Dallara. This is the 1994 Formula 3 chassis.
Is it? Is it? Yeah, so Andrew Henson is obviously driving this one as well. And yeah, it's been quite a successful car. It's got an unusual body shape on that one, hasn't it?
Well, it's basically the Dallara with all the side pods removed.
Right.
And it's now got Gould front wing and back wing. So Nicola over the finish, 85.83 for Nicola. Down at the bottom of the hill we have Sandra Tomlin in the Pilbeam. This is the MP97 with the 4-litre Judd V8. This is an earlier Judd V8 than the ones that the GR59s are running. This is an ex-Le Mans engine.
That's interesting, actually, because I know the car. When I asked her, because it was a 2013 car, she was telling me, so it's one of the last of the big Pilbeams built.
Yes, it's sort of, yeah, it's one of those cars that I think when it was originally delivered, it then went back to Pilbeams and was retubbed, and it was retubbed as the 9703, so it was the third 97 that they produced.
Well, she's sharing that car. She owns the car, but Morgan Jenkins' son-in-law is also driving it, and he's pretty quick in that, isn't he?
He can be. 73.34 for Sandra. Meanwhile, down on the start line, we have Simon Mather being lined up with the AFS P4T.
Now, Simon Mather is the engineer for the Firestorm, isn't he?
I'm not sure about that.
He is. He's one of Andy Smith's crew, and Simon spends a lot of time on that car. Very clever lad. He's taken to doing a bit of driving this season, which is just recently actually.
And this of course is Alex's car that he designed and built with the help of the family. Alex Summers
built it in his garage, didn't they?
Yeah.
Unbelievable. I mean, this is a very sophisticated bit of kit.
This is where a lot of these cars, how lots of hillclimb cars started. Manufacturers building cars in a shed or in a garage. So Simon Mather, this has got a 2.5 litre Cosworth V6. This was the engine that Cosworth produced for Audi to run in the DTM series. Simon round farmhouse, powering his way up to the top of the hill.
Yeah, so Alex Summers, he'll be along later on in the Firestorm. He's currently leading the British Championship by 16 points. Where he'll be at the end of today, I do not know, because we're going to have those runoffs to deal with. But he designed and built the PT4. Anyway, on the hill at the moment is Bernie Kevell in the OMS, which he's sharing with Simon Andrews.
Yeah, this one's the TKD SV8. So it's a Terry Davis engine that's created by using two Hayabusas. He posts a 64.15, 64.96 was the time for Simon Mather. And at the moment, 64.15 for Bernie Cavill is the quickest in the over 2 litre class. Lynn Owen on the hill. Quite sure. Oh, there she is out of Orchard. Heading towards Farmhouse Bend. This particular OMS runs the RPE V8, an engine developed for Radical.
How does that differ to the Terry Davis engine?
Very, very similar. They're
Yeah.
both based on the Hayabusa engine.
Right.
And Lynn over the finish, 74.43.
And doesn't Trevor Willis have that engine? The
Yes, he
Radical
does.
engine?
He has the
Yeah.
RPE.
Yeah.
But the RPE engine in Trevor's is, where are we? A 3.2 litre version. Oh, it's the bigger version.
And we seem to have a bit of a dearth of cars down on the start line
Well,
at the
yeah,
moment.
it may well be that some of the drivers have decided they're not going to take a run if they're not in with a chance of getting in the runoff.
Wow.
So, people may well stand down and say, no, I'm not going to risk the car.
Really?
So, there goes Nicola. So she actually should be the next car on the hill.
Yeah.
So she's heading down. Nicola Minguez in the Gould GR55B. A ladies' hill climb record holder here at Harewood.
And other hills, isn't she?
Mm-hmm. They only started recognising a ladies' record in 2005 here at Harewood. And the first person to set the record was Sarah Cordingley in a 1 litre OMS. Oh, things have moved on. John Brown, similar weather here at Gurston. He's hoping that it moves away during the lunch break, which there's now got at Gurston. So Nicola Minguez on the start line.
Is there a meeting at Gurston today?
There was one yesterday as well.
Oh, right.
It was a double-header interclub meeting. And Nicola off the line. My good friend Jerry Sturman is commentating down at Gurston this weekend. And Nicola en route to the S's.
That could be quite exciting if Nicola could get in the runoff. Would be good, wouldn't it?
It would. She has been in the runoff before here at Harewood. It is a hill that she likes. Already heading towards Willow. Up towards Orchard now. Huge amounts of spray being kicked up.
Looking at, I think it could be Sean Gould down on the line as well in a minute. So here comes Nicola now. Anyway, in this GR55 Gould, this is the ex-Martin Groves car. Used to hold hill records and he won the championship in this car back in the day. 91 miles an hour straight over the finish in 64.98. Good time.
And it is Sean Gould on the hill with the GR59JB.
Yeah, Sean Gould builds these magnificent Goulds back at his Newbury plant, and he's got Matthew Ryder sharing this car. I think they're joint owners of this car. Sean Gould into Orchard there, puts it down into Farmhouse now, down the straight into Farmhouse, into that long sweeping Farmhouse bend, and then he comes out of there, he'll boot the power down. Interesting to see, can he get to 100 miles an hour? He gets comfortably there, 106 mile an hour up the straight and over the finish very shortly. Going to finish in a time of 58.81.
That takes him into the lead of Class L. Now have the dual-driven Chevron B19, Amanda George at the wheel. And this is running in Class M for the pre-1971 sports and racing cars. Amanda threading the Chevron through the S's and into Chippies. This car was originally built and purchased from Chevron by Joe Siffert. Joe Siffert, the Swiss racing driver, had a team. He didn't drive the car in competition. That was Gérard Larousse, the French ex-rally driver who competed in it. And Amanda currently first in Class M in the BHC Cup competition.
Yeah, Amanda's a lovely lady. She comes from London. Her father is Richard George. They had the engine rebuilt last year. Richard was telling me this morning actually that there is a class of chevrons in Europe that apparently there's about 8 or 9 of them that regularly race. So I thought the car may be fairly unique, but no, it's not. It's still one of the finest examples, isn't it?
Oh yeah, lovely. 78.15 for Amanda.
Now we're getting amongst some very interesting runners and riders. I got a feeling I saw Jack Cottrell down there at the start. Is that Jack? No, it's Gary Hill actually in this little OMS.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know much about this car.
Well,
Steve.
this is an OMS 2000M. It's a space frame chassis built in 2000, and the M indicates that it was built for a motorbike engine. We've just got a freeze there on the live feed. We're now back live, as it were, and Gary up into and out of country across to Willow. And in the 1600cc class, the engines are predominantly, in fact, I think they are all bar one, Suzuki Hayabusas. Well, this is Gary Hill heading towards Farmhouse Bend.
Yeah, a bit of a twitch out of Farmhouse there. The OMS 2000, so I think that was built around about 2000, wasn't it?
Right.
So it's quite an old car. As you say, I didn't know what the M denoted, so thank you for that bit of info, Steve.
Whoops.
He's on a 67.04. And Mark Schlanker's on the hill. He'll be the next one we see, and he's just into Orchard. Mark Schlanker is driving Einem Price's old car from last year. This is another Force with a 1600 Hayabusa running on methanol. He was running in the up to 1100 class last year, so this is a bit of a bump up in power. So he's going to finish in a time of 63, 65, 66, 66, 76.
Into Farmhouse at the moment, Darren Gumbley in the Force TA. He's currently third in the British Hillclimb Cup J2 class. And he should be looking to go maybe 65 seconds or more, or less, sorry. And it's a 61.72 for Darren Gumbley, which is more or less 10 seconds slower than his dry time.
Difficult though, isn't it? Because with these wet times, and we've still got 1 or 2 big runners and riders to go, where that runoff, that top 12 runoff is going to sit and who's going to be in it. So it's a bit of a gamble. The track looks to be drying a bit. The rain seems to be eased off.
Now we've got Rob Capper in the Empire Wraith, a car designed by Willem Towett. Aerodynamicist, worked for Sauber when he designed this car.
Just had a new rebuilt engine because it blew up at low.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, big time.
It's a big bang.
Big bang.
66.71 for Rob Capper. Looking out now for Jason Tunnicliffe. This is the 1 litre GSXR Suzuki engine that's been turbocharged.
I was speaking to Jason yesterday. He's a garage owner. He owns a garage in Wells in Somerset. He's got about 5 blokes working with him. He's a really good spanner man, knows his way around a car, and he was driving Zach Zammit and William Lockridge's car last year. Do you remember?
Yep. But Jason up towards the top of the hill and over the finish, 62.65. Now we're looking out for David Warburton.
This could be quick, Steve, because David's a brilliant driver, and it's in the wet. I would expect him to go 57 maybe.
He's got to beat 61.72 to go top of the class, and he does that with a 58.5. Still 9 seconds away from his PB. Richard Spedding in the GWR Raptor 2.
Richard's always quick, isn't he? Local man from Barnsley. He's going to be, I think he'll beat David Warburton's time. 50.
No, he doesn't.
No, not quite. 59.15, but very competitive.
Yeah, they're the 1-2 in the class. David Warburton quickest, Richard Spedding second. Down in the S's, we have John Cottrell in the Pilbeam MP82, running in the 2-litre class. And this has a Millington 4-cylinder engine.
Yeah, and I also say this is one of the most beautifully turned out cars in the paddock, actually. It's a very pretty car, isn't it? Beautiful. Sometimes his wife drives it as well.
Nikki.
But, Nikki, but don't think she's in it this weekend.
No, there's just John on his own. And son Jack is in the Dallara in the next class up. So John Cottrell into Farmhouse Bend.
Yeah, look at that one, folks. That's absolutely lovely, isn't it? It's a beautiful little car, that. I love it.
I think that's ex-Billy Morris.
Oh, is it?
I think so, yeah. So John Cottrell up through the finish, 73.53, slots into second place in the class.
Yes, that's interesting.
Now we've got Ian Tucker on the hill in the OMS 28 with the slightly oversized 1670 Hayabusa engine. Ian into Farmhouse.
Yeah, Ian travels all the way up from Cornwall, actually, to compete. So this one, Hayabusa with a methanol, so it's a pretty pokey bit of kit. A nice, lovely OMS chassis and body on that one.
And he's through the finish, 73.27. Looking out now for Andy Borgood in the Force PT, again Hayabusa powered. This one 1630 cc's.
He travels all the way from the Channel Islands to compete. He often sets off midweek to get here, got to get across the ferries, travel a long way. Beautifully turned out car, but what a place to live, the Channel Islands.
Very nice. He's through the finish, 70.41. Aaron Colborne now, charging away in the Van Diemen.
That's a pretty good time, actually. He was 53 past the timing strut here. Going to finish below 60, perhaps 60.28. Pretty good.
Takes him into the lead of the class. He is second in the British Hillclimb Cup competition for K1. Andrew Henson on the hill at the moment, at the bottom part with the Gould Dallara, Formula 3 car from 1994, Vauxhall powered. This car was run by Leon Bachelier and Ben Butterfield, and then he went to William Marshall, is it? Anyway, he went to another driver before the Hensons got hold of it, and he's to the finish 66.
Was Liam Bachelier the...
Richard Marshall it was.
Ah, right. Was Liam Bachelier the driver who used to race a very quick Mallock? Or Caterham?
Yes, a very quick Caterham.
Caterham, wasn't it? Yeah. So he was very rapid too, wasn't he?
Yeah, we've got Jonathan Varley on the hill at the moment.
Could be fireworks. Jonathan Varley in this marvellous Predator with a 2-litre V8, Terry Davis V8 in the back of it. Brilliant driver. He's going to have a very serious say about getting into the run-up. Comes around Farmhouse now. Puts that Paradigm. What a pretty car built by Graham White. Good speed trap there at 196 miles an hour. He's going to be just into maybe 60-second territory, 59.78.
Takes him into the lead of the class. He is the fastest, he is the leader of the British Hillclimb Cup Class K1. Now we've got Damien Bradley.
He's getting a rerun there.
So we've got to go back a couple of pages.
He had the worst of the weather, didn't he?
Yes. So he's getting a rerun.
Pretty good time too. He's going to be just into the 60s.
And it's a 63.32. I think that takes him into third in the class.
On the hill,
fourth.
Young Alex Coles, the young charger from Plymouth. He's got a half share in this car with Kelvin Broad. Kelvin used to run this car, but now they bought into this car. He's one of our young chargers. They've had a few issues to deal with this car, but on its day, it can be very, very quick. Turbocharged, or is it supercharged Hayabusa, isn't it?
Kelvin's is
supercharged, yeah. So Alex, very talented young man. The car's quick. Can he put it all together? Coming round Farmhouse now. Very rapid, slides it out of there, but he holds it together. Going up through the speed trap at 99 miles an hour through the speed trap. He's going to be in the low 60s. 60.63, good time.
Yeah, that's the first. I don't know whether we got a time for 8:39. We didn't. We haven't got Kelvin Broad.
Did Kelvin run?
I think he went down to the bottom but then drove back up.
Did he?
But
perhaps
we
he
might
elected
see him later.
Might do.
So Pete Tatum off the line in the OMS 28. He's currently third in the British Hillclimb Cup competition for Class K2.
Yeah, Pete's a really interesting guy, actually. His brother is David Tatham. They come from the farming family near Malton. He's a 10 tons downhill boarding champion. And he's also...
They're like a skateboard.
Yeah, like a skateboard with wheels.
But they're longer and slightly broader.
And they're very lethal things. He broke his wrist or arm, but still won the World Championship with that, on that run. He's also trying to get a black belt in kickboxing. And at the moment, he's trying to get the grade. And it's very tough to get, but he's not to be messed with.
Nice bloke, though.
He's a lovely guy, and he's going to be just over 60 seconds, 64.31. He was feeling a bit off colour, he was telling me this weekend, so he's just going to enjoy it.
Right, well, there's a couple of cars that we've not seen in that class. We've not seen William Luffridge in the Empire Wraith. We've not seen Kelvin Broad. We may see them a little bit later.
That's interesting, yeah, because Will was here yesterday.
He practiced this morning.
Ah, right, okay.
Anyway, we're moving into the big single-seaters, and it's Paul Crute coming to the line.
Yeah, Paul Crute, he travels up from Cornwall. This particular car has got a Jaguar V6 engine out of a road car, a 3-litre V6 out of a road car. It's got approximately 300 horsepower in this car, but it's painted in the Jackie Stewart Racing Formula One colours. It sounds absolutely incredible.
It's one of the nicest sounding cars here.
It's absolutely beautiful, isn't it? And Paul is a lovely, lovely guy.
Yeah, from Saltash in Cornwall, which is as close as you can get to Devon without being in Devon.
Yeah, it's a bit of a backstory with Paul because, but before he retired, he had a very successful big Renault dealership. Yeah, a big main dealership for Renaults. So he knows how to fetch the car as well. He's a proper spanner man built in, you know. So here comes young Paul Crute. Listen to the engine on this one. Doesn't it sound fantastic?
Gorgeous.
Beautiful, isn't it?
So Paul, up to the finish and over the line. That's 66.08.
Yeah.
On the hill, Morgan Jenkins in the Pilbeam MP 97.03. Now we saw Sandra Tomlin driving earlier. Morgan up into Orchard.
Into Farmhouse, and yeah, with the brilliant paint scheme on this one, the blue with all the silver flashes, but you can really drive this car. I'd be very, very interested. 57, he's not going to be amongst the fastest, is he?
No, I think he's going to be about 65. Ooh, 66.11 for Morgan. On the hill, picking it up Richard Summers in the AFS P14. Over to Willow, en route to Orchard. Still kicking up a lot of spray.
I was talking to Richard yesterday. I said to him, you must be very, very proud. You and your family and Alex have managed to build this car from scratch. Just an incredible achievement, isn't it?
Yeah, super.
And you know, to be able to, I think you said originally it was being built for the girls, for Lindsay and
Debbie,
yeah,
I think that was the case.
Yeah,
64.37 for Richard. Now got Simon Andrews in the OMS 28 TKD SV8 engine. It's one based on 2 Suzuki Hayabusas.
Yeah, Simon shares with Bernie Cavill. They've also got a Formula 4, but also on the hill we've got Steve Owen in his own home built because he builds the OMS cars near York.
68.6 for Simon Andrews. Mr. OMS himself, Steve Owen, heading to the farmhouse.
I also found out that Chelsea Walsh, when I was having breakfast with him the other, he's a big slide out of farmhouse, but he holds it together, getting all very excited. He's a big motorbike fan. He builds motorbikes as well.
He owns a lot.
Yes, he does.
And Steve over the finish, 63.9. That takes him into second place in the class. Harry Pick in a similar OMS, but with the Cosworth XD V8 in the back.
Be very interested to see how Harry goes. He's a quick young driver, comes from Leamington in the Midlands. This is the latest spec OMS with a lovely V8 in it. He's going to be in the low 60s. Might not be good enough for the runoff, Steve.
64.66 may not be. Now we've got Jack Cottrell with the Dallara Formula 3 car from 2005, running the Cosworth XD V8 and its original capacity of 2.65.
Jack is a young charger too. He's John Cottrell's lad, and this car, he goes well. He's been in runoffs this year in this car, done very well.
He was in the runoff here in May.
He was indeed, yes. So 96 mile an hour up the straight. He's going to finish in a time of 59.29. I think that's a chance to get in.
I would think so. Second quickest behind Sean at the moment.
Wow.
In that class. But we do have some earlier 1100s that are quicker.
Now we got the Gould GR55 of David Uren. David is very much a very experienced driver, has won plenty of runoffs in his time. Oh, he's come to an abrupt halt. Spun it out of Orchard.
I think he's gone onto the grass on the inside. Oh, there'll be a red flag for the car on the hill, which is Trevor Willis. Yes, there we go.
Okay,
we're just getting a replay on the live feed.
Here he goes.
And he comes into the corner, boots it round, gets too much throttle and off on the inside, stopping just before the barriers. Meanwhile, Trevor Willis is taking the shortcut behind the farm buildings to get back to the start. Well, that'll be a failed run for Dave Uren. Well, that's one car we will definitely not see in the runoff.
And I'll tell you something else that's going to make a factor. It depends how long it takes, but with the wet tyres on, this is a very abrasive hill. The faster it drives, the quicker it rips those wets up, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah.
And that will be a factor.
There'll be a point where putting a slick on will be quicker, even if it's wet.
Yes, yeah. And I suspect possibly by the time the runoff comes round, they'll be back on slicks.
Well, yes.
If it stays dry.
If it stays dry. We can just see in a couple of places there is a dry line starting to appear. Dave Uren having to go through the start procedure now.
No, it looks like he's on his way.
Yeah, got it started.
No damage, but unfortunately that means he won't qualify for the first runoff.
Yep.
What did Nicola do? What was her time?
She's not taken a run.
Oh,
sorry, she did.
I thought she did.
64.98.
64, right.
I don't think that'll be good enough to
any
get in.
pattern emerging that you think might be sort of get in?
I would say you need to be in the sub 60 seconds to have a chance.
Sub 60, yeah?
Yeah. Because at the moment, we've got two cars in the 1100cc class 4 cars that have broken 60 seconds in that class.
Crikey.
So they're some of the quickest so far.
Yeah.
And Sean Gould and Jack Cottrell have both broken 60 seconds, so we've got quite a few already qualified, as it were. You then start to look at Richard Spedding and David Warburton, 59.15, 58.5. And
tell you what, I think we got big guns down on the line. It looks like Will Hall. Will Hall, isn't it?
Yep, it's Will Hall.
Yeah, it is. So we've got some of the very fastest cars going down to the start now. I saw Wallace Mingus going down. Will Hall is away.
And through Clark's already, charging down towards the S's, chucking up even more spray than before. Don't know whether it's actually stopped raining. There's a few rollies up that I can see. Will Hall heading up towards Country. Through Country Corner. Still far from dry.
Yeah, a lot of spray coming off that car, isn't it? But he brakes hard now. He's coming into Orchards. He's round Orchard. Oh, was that a slide? No, he got away.
No, I think he just held it nicely.
And here he comes now. Here comes Will Hall. Boots the power down up the straight. Be over 100 miles an hour, that will be, through the speed trap. 105. What time is Will going to do? He's in the 55s and he's going to finish in 56.74. That's the quickest we've seen in the wet.
Well, it's the quickest of the over 2 litres. Alex Summers now charging towards Farmhouse, the DJ Firestorm 2.
Alex currently leading the championship in this beautiful Firestorm, big IndyCar V8 in the back of it, 50. Now Alex will have something to say about this. He's finishing in a time of 57.57. That should be good enough to get him in the runoff.
I would have thought so. It might mean anybody who's done a 60 won't get in. Looking out now for Trevor Willis on his rerun. The OMS 28. This is a kind of very nice Porsche Oyster Blue.
He was second, wasn't he, last time we were here in the British Hillclimb Championship in this car, in the runoff. Trevor's looking very good indeed. He's almost certainly going to qualify. He's done a 58.35.
That puts him ahead of Sean Gould. Matt Ryder on the start line at the moment. He's the outright record holder here at Harewood. He's away. Off the line. Into Clark's. Now charging down towards the S's. Spray seems to be getting even worse as he goes down the hill. Into Chippy's already. And up into Country Corner.
Yeah, Matthew Ryder, what a talent this young man is. This is a superbly put together car by Sean Gould. Matthew's been very quick in this car. He's right up there. He had a big off at Shelsley recently. The car has been rebuilt. So he'll be finding his feet again. In the wet, loads of power. She can come around Farmhouse, boots the power down now. It'll be over 100 miles an hour for sure. It'll be 97. Okay, but the time looks really good. He's going to finish in a time of 55.21. Wow, that's the quickest, isn't it, in the wet?
It's the quickest in the wet so far. I think it's second quickest overall. 54.53. Anthony Wood is still the quickest.
And Anthony was in the dry though, wasn't he?
Yes. Wallace Mingus off the start with the Gould GR59. Cosworth XD V8. Reigning Hillclimb champion. Class record holder. What can he do this time? Finds his way around Chippies. And up into Country Corner.
Wallace Mingus, 4 times British Hillclimb champion. This car is one of my absolute favourites. A beautifully put together car. The colour looks amazing. The fluorescent yellow wheels on it. Wallace is a tremendously talented driver. He's had a slightly troubled season by his own standards. Moments to deal with, some crash cars, but nevertheless, here he is back in the game. This beautiful Gould with the Cosworth engine in 93 miles an hour, but looking at the time, he's going to be somewhere handy. 57.28. That'll be a run-off contender.
He's just gone ahead of Alex Summers. So we're back with the Chevron B19. Richard George at the wheel now. Delightful 2-litre sports racer. There was a whole European series for sports racing cars of up to 2 litres. And Chevron dominated in the early days. First with the B16 Coupe and then with this B19 Spider.
So what I'm seeing here, Steve, a load of cars going down to the start. Will this mean they'll give time for the top 12 and tin top runoffs to get ready to do their thing, and hopefully we'll get them before lunch?
Well, hopefully. What's the time at the moment? 12:51, I would have thought so.
Oh, it's pushing that. It's pushing, isn't it? They might elect to do them after lunch. Ooh.
I don't know. Richard George, 78.72, has to settle for second place behind daughter Amanda. Now looking for Roger Deans in the Lola T142, 5-litre Chevrolet V8. This is the ex-Keith Holland car that won the Madrid Grand Prix in 1969 or 70, I can't remember which.
So would that have been the Spanish Grand Prix?
No, it was the Madrid Grand Prix. It couldn't be the Spanish Grand Prix because it wasn't Formula 1.
Right.
But it was a mixed Formula 5000 Formula 1 race.
Okay. Yeah, big growling Chevrolet V8 in the back of that one. That's a very impressive looking and sounding car. 74 miles an hour up the straight. Going over the finish now in... What's this we got? Oh, this is the Empire Wraith of Will Lockridge, isn't it?
Yeah,
it is
Will
William
Lockridge. Yeah. That's car 138, William Lockridge, and he's through the finish in 64.52.
Well, yes, we wondered what had happened to Will, didn't we? Perhaps had a few technical difficulties.
Now we're into... go. This is the BARC... Oh no, it's not that one. It's the BARC Yorkshire Centre Members class, I think. Oh, Maggie Richards. So she's in the Bart Connaught Championship with the Renault Clio RS200. Maggie over the finish, 81.32. Followed by, this is what's getting me confused because this is a shared car in the other class, the Bart Yorkshire Centre Members class, Matthew Vaughan at the wheel.
Yeah, Matthew's in the Westfield. This is that 1.8 Z-Tech engine job. He's in the car with his brother, and the car's owned by Dad apparently, and they were all here yesterday.
Yep. And Matt over the finish, 87.35. Past the commentary box, we've got the first of the Porsches. David Dyson in the 911 GT3. This is class 14. He's through the finish in 77.92. Round Farmhouse, David Hilton in the Porsche 996 GT3 RS. By the time I've said that, he's heading towards Quarry.
He is, and he was extremely quick yesterday. I think he was leading the class yesterday in that 996. That's a very stripped out 996, that one.
71.05 for David Hilton. Chris Milne in the Porsche Boxster S. First visit to Harewood for Chris in this car. Chris up to Quarry and over the finish, 76.83. Richard Andrews into Farmhouse Bend with the Cayman, the GT4 4-litre version.
Yes, he was on drop just a note, wasn't he? This was really quick car, actually. This is the very latest car, isn't it? With the 4-litre. It's got about 460 brake horsepower. 69.91 takes him into the lead of the class. Yes.
We're looking to pick up on Howard Creasy next in a Porsche Boxster 981, 2.7 litre engine. Coming into and out of Orchard at the moment, heading towards Farmhouse. And as you would expect in these conditions, he's got the hood up.
Yeah, don't blame him for that, actually. We've got a few notes on some of these. The next one we're going to see is going to be Graham Rose. He's from Newark in Notts, and he's in that 924, very well developed 924. You see it now, the yellow one. It looks more like a 944 with all the development on it. In fact, it's got a Porsche 3-litre supercharged engine in it.
That's right.
So, and it weighs 1,050 kilos with the driver. Here he is now.
And he's been campaigning this car for over a decade. Howard Creasy's time was a 78.40. Graham Rose charging up towards the top of the hill. Stephen Jury rounding Farmhouse in a 944. Again with the 3-litre engine.
Yes, he's from Thornton in Leicestershire. He's an electrical contractor and he's an ex-motorbike racer as well. And he's done this for 10 years in this car.
Stephen Jury through the finish, 72.13. Graham Rose did an 80.61.
And here is one of my very favourite Porsches. This beautiful car of Mel Spear.
And the 964 Carrera 2 Cup.
Isn't that
pretty? This is an ex-Cup racer, I believe, from Italy.
It's stunning.
Hence the colour scheme.
It is stunning. Absolutely wonderful. I love that car. I said, can I take it home? No chance. No chance.
77.97 for Mel. Ian Wadsworth into Farmhouse Bend with the 911 SCRS.
What a stunning 911 original car. It's got a just over 3-litre engine. It's a Lighton 3.2 engine on throttle bodies. The 911s, and there's another one to follow this one, which has got 8 Evans. This silver one, this is as pretty as they come for a 911. Well, they're worth an absolute fortune now, these original 911s. That one is just...
Yeah, Geraint from Sheffield. Time for Ian Wadsworth, 77.24. Geraint rounding Quarry and over the finish, 78.91. Out of Farmhouse at the moment, Wayne Eason in the Boxster.
Yeah, Wayne was rapid yesterday, to be fair. His sponsor is his wife. It's in a 2.5 litre engine, but it's a 2.7 conversion on that one. Lots of modifications. Did well yesterday. 75.83 for Wayne. We now have David Garnett. He's running in Class 42 for the BARC Connaught Championship in a Fiat Abarth 595. First visit for David with this car to Harewood. Yes, it is. He comes from Cheltenham. He's a retired civil engineer, and he was previously running in that shared Renault Clio 172, wasn't he?
Yeah. Carol Nichols, meanwhile, in the Nike Mark IV Formula Ford 1600 from 1968, car that was designed and built by her father. Into Farmhouse at the moment. This looks like a Toyota, James Stocks.
Yes, right, the Yaris, isn't it? Yeah, yes. Popular little Yarises. They're 4-wheel drive little pocket rockets, aren't they?
92.06 the time for Carol Nichols. James Stocks in the Toyota Yaris over the finish, 74.72.
That track is drying, so I'm thinking we could have slick runners.
We could indeed. Roger Legg with his Caterham with the Ford Sigma engine into Farmhouse. He's been rapidly caught by Chris Bramall in his Caterham Super 7 with a 1.8 Z-Tech unit.
Yeah, he was quick in this car yesterday, actually. It's a nicely turned out car, isn't it? And yes, he made up a lot of ground on Roger, hasn't he?
Yeah, 86.95 for Roger Legg. Chris Bramall rounding Quarry and over the finish already. to wait for his time to come up. He's followed by Glenn Shaw in the Nissan 350Z. Time for Chris Bramall, 74.66. Glenn Shaw, regular competitor in the Harewood Championship with this 350Z. Glenn, round quarry, over the finish, 73.55. Still 9 seconds away from his PB. Now we have Justin Andrews in this superb little Subaru Impreza. I say little, got a 1.4 litre turbocharged engine. First time this has been at Harewood.
Yes, he tells me he's a property developer. He's from Caterham in Surrey. And actually, Steve, yeah, it is quite unique. I didn't know when a 1.4 Subaru Impreza existed.
I think it's a development of the 2 litre that's been sleeved down. 74.53 for Justin Andrews.
It said actually it was a bespoke engine, de-stroked 2 litre block, designed and developed by myself. Well, fair play to him.
And this is Ian Richards now in the Renault Clio RS200. Now this is the driver that David Garnett used to share with, but it was a different Clio when they were sharing. This is a new Clio for Ian Richards. He's going to be over the finish in 88.93. Now on the start line, we have number 738, Ewan Bruce, the 14-year-old. In the MG ZR 140 he shares with his father. Ewan already out of Clark's, dropping down towards the S's. Already done a couple of sprints and a hill climb up in Scotland. He was at Doon recently.
I'll tell you what's harder. It's easy to drive.
Well, it's great to get somebody at 14 in behind the wheel of a hill climb car. It has to be standard. There is a limit on how old the car is, so it has to be relatively modern to comply with safety requirements. And it can only be of a limited capacity. I think it's up to 2 litre.
I think Mum said it had to be up to 110 brake horsepower.
Oh, it was brake horsepower. That was it. Brake horsepower limit. So this little ZR 140 ideal. You see a lot of people running in standard road car classes, which we have in the sprint arena. Ewan just heading for the finish. Over there in 80.19. That's a really respectable time in these conditions. So sitting on the start line, 185, Chris Donaldson in his Mini Cooper.
Don't know.
Right, so Chris Donaldson, project manager from, let me look here, Leeds, down into the S's. This is the Rover version of the Mini Cooper, which came out towards the end. It's a 1275, so it's the last of the, I think this is the last of the BMC A-Series Minis. They went over to the 1.4 litre Rover K-Series engine towards the end of the run. So Chris Donaldson already out of Willow, heading up towards Orchard. Also on the hill, down at Chippy's, we have Richard Greenwood in the Renault Twingo GT. Chris Donaldson out of Orchard, heading towards Farmhouse. Keeps a tight line all the way around the apex of the corner. And he's up through the finish in, oh, clock's still ticking away, 87.36. Richard Greenwood, meanwhile, already out of Farmhouse with the Twingo GT, 1149cc turbocharged engine. Richard been slowly chipping away at his PB, but I don't think he's going to get close to it today. In these conditions, 82.16, just over 10 seconds.
Right, I've got Alex Hall on the hill from Harrogate. He's an accountant, and he tells me in this little MX-5, it's a split season between trying to drive and trying to marshal, driven and crashed various cars at Harewood. He's done a 7335 in the car, and his sponsors are various credit cards. And he says there's a 1600, won't pull the skin off a rice pudding, modifications, roll bar only.
81.32. He's not the slowest in the class by any stretch of the imagination. James Izzard in another MX-5, this one with the 2-litre engine under the bonnet, and James heading towards the top of the hill. Aspire to hill climbing by Alex Hall. Well, there you go. James Izzard, 77.5.
Yes, his best time is 69.74. So again, oh, here comes one of my favourites, the big Volvo T5. This one here.
Does it have the beagle hanging out the back?
Yes, it's got, if you look.
No, it's not.
He's took it off, isn't he? He's taking it off.
It's because
it's a bit more speed.
It's because it's raining.
It's because it's raining. He didn't want the Labradors to get wet. Anyway, he'll be going up the hill with his hamper, no doubt.
Hampered. Martin Hindley, 79.95.
And he is going to get it wrapped, so it looks like the British Touring Car version back in next season.
This is Graham Creasy in the BMW 130 going past the commentary box.
He's come from Epsom in Surrey, previously in Wetherby. He's had 2 seasons previously at Wetherby. This is an I-30, which is a 3-litre straight 6, 260 brake, and he took out the child seat for the weekend.
73.95 for Graham. Heading into Farmhouse at the moment, Pasquale Abruzzese in the BMW M3. And personal best last time at Harewood, 66.21. Yes, I already had that down. So, well done.
Yes, he's got himself down as a property developer, but I was also told yesterday that he's an engineer as well.
Richard Patterson in the Raw Striker. This runs a 2-litre normally aspirated Ford Cosworth engine. One out of the Sierra Cosworth, but without the turbo. Richard heading towards the top part of the hill. He's followed by Peter Vincent in the VX220. 73.54 for Richard Patterson. Peter Vincent in this wailing VX220. Just about hear the supercharger kicking in. And Peter over the finish, 73.37.
We're into some rather stunning escorts here. Got the car of Adam Warren, this beautiful Mark 1. This was the one that I think you said had been reshelled and various things. But nevertheless, it's in the orange colour scheme with black decals, lovely wheels on it. I think it's running a Cosworth engine in the front, normally aspirated. Very pretty, isn't it?
Oh, it's a superb car, and a credit to Adam's technical ability in getting the car back together and looking so good. Derek Jones Sr. in a similar Mark 1 Escort rounding Farmhouse. Time for Adam Warren was 82.76. Derek Jones Sr. heading towards the top of the hill. Over the finishing line, 78.32. Heading towards Farmhouse at the moment, Tom Vaughan.
The brothers Vaughan.
In the Westfield
going very
7.
slowly around Farmhouse. Have we got a problem? No, he's picking up the power now, but I think something quite right. Maybe a gear selection problem or something.
That was my immediate thought, was he dropped it into the wrong gear coming out of the corner. So Tom Vaughan heading to the top. He's followed by Mick Davey in the Mark II Escort.
This is a fearsome Escort. His best time is a 63.33. This has got about 300 brake horsepower. This is an ex-rally Hillclimb, a rally car that he's converted to Hillclimb. He's had this car for absolutely years, and he is the original white van. Right. He delivers glass, which what could go wrong delivering glass in a van?
Oof, it's opaque.
So lovely chap, actually.
Yeah.
He's from Huddersfield.
Now got Alan Scott in the little Mini Gem Mark III, 1380cc Hillman Imp engine powering this. And what have we got here? Mini Gem A Series 1380. Oh, so it's an A Series.
Yeah.
It's an imp.
No, not in the mini gems. They were nearly always A series.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Very good.
With a front engined.
Yeah, well, this is imp engine, the Glen Collier's
Davrian.
Davrian Mark III.
Yeah,
Time for Alan Scott, 79.4. And Glen Collier from Leeds. Used to be a property developer, so I don't know whether he's still doing that job. And he's over the finish in 85.14. And although there's been quite a few people not taking their runs, I think we might be at the end of our first set of class times. So we're just now awaiting.
Do we get a run-off before lunch, or are they going to put it afterwards?
What time is it now?
Pushing it, isn't it?
11 minutes past 1. It looks like we're going to get a run-off because the marshals are staying on post.
Yeah, they are, aren't they?
And it says tin top run-off next.
Whoa. So we'll probably
could
get a list from Richard shortly.
Right, well.
I expect you've got your own list, Steve.
No, well, I've not got a list of who's in it, but I've got a list, a sheet of paper to fill in when we're doing the run-off.
I've got to tell you, see, this my man Steve here. He has been the commentator here for years. You're stepping down, doing less next year, but I know you're going to join me on the British rounds next year.
Love to be back here next year for the British.
Always.
And also, if you'll have me for the vintage.
Always.
Because I just love that vintage meeting. It's superb.
You know me, you and me get on. We always love working together. We always have a fabulous time. Steve, we are definitely different in our styles. Steve, you know so much stuff, it's unbelievable. You really do know an awful lot of stuff. And you've been doing this job here for years.
As my dad used to say, I've forgotten more than I know.
Well, I wish I had some of your knowledge. I can tell you that now. But I'm the new kid on the block.
We've got a kite.
Oh, we got kite. Yeah, I was talking about the kites yesterday, actually. Red kites, yeah. At the end of the last meeting I was here, there was actually about 8 or 9 kites after the meeting, just at the top here, pouncing down on where people have been eating their burgers and their bacon butties. There was a few scraps to be had.
Well, that's what the kite does. It's a scavenger.
It is a carrion bird, isn't it?
It doesn't attack animals and kills them. It just picks up dead ones.
Well, what I'm seeing is cars going down for the tin top runoff that look like Robbie Birrell. It looked like the Legacy. It looks like Roger Moran. There's Einem Price, I think. There is one of the Porsches. Is that Andy Norris or Roger Williamson?
75.
Yeah.
I think you've got to register for this, by the way.
Right,
so
okay.
It's not necessarily the 10 fastest tin tops.
Gotcha.
It's the 10 fastest registered cars.
tin tops. Well, this is an exciting new championship. AET turbos, isn't
That's
it?
right. We had it last year.
Yeah, fabulous.
For the first time.
Thank you for them for sponsoring it. Brilliant. And well, quite a few of these cars are running turbos. Some have got superchargers. Some are normally aspirated. I'm also waiting to see a few more cars go down because it's an interesting one. Maybe they're not registered.
No, it's only 10. We only get the 10 top
Yeah, but
ones.
we haven't had 10 go down.
Haven't we? Oh, right.
No, we haven't. We've only had about 5, I think. Yeah. So we had the Subaru Legacy, and do you think Damien will have qualified or not? Because he was in the wet, wasn't he?
I'll give you a
Stephen Darley was in the dry.
Guess, I would think he's qualified. 63.32.
Okay. Yes. Okay.
9 cars as one crashed at the finish.
Well,
there
that'd
you
be
go.
dual driven.
So that would be Jim Herbert, I'm thinking.
Yeah, that would be Jim. So what about Stephen Moore then? Is he not registered for it?
I don't know.
He's not gone down yet.
We'll have to wait and see.
Stephen Moore.
We haven't got a running order as yet displayed.
No. I'm surprised. I am surprised. Surely we're going to have more than what we've seen go down.
Well, 9. They said it came up on the screen.
Yeah, he said 9.
There'll be 9 cars in the runoff.
There'll be 9 cars.
Because one has been damaged.
I don't think I've seen 9 go down yet. This is great to see a tin top run off.
Oh, he says tin top run off next. Don't have running order. Okay, Richard, we'll let you off this time.
Yeah, don't worry, Richard. We can sort this. We can sort this. Richard does a fantastic job, by the way. HillClimb.TV.
I would go as far as to say it's such a good job, I wouldn't want to take it over.
It's not happening. It's not happening.
I'd make such a mess of it.
It's absolutely not happening.
It's
but
brilliant.
Rich runs it. HillClimb.TV. We've got viewers from all over the world today, so welcome to you all. Welcome to Harewood, this fantastic hill climb in North Yorkshire. There's a little bit of rain in the air I can see in the distance there, but to the left of me looks to be clear, and I think that's the direction of the wind. So we're keeping our fingers crossed. But my guess is that all the cars that have gone down to the start will be on slicks, because they still get grip even when on a damp track, more so than a wet tyre which would just rip to shreds.
Well, at the moment, I would say it's not going to get any better, because you can't see the mast on the hillside over there.
Okay.
And when you can't see that, it's not a good sign.
Yeah, but that is over there, and just looking where the clouds are going, I think we might miss that. And looking to the left here, it's not bad. It's not bad. But what I want to see cars on the start line getting it on.
Absolutely.
We want to see them going. It's no good sitting there parking. It's free parking here, isn't it? So,
well, yes, it is.
Well, yeah, it is. It is.
Yeah.
So if you're watching on HillClimb.TV, please like and subscribe if you haven't already, because I think we've got 14,000.
No, it's 13,300.
He's reading my mind, isn't he?
The target is 14,000 now.
Do you think Rich is listening to us or something?
Oh,
do you think so?
I hope not.
I can see him rolling his eyes up there now, actually.
Yes.
And Ellie. But yes, like and subscribe. And there is also a small subscription as well, so if you fancy
tuned you out, sorry,
you devil, Richard, you devil.
I told you.
Yeah, he's listening, isn't he? He's listening.
He is.
Yeah,
a little tinker.
He is a little tinker. But why is the delay here, young Stephen?
I have no idea.
Nor me, because you see, I don't think I saw 9 cars go down.
I think
there's a dual driven.
I think we're about to get some action, because one of the marshals has signalled a car to come forward.
Okay.
So,
all right. Oh, I've just remembered.
What?
Stephen Moore remember the puff of smoke?
Oh, yeah, it could be that.
So maybe it could be that, couldn't
it looks like that's the Porsche.
Yeah, is that
coming
Robbie
to the start line? Well, I don't know. Trying to see what number it is.
Looks a bit Robbie-ish to me.
Well,
get a number on it.
It's got 748 on the side, which is actually Mark Lawrence.
You see it, is it? And he's away.
Oh, it is Mark Lawrence in 748. Mark qualified on a 64.98. Down into chippies.
So is this a shared drive with Robbie Birrell?
Yes, it will be. Yeah.
Of course it is. That's right. So this is the Cayman, isn't it? This is the 4-cylinder Cayman.
Yeah,
that's got
already heading up towards Orchard.
Yeah, here comes Mark. Yeah, shared drive with Robbie Birrell. Immensely powerful Porsche Cayman. Very successful car. Robbie has done incredibly well, but now Mark's doing well in it. But he's taking it steady. He'll get it up to the finish when Robbie Birrell will have his turn, I should imagine. He'll be one of the other riders at the shared drive, same as the Legacy, I'm guessing.
Yeah, we've got 80 mile an hour through the speed trap, and he's over the finish in
71.84.
Right, 71.84. So that's the benchmark for everybody else. I'm not quite sure where he qualified. On the start line at the moment, we have the incredible, the wonderful, the quick Damien Bradley.
We do, who had to do his run in absolutely filthy wet weather, and then I think they gave him another chance, didn't they?
Yeah, he qualified with a 63.32.
One of the most exciting cars in British Hillclimb at the moment. The incredible legacy, built from a shopping car that cost 500 quid, and now they've developed into a hill climb monster. They've been to Europe with this car. It's got over 700 brake horsepower, four-wheel drive, permanent four-wheel drive. Done loads of work on the brake and the suspension. It's got a fabulous turbo in it. It's been sponsored. The AET turbos as well. Anyway, here he comes now into Orchard.
Oh, he's about 5 seconds up on Mark's time. So we're coming into Farmhouse. Looking for the split on the exit of Farmhouse. That's a 52.93. He's over 8 seconds up. 89 miles an hour through the speed trap. Finishing time is
62.74.
274. That puts him in the lead.
Now we got the big tin tops, the battle of the Skoda, R5 Skodas, Roger Moran and Einan Price, two ex-rally drivers and hill climb drivers. Roger is off the line in the R5. This is the car that was actually ex-Harewood a world champion. This car is worth loads of money because of that history as well. Roger drives it very well. Roger, of course, is the dad of Scott Moran, our currently retired 6 times British Hillclimb champion. Roger has won the Hillclimb Championship in his time and also been runner-up. But now he's got this in his fleet of cars, the R5 four-wheel drive turbocharged rally car. What do you think of this one, Steve?
It's quick. 37.98, just 0.11 of a second down on Damien Bradley at Orchard. Coming into Farmhouse Bend. Through Farmhouse, we're looking for the time on the exit of Farmhouse. And it's a 52.62. He's up on Damien Bradley. Only 88 miles an hour through the speed trap and over the finish in 62.73 goes into the lead.
Well done, Roger Moran. Brilliant time. Okay, he was, yes, that's incredible, isn't it? Einan Price to follow that. Einan Price, our rally driver from Wales who campaigned a single-seater up till last year that is now being driven by Mark Slanker. He's off the line. He is brilliant in the wet. We've got a drying track at the moment. Almost certainly be running on slicks. Slicks is still quicker than full wets. Full wets are for when it's absolutely rivers of wetness. Anyway, Einan Price, can he beat Roger Moran? That was a great time by Roger.
He's quickest so far down into the S's. We're looking for the split now coming out into Country Corner. And he's split there. He's ahead again by nearly 1/10 of a second. Over to Willow. Next split we'll get is at Orchard. Einan through Orchard. Split's not come up at Orchard. We're looking for Farmhouse out next. Going really well. And a 53.39 on the exit of Farmhouse is slower, both Damien and Roger. Einan over the finish, 63.6. So slots into third place.
Well, that was a surprise because so Roger Moran, what a fabulous drive. That's incredible. Well done, Roger Moran. I've just seen the Porsche go back down to the start there. Currently on the hill is Jonathan Williamson.
Correct, qualified in a 64.32.
Jonathan in the big 911 Porsche. He'll be thrilled to get into the tin top runoff. Very good driver, very experienced driver. Porsche in damp conditions going to be a bit of a handful, isn't it?
It was a bit slow off the start, only 3.08, and he's a little bit down at the S's. Coming up to Country Corner, and he's still a couple of seconds down on Mark Lawrence's time at that point. So Jonathan Williamson out of Willow, heading towards Orchard. Jonathan 44.62, he's the slowest to that point. Well, needs
Yeah.
to pick up the pace.
He's fierce. The 911 Porsche, rear engine car, of course. Anyway, but it sounds absolutely fantastic. Looks tremendous. Lovely to see him in a tin top runoff. Porsche's beautiful cars, the 911s. He won't win this, but nevertheless, he's putting up a very good show.
And he's coming through to the finish, over the finish in 73.21, which is the slowest time we've had in the runoff. Means he's in 5th place at present. Onto the start line. Who have we got down there now?
I saw Stuart.
Oh, this is Robbie Birrell.
Robbie Birrell, but was that the Legacy gone back down there? Or is that Stephen Moore?
This is Robbie Birrell down here, and he qualified on a 62.31.
I think that looks like Stephen Moore's roof down there. I could be wrong, or it could be the Legacy. I can't quite see from here. Either way, so on the hill at the moment, we've got Robbie Birrell. Robbie Birrell is demon quick in this car. He came runner-up in the Isle of Man hill climb recently. At the moment in the sectors, he's down on the sectors at the moment. So we'll have to see what happens here. But Robbie's normally very rapid. So what's happening here?
He's 3rd fastest at the split at Country, and still 3rd at Orchard. He's coming to Farmhouse out. The split to come up at Farmhouse out. 57.42. Still, oh, he's down to 4th now.
Yeah, he's only got the 2-wheel drive, hasn't he, in this car?
Yep.
So the 4-wheel drive cars seem to be the way forward at the moment.
And it's a time of 68.14. And that slots him into 4th place in the runoff.
Now, this is exciting.
Stuart Reid.
Stuart Reid in the lovely little 205. He has been super quick all weekend.
So Stuart Reid away, qualified in a 60.9.
So the little 205, he's running, this is front-wheel drive car as well. So at the moment, this damp track is favouring the 4-wheel drive cars without a doubt, but so far. But looking at his split times at the moment, he is slightly down at the moment, about a 1.5 seconds down.
Up into Country, 2.6 down at Country. Now through Willow, looking for a time close to 40 seconds going into Orchard. It's a 41.68, so slower than Robbie Birrell. To Farmhouse. Can he pull any time back at Farmhouse? 57.67, still a couple of tenths down on Robbie Birrell. 2 mile an hour down through the speed trap and over the finish. 68.38. Oh, that slots him in behind Robbie Birrell in the runoff.
So we're into a situation where with these damp conditions, the big 4-wheel drive turbocharged cars are bossing it at the moment. That looks like Stephen Moore. He did make it. Stephen Moore, the farmer from Salisbury, spraying peas during the week, but here he is in a hill climb car, the hill climb monster, the fabulous Evo. He's got it working again. So the big puff of smoke we saw earlier was obviously nothing too serious. Anyway, he'll know his way up the hill.
4th fastest at the split going into the S's.
Come on, Stephen, let's see what you've got here. Has he got a problem with the car? Who knows, but either way, hard to tell. So at the moment, he is slightly down. He's about a 1 second down, 1.5 seconds down at the moment. So that puts the perspective of Roger Moran's time. That was a stunning time, wasn't it?
Absolutely cracking time. Roger, 62.73 is the time to beat. So what can he do at Farmhouse? Needs to be below 57 seconds. It's a 55.70. 4th fastest at that point. Over the finish, 66.12. And that puts him 4th.
Ah, well, there we go. Now, if I'm not mistaken, that looks like a bit like the Legacy down there on the line. Is it Stephen? Is it Stephen Darley? Yeah, it is Stephen Darley.
Is it?
Yeah, Stephen's name is already run. Yeah, Damien's already run. Stephen Darley leaves the line in the Legacy. He knows a lot about these Subaru engines. He drives this car with Damien. Damien owns the car, but Stephen is a local man. He's our treasurer here at Harewood. Anyway, this car is probably the quickest tin top, but it's going fairly steady at the moment. Just looking at his sector times, he is slightly down on Roger Moran at the moment. But the car, he's had an excursion down there at Country.
Sat-nav failure.
But sat-nav failure, Steve says. He's spot on with that. Well, that's blown his run. And I see single-seaters going down to the line for the other runoff. So, okay, at the moment then, with everyone run in the Tin Top Challenge, Roger Moran has won the Tin Top Challenge today with a time of 62.73. Damien Bradley did a 62.74, so a 10/100th, that's a 100th of a second, isn't it, Steve? Difference. Yep. Einem Price third in a 63.60. Stephen Moore fourth in a 66.12. 68.14 for Robbie Birrell, fifth. Stuart Reid sixth in 68.38. Mark Lawrence in the Porsche 71.84, seventh. Stephen Darley 73.07 and Jonathan Williamson 73.21. That concludes the championship runoff for the Tin Tops. And now we go on to the main British Hillclimb Championship round. The runoff for those, they're going down to the start, and we'll bring you that action very shortly. So we're preparing ourselves now for the British Hillclimb Championship runoff. We've already had a runoff last time at Harewood. We had two runoffs, and we'll hopefully do the same today. So this is the runoff before lunch. We don't have the batting order. Oh, hang on. Yes, we do. We do have the batting order. So according to this, we should have Matthew Ryder. Well,
Matt Ryder's the fastest qualifier, then Ben Hamer, Will Hall, Steve Darley, Wallace Mingies.
So Stephen Darley has got the run.
We've now got the running order correct, because Sean Gould will be the first car we see.
Right.
He'll be followed by Richard Spedding.
Yeah, so we'll have Sean Gould first, Richard Spedding, Stuart Bickley, David Tatham, David Warburton, Trevor Willis, Alex Summers, Wallace Mingies, Stephen Darley in the Legacy, Will Hall, Ben Hamer and Matthew Ryder. Well, that's a bit of a mixture of cars that we wouldn't normally see. So we've got Ben Hamer in the 750cc turbocharged OMS, which is a real turn up because obviously he went up in dry conditions. We've had a mixture of wet and dry for qualifying. So the first car we will see will be Sean Gould in the GR59 that will be co-driven by Matthew Ryder right at the end. So Sean will complete his run and then swap over. We've got young David Bickley, Stuart Bickley rather, who's qualified. He'll be the third car. So it won't be long. We just I don't know if there's any stewards who've got to go up the course or anything like that, or whether they'll what the delay is. Track is drying, isn't it? So they should all be on slicks, young Steve, I think.
I would have thought so.
So we've got a drying track, drying line as well. In fact, it looks to be drying out quite well, doesn't it? Considering the downpour we had a while ago. So if you've not seen a runoff before, this is when it all counts. We've got 12 cars in the runoff, but only 10 get points. And the current leader in the championship is Alex Summers. He's leading the championship by 16 points. So how many points is it 10 points for the...
10 points for the win.
10 points for the win.
And then, trying to sort my sheets out, and then 9, 8 and 7, etc., etc.
Down to 10. So,
right, okay.
We've got
Stuart Bickley. I'm trying to get the qualifying times written down.
Well, while Steve's doing that, so if you've not seen a runoff before, this is when it all counts. This is when it really gets exciting. Young Trevor Willis there, I see going down to the start now. He's a late arrival on the back of the grid, and obviously Matt Ryder will be swapping over with Sean Gould. So, and we got rain. We got rain again. Oh no, that's going to put a spanner in the works again.
A large cat amongst the pigeons.
A large cat amongst the pigeons, or the red kites, or whatever. So, goodness me. So, the rain, this is really what we didn't want. But I think all these cars are going to be on slick, so at least to be even for them, won't it? Depends how wet it gets, of course. The wetter it gets, the worse it gets.
Yeah, the person who might actually benefit is Stephen Darley.
Well, I'm thinking the early runners will benefit. Sean Gould will benefit.
Well, Stephen Darley's had a go up the hill already in the car, because he was in that tin top runoff. So he's got a big chance, knowing what the conditions are like, better than people like Will Hall, who haven't been on the hill for quite a while.
Well, also, looking at the rain, I can see in the distance, it's a few fields away. We might escape that if we're lucky, though it's close. The earlier the runner, I would think, the better off their chances, unless if we get more rain come in. But at the moment, we'll have a drying track. I don't know what the delay is. I've seen Trevor Willis just go down there.
Well, all I can say is I'm glad for the delay, because I'm now ready to go.
Well,
I've got all the qualifying times down.
Well, I didn't want you not to be ready, Steve, because I know what you like.
Sean Gould, who's the first runner, qualified on a 58.81, which was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 11th fastest, so he's only moved 1 up the running order.
Yeah, but
down the running order, should I say?
I think he'll be a bit more rapid this time. It's with this drying track. And Sean,
it's certainly better than when they qualified.
Yeah, and I tell you what,
the only person who's in worse conditions is Ben Hamer.
Yes. Well, obviously the little bike engine car will be at a disadvantage on this drying track, when these big cars can get some of the immense power. Some of them have got over 700 horsepower. I didn't see Wallace go down, did you?
I can't say I was watching the cars going down. So
no, I don't.
I'm assuming Wallace he's down there.
No, I haven't seen him yet. But Wallace finished. He's 6th or 7th position, isn't he, at the moment? I don't know what the delay is. We're expecting some action soon. I think the marshals will be keen to get some lunch soon as well. And it must be 1:40, right? Okay. And then this afternoon we've got to do the qualification runs again, haven't we? So we're going to have a busy afternoon, and then we'll have 2 more runoffs this afternoon, won't we? The tin tops and And look, we got some movement. We got movement. Here we go. We got movement. Here comes Sean Gould.
Sean Gould onto the start line. And this is very good because this car running first will be the last car we see. So Matt Ryder's got the maximum amount of time to get into the car and back down to the start. So he'll be sitting at the top of the hill, or standing at the top of the hill waiting. Sean Gould set on the start line. Away. 2.47 for the launch. Through Clark's, charging down. Noticeably less spray. Got a time of 10.23 into the S's. Round Chippies, heading up towards Country, and 22.1 the split at Country.
Yes, he approaches Willow. Sean Gould, the builder of these magnificent Goulds. His father started the business off. He's a proper racing driver too, Sean. He's still very competitive. He's got some interesting conditions. He's our marker. It is pretty dry now. He's not getting much spray. He's going to be hammering up the straight there. It's going to be 100 plus through the straight, 115. He's approaching the finish now. They get one car on the hill. 55.17 for Sean Gould.
Right, so that's our benchmark. Judge everybody else from that time. So, as I said, on 58.81, he was only the 11th quickest in the runoff, but I think he was probably in the worst conditions for the big single-seaters. There goes Alex down to the start line. Onto the start line, we have Richard Spedding in the GWR Raptor 2. Richard qualified in a 59.15. So just sneaked in, as it were. 12th position. Yeah, we can hear the raindrops on the commentary box roof. Just waiting for green light for Richard Spedding. Oh, a marshal approaching.
Well, this is really putting another big cat amongst the pigeons,
The
isn't
rain
it?
coming down.
Does that mean that Wallace at the top there, he hasn't come down yet? Is he going to put some wets on? Well, this is interesting, isn't it? Because Sean has put a marker down. He's had that run in the dry. I've seen him do that before.
Well, dry-ish.
Well, dry-ish, but 55.17, if this rain carries on, that's going to take some beating.
That could be the winning time, yeah.
Yeah, it's certainly got a lot wetter in the last few minutes.
Because I've seen the situation at Barben where the shared drive has gone up the hill.
Yeah.
And as he's coming back down the hill, the rain started and he's going. He's
going.
Pumping his fists and saying, "That's it, I've won it." And
well,
he did.
Sean did incredibly well at Doon recently, didn't he?
Well, that was Graham Prio at Barben.
Yeah.
He was the only one to get a run up at the hill in the dry.
Wow.
And
Sean did the business at Doon in the wet, didn't he, last week?
Absolutely. So, again, we're wondering why there is a delay.
Yes, I don't know. It's not helping.
Richard's actually got his visor up at the moment. So,
just looking at the tyres, can we see, is there any tread on those, or is it slicks?
They're slicks.
Slicks, aren't they?
Yep.
So Richardson,
I would imagine everybody who's down at the bottom is on slicks.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, this is playing into. See, Matt Ryder's still yet to come down. So are they going to be changing on wets up the top? Are they allowed to do that, Steve?
Of course they are.
Yeah.
Of course they are.
Yeah. And the rain is absolutely chucking it down now. Oh my goodness me! What's going to happen now? I don't know why the delay. I don't know. No, I'm curious. Richard's there.
Well, Richard's got his visor down.
Oh, he says,
So maybe we're about to get back underway.
Well, I suspect young Richard, he's going to be in the 60s, isn't he?
And he's off. So he's away from the line. Slow launch, 3.5, but that's because it's wet. Charging down towards the S's, 12.43. So 2 seconds slower.
Oh!
And straight off into the tyre wall.
Richard's come to an abrupt halt.
That's right.
Well, the conditions are pretty treacherous to say the least, and unfortunately Richard has had to pay the price. He's on slicks. The rain has absolutely chucked it down now. There will be a delay while the marshals go and sort that out. I hope he's okay down there. So this runoff is going to be a bit of a difficult one, Steve, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I think that was purely loss of traction going into the first element of the S's that spat him out.
Yeah, he was going quick, actually, considering the conditions. He was really trying, but it looks treacherous out there now. The rain has really come down and made the track awful again. Yeah, it could be a long day. So I see you've brought your camera with you. Were you taking some pictures earlier? Or?
I took a few pictures around the paddock.
Yeah,
but decided against going out. I was thinking of going down to Farmhouse. In fact, Richard Spedding is driving the car out of...
wow.
But he'll probably need some help with the traction to get it onto the black stuff.
Well, I'm so pleased to see the car driving.
Yeah.
He looked to go in there quite hard, actually. But they're sending down various toys down there. The Tonka toys going down there, I think, to potentially, and I see a medical crew going to see if they're needed. But we did see him in the car, but drive the car out, didn't we?
Yep.
He's not out of the car. Horse car's there as well, isn't it? As the rain stops or tries to stop, the sun's trying to come through.
Now, for some reason, against Sean Gould, it's got fail on the screen.
What are they going to make him run again?
And it's got failed run on the PC as well.
What's that about?
Maybe exceeding track limits at Quarry.
Really?
If he's gone over the white line at Quarry on the exit,
goodness me,
then that could be a failed run.
Oh my goodness.
So it says fail. So I'm just going to put failed.
Well, it's certainly
so if that's the case, everybody who's got to run will get a point at least.
Oh,
if they get to the top and score a time, because it's a top 12 runoff, but only 10 score, so we've got 2 fails to kick the meeting off, or the runoff off.
And also, with this, now the car's moving again.
Yeah.
Right, so, which is encouraging. And he's in the car, and
all the 4 wheels seem to be pointing straight.
Sort of going in the right direction, aren't they? He's going to turn that corner now, is he? Yeah, looking. Hang on. He's trying to is he going to park the car up? I think he might be parking the car up down there, you know.
Could be.
And they'll recover it after.
Maybe he's pulling to one side to get a tow to the top of the hill.
Well, yes, there he is now. He's going down into a little route.
Right, well, if he's gone that far...
He's gone into the parking area. They'll tow him up at lunchtime, won't they?
Yeah, that's being abandoned.
Yeah, it is.
There.
Marshall's going back on post.
Tow it to the top and keep the top 12 runoff going, I'm assuming.
Now, I'll tell you what, we've got a situation that may be playing into the hands of Wallace Menges, Matthew Ryder. They've got the choice. They haven't come down to the start yet, have they?
No.
So what tyres are they going to be putting on?
Neither's Will Hall or Ben.
No, they haven't, have they? So they're going to play the tyre lottery
and
at the top,
looks
aren't
like Stuart
Bickley
has got either intermediates or wets on.
Oh, okay.
Because there are definitely grooves on that tyre.
Well, that's really interesting because when he went down to the start, it was drying track, wasn't it? It wasn't raining.
Yeah, but it was still damp.
But he must have had an idea that maybe the rain was coming. Perhaps he's got one of them weather radar things.
Say that. Yeah, that could
be these apps on the phones now, eh? Us old boys probably haven't got that, have we? We rely on Carol, the weather girl, don't we?
I don't know about your weather girl, but I've got a £9.99 pay as you go.
Oh, well, we all know.
phone.
Now, come on, Stephen. I have discovered, I've got to tell you this. So when I type my articles for the Harewood mag, right? So you know me, I'm a one-fingered typist, right? So I bash the keyboard like a crazy thing. My missus can hear it in the next room, you know.
All right.
Anyway, but my mate Duncan showed me that you can go on your phone and you can go into draft, right? And then when you go into draft, you can see a little microphone.
Oh, you can speak it.
You can speak, and it writes the words.
Oh.
How good is that? Technology, mate.
Yeah, but will it be able to understand your accent?
Yes, I'm sure it does. I try to go all posh when I do that.
Oh, that's all right.
My best.
So we're getting a replay at the moment of Richard Spedding's run.
Look how quick he's going.
And he goes into the corner, and as he starts to change direction in the S's, it spits him out. Yeah.
That's quite a big impact.
So, yes, it was. Quite hefty.
The rain is pouring again now.
But Stuart Bickley has been using the start line umbrella to keep himself dry. Now he's going to get a little bit damp as he comes forward to take his run.
I think this is right into his hands. If he has got wets on, that little 1100 is going to be very competitive in his hands.
Well, it's certainly got grooved tyres. They are wets.
Wow.
So this is really...
Well picked, Stuart.
Yeah, the ideal situation.
I mean, it's chucking it down now, Steve. Again. Throwing it down.
Yeah.
Rivers of water at Harewood.
And he's away. So off and running. 3.16 for the launch. Heading down towards the S's. Disappears in a ball of spray. Into the S's. 11.49 on the entrance to the S's, sweeps through there, heading up towards Country Corner. 23.46 is the split before Country, now into Willow.
Tell you what, young Stuart, he's a brilliant young driver in this little Force, this little bike engine car. This could be just a job in these super wet conditions. If he has got wets on, which it looks like to me, comes round Farmhouse, beautiful bit of driving. It's going up the straight. This is brilliant. Look at the spray coming off the back. He's going to be going through to the finish, 94 mile an hour through the speed trap. He's going to finish in a time of 57.84. Well done, Stuart Bickley.
Now, for some reason, on the little chart we've got Sean in first place with a fail.
Okay. Well, we know that he got to the finish, but whether he...
But it says fail on the...
Yeah, we got two lots of fails. I really don't know, but at the moment...
Anyway, David Tatum is off and running in the DJ. 2.6 for the launch. Qualified on a 58.68.
Big slide.
Down into the S's, 11.19, 3/10 up on Stuart Bickley. David Tatum comes into view, heading up towards Country Corner. 23.59, he's a 10th down on Stuart Bickley at that point. What's he going to do on the rest of the run?
Well, I tell you what, this is outstanding driving. He's a terrific driver, is David. He's already got himself round Orchard. He's on the Farmhouse straight, coming into Farmhouse. This is a quick little car. He did have Stuart's number earlier, I think. Anyway, he is absolutely flying. Can he win the runoff? 94 mile an hour up the straight, going in towards the finish. Young David, come on, 58.46. Second place. Second to Stuart Bickley.
Yeah.
Stuart Bickley still leads. Now we're getting it on the screen. 57.84, 58.46 for David Tatum.
On the start line, David Warburton qualified on a 58.5. David Gould GR59. And he's being stopped.
The problem with the the timing, is it?
Could be a problem with the timing.
Yeah,
or lining up. One of the timekeepers is out. I think what's happened is the car, when it was being lined up, was pushed through the beam and then pulled back. So that might be why we have a little issue. It looks like he's lined up correctly now. But David Warburton, visor down. The car is steaming, and I bet David is in the cockpit. David building the revs up and away. Don't get a time for the launch. I don't think we're getting a time at all for him on the big... Oh yes, we are on the big screen down at the bottom. And we're caught it up now. Coming up into country corner. This looks to be quite a bit slower. 32.67 at country. So, not sure. I didn't check to see whether he's on wets or dries.
Well, he's just coming into view now, but David's a very talented driver. But is he on wets? I'm not sure. We couldn't see. The timing is indicated he's already into the 60-second mark, but it's absolutely soaking on the track there. 75 mile an hour through the speed trap. Going to go through to the finish, if this time is correct, in a 71.43.
I suspect that's because he's on slicks.
Could well be.
Oh, we'll have to be a little bit more vigilant. Oh,
we can't really see, can we, from here?
No. Time hasn't been put onto the screen as yet for David.
He had shocking conditions then too, didn't he?
Well, it was probably the worst of the wet.
Yeah, the worst of the wet we've had.
Far.
Yeah.
David Warburton's time still not been put above the line. It's still showing in green on the timing screens. But we're just waiting for that to be accepted.
Yeah, I wasn't convinced that timing was right there. I don't know. It just didn't. It just seemed a lot more than, particularly in the early part of the run, didn't it?
Well, I think that would have been right if the car was on slicks. Because it would.
Yeah.
If you notice the guys on slicks when they took off.
Well, that's still running that time there.
Oh.
Did he not make it to the finish?
No, he did. We got a time.
We got a time.
71.43. I'm not sure what's happened. So we'll have to wait and see.
Very difficult stuff, this, isn't it? Tell you what I haven't seen. I haven't seen Matthew Ryder or Wallace Mingus go down yet. I saw Trevor Willis go down just now. So Wallace, being the canny Scotsman that he is, he's biding his time up the top.
We're having a bit of a realignment of the timing.
Do you think he'd get a rerun?
Not sure. I suspect he might.
But possible, isn't it?
In theory, he should be the next car sent down to the start line, but is he going to be able to get through the queue? Question.
Don't know. Well, this showery rain, thick, heavy showers too, is certainly causing some issues, isn't it? See rain around us. I can see clear spots. I don't know. Yesterday there was a difference, Steve. Yesterday it was really windy.
Oh right, yeah.
This grass in front of us here was really getting flattened, and this was shaking about this commentary box. But today it did. Oh, what's happening here now? He's down the bottom they're sweeping down the bottom there now by the start.
They're just trying to get rid of a little bit of standing water.
Yeah, and he's just going back into his timing hut, isn't he?
Yeah, so maybe everything's lined up, ready to go.
I think we could be back in action.
And it looks like David Warburton might get another crack at it.
Do you think so?
Yes, I think
you think there was an issue there? I suspect there was an issue, yeah.
The question is, is he going to be taken to the start to be the next car on the hill, or is he going to join in at the back end of the runoff? That will be down to the championship coordinator.
And I'm guessing he's not allowed to change his tyres.
No, I think he would.
You think he would?
He should be allowed to change his tyres if that time is discounted.
Okay.
So we should, if he was on slicks, which I think he was, then there's every likelihood he'll change onto wets.
Well, I tell you what, I just want to big up our marshals, our folk in orange. What a job they're doing today. They're certainly getting wet out there today. Look, they're coming off their post with brushes and
doing a little bit of
sweeping on the track, aren't they?
Yeah, well, it looks like there's going to be a little bit of a delay before the rest of the runoff.
Maybe they're just sweeping off any excess water that might be causing problems. Given we've had a few problems earlier in the year, obviously Wallace struggled at Cragantlet, didn't he, when he hit a
Right.
Okay.
David Warburton will have to run next, currently getting back into his car.
Right, so he does get a rerun.
They're going to try and get him down to the start and fiddle him through to the start line.
Okay. So, is there room to fiddle him through down there?
Well, I think they can push the other cars to one side and he can just about get through.
Right.
So, done down at the start. I have seen situations where people have run slightly out of order due to issues.
Right.
But, normally, it's in strict qualifying order.
Yeah.
With the exception, of course, of the shared cars.
Well, David drove brilliantly at Doon in the wet recently, didn't he?
Yes, he did. I watched that.
Yeah, very good indeed. And the wet's not a problem for David. He's got the little Gould, which has got the motorbike engine in the back, the 1600 Hayabusa. So he's done well to get into the runoff.
Or as Scott Moran calls them, scooter engines.
Scott Moran calls them scooter engines. Yeah, good afternoon to Scott if you're looking in. Dad's done incredibly well, winning the first tin top runoff. That's a fantastic achievement. But yes, so David's got that GR59, which has got the Hayabusa, and that was the development car for the GR59. And if you look at the engine in that one, to get the engine out of it is an incredibly difficult job and a lot of work. But he drives it very well with his father. And he probably won't be complaining about the wet conditions. This suits him very nicely indeed. But it's certainly creating a problem because the longer it goes on, the drier the track becomes. Wallace Menges and Matthew Ryder are up the top at the moment. Are they deciding which tyres to run?
They might be going back to slicks.
They might be going back to slicks, or they might be on... I don't think many run intermediates anymore, do they?
No.
It's mostly either full wets or slicks, isn't it? And of course, with the issue of the tyres, Avon tyres, we've got the problems of different. Well, most of them are on Avons, aren't they? But there's also this new tyre they're producing for them, aren't they?
Well, I would imagine there'll be some people still on the old Pirellis.
On the Pirellis. Well, Wallace had a good stock of Pirellis, didn't he? I think there's.
I can remember years ago there was a chappie running a Westfield, and he bought up the last 4 sets of a particular tyre.
Oh yeah.
Which had gone out of production, and he used those for the next 3 years because when a tyre goes out of production, Motorsport UK keep it on the relevant acceptable tyre list, and it stayed on there even though it was out of production because people will still have them on their cars. And he had these 3 sets, so each year for the next 3 years he started the season on a brand new set of these tyres.
Well, I tell you what, I was chatting to Damien Bradley earlier. The slicks on his Legacy, he's had them on for a year now, he was telling me.
Oh, right.
So he's done pretty well with them, hasn't he?
Yeah. Certainly in a big, heavy car like that.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely, with all the power it's got. Yeah. There's David Warburton driving back down.
So he'll be trying to
slot him in.
Fiddle him through to the front.
Fiddle him through. So Harewood taxis David Warburton going down to the start.
So I'll just scratch those times out.
Okay.
And try and write them in.
I don't like this when your sheets all get mucked up, Steve.
I know, it's shocking, isn't it?
It's just really not for you, is it, this?
It's not done.
This is not done.
Yes.
My man, Steve, he's the neatest man I know, and he's very meticulous, and he's having to scratch things out.
I wouldn't say that's neat, but it's written in a hurry.
It was in a hurry, but you got it done, didn't you?
Absolutely.
You got it done.
You've
And
got to
I
do
knew
this. So
that until you got it done, you weren't going to be happy, were you? No, exactly.
I was grumpy.
Oh, grumpy Steve. Can't have a grumpy Steve.
I was one of the 7 dwarfs. On the start, we've got a car on the start line which looks like David Warburton has been...
you got him through.
But we're still doing a little bit of housekeeping at Quarry. It looks like there's a bit of grass being cut away to allow water to drain off the track.
You got good eyes. Oh, you're looking at it on the live stream. I was looking down on my eyes. I thought, how can he see that? He's looking on the screen. You've got Rich showing you, haven't you?
Yeah, well, that's, if it's there, use it.
Is that where that is? Is it?
That's at Quarry.
Is it?
So that's the final corner. And what they're trying to do...
Well, what are they doing down there? That's the one I was looking at.
Down at Willow.
Down at Willow.
The same thing they're doing here, which is trying to get the grass to be pushed back.
Gotcha.
We've now got Willow on a distant view on the live stream.
Yeah.
And basically what happens, because there is a slight camber to the inside, you get water pooling. So what you've got to do is push the grass back to reveal the drain, because the grass grows over the little drainage channel that's down there.
Wow.
So that's got to be pushed back. And the other thing is that because the grass has all been cut, there'll be grass cuttings that have got in and been swept into it, so they've got to be hoiked out.
Well, at the moment, we've had 4 runners, but we've only got 2 successful runners.
Well, that's it.
We've got Stuart leading the way.
As I said before, everybody, if they get to the top, who's down at the start, will get at least a point.
So Stuart Bickley in the little 1100cc force is leading with a 57.84, with David Tatham, our Moulton farmer, and 58.46. So we've got a few farmers here today. David Tatham, we've got Simon Bainbridge and Stephen Moore.
They'll be shouting, "Get off my land!
Get off my land! Get off my land!" Yes, absolutely. I know. Yes, and if you saw David Tatham coming towards you with a shotgun, you wouldn't argue, would you?
I'd be running.
You'd be running fast, wouldn't you? Even you, Steve, would be running fast.
Oh, I know what a shotgun can do, mate. I tell you.
So, well, we're just getting... Actually, the marshals are going back on post down there at Willow. I
think they might have finished up
we might be.
Oh, no, they're still digging at Quarry.
They're still digging some holes up there on the entrance to Quarry.
I think it's
digging trenches, I reckon.
Yeah, it could be trying to get the water to drain back.
Yeah, this is Orange Army civil engineering here. Yeah,
or in their case, not so civil.
No, listen, you're the grumpy one. You're Captain Grumpy, you are, right?
True.
Yeah, but now you've got your paperwork nearly back up together.
All right.
You're looking better, aren't you?
Well, I'm feeling in control.
You haven't had one of your famous cups of coffee recently?
Not
out
recently,
of your
no.
giant container.
No, I'm trying to pace myself.
What's this little blue one? This is a small one.
This is my mini flask.
The mini flask.
Cold water in it.
Oh, that's the cold water flask, is it? I've got to tell you, when young Steve comes into the box, he brings down, a huge bag, amongst other things, which is absolutely loaded with coffee, water, orange juice, goodness knows what else.
Absolutely.
Don't see much food coming out of it, though, Steve.
That's still in the car.
Is it? Yeah. What have you brought yourself today?
Oh, today I've got half a lattice pie and some cheese and pastrami sandwiches.
Cheese and pastrami sandwiches. Another half liver.
Plus some little cherry tomatoes.
Goodness me.
I should be well fed.
Southport Steve is doing well today.
That's right. Yes.
He's not called Seasick Steve, he's Southport Steve, isn't he?
Although, really, I should be Bootle Steve.
Should you?
That's where I was born.
Were you born in Bootle, were you?
So, out and out Scouser. Really.
Well, somebody got to be born in Bootle, haven't they?
That's right. Eh? That's right. Just so happened the nursing home was in Bootle. My parents didn't live anywhere near Bootle, but that's where the nursing home was.
Did they not? Well, The rain's coming again. The rain's coming again.
The marshals who were up at Quarry helping
the civil
digging,
engineering,
they're heading back down to their post.
Big up the marshals, doing a fantastic job today. Well done to the marshals out in all this weather. If you fancy becoming a marshal, you can go on the MSUK website, Motorsports UK, and that tells you how. Or
and he's trying to find the page in the programme. On page 32 of your programmes, it gives you all the details of how you can join the Orange Army here at Harewood.
Well, just for those that haven't got a programme, Steve, could you tell them?
Yeah, well, sure.
you see, they may not have all bought programmes. I know you should have done, but there we go.
Yeah.
Just a quick synopsis.
You go on to the British, the Harewood Hillclimb website. That's harewoodhill, all one word, .com. And you'll find all the details there. On the start line, we've got David Warburton ready to reprise his run. And he's actually on wets now. I don't know whether he was on wets before, but he's on wets at this point. Got the thumbs up, and we're just waiting, I'm assuming, for the green light. The visor's down. Went through the launch procedure, and he's away from the start. 2.45, that's the fastest launch so far. Heading down towards the S's. 10.75, slightly slower than Sean Gould was, but Sean's was a fail. Up into country, 22.84. So that's the quickest other than Sean Gould.
Yeah, big slide there. So he's coming into Orchard now. David is very rapid. Now, I think the green and red sectors are based on Sean Gould rather than David Stuart Bickley.
That's right.
So we're not quite sure. So actual times, we're not 100% certain. We'll find out when he goes over the finish. He's 96 mile an hour through the speed trap, approaching the finish now. Finishes in a time of 57.31.
Into the lead.
Into the lead. So, well done. David Warburton leads.
On to the start line next should be Trevor Willis. He's already lined up. He's on wets as well. Qualified on a 58.35. 57.31, the time to beat to go into the lead for Trevor. Visor down, and he's away. Off the line, 2.67, not as quick as either David Warburton or Sean Gould. Down into the S's, 10.92. He's still down on the clock on David Warburton's time. Round Chippies, heading up towards country. The split at country, 22.98.
Yeah, scary Trevor Willis. What a driver he is. He was second on the runoffs last time we were here. Conditions were better, but if anybody can do this, if he'll be on wets, for once the power disadvantage of his engine, because it's not as powerful as some of the other big runners. Here comes Trevor now. He's holding it all together. He's on the finishing straight now, going up towards Quarry. He's over 106 over the speed trap. This could be good. It's looking good. He's going to do a time of 57.05, and I think that goes into the lead.
Yes, he does. Ahead of David Warburton. He was behind David right up until Orchard, and at Orchard he went ahead. So Alex Summers on the start line. He qualified on a 57.57, and he's away swiftly into his stride. 2.72 for the launch, slightly slower than Trevor. Heading down into the S's, 10.6. He's up on Trevor and on David Warburton's times. And he do now, rounding Chippies, heading up towards country, and the split at country, 22.52, fastest so far.
Alex Summers, our championship leader at the moment by 16 points in the incredible DJ Firestorm. IndyCar engine in the back of it. Listen to that engine. It's the fastest, highest revving engine in the big class. Absolutely incredible driver, built the PT4S. Anyway, Alex Summers, can you do this? Can you do this? 107, 52. He is, you know, I'm sure he's going to do this into the lead. 56.10 takes him, into the lead.
Yeah, by nearly a full second. Only 0.05 away from being a full second quicker than Trevor Willis. So next to the start line should be Wallace Mingies.
No, Wallace is just going down there now, Steve.
Oh, well, he'll be the next to the start.
Right, so they should let him. He's on full wets by the look of it.
I don't think there are any other cars down there at the moment.
Oh, okay.
So they're all still back up in the top paddock.
Putting tyres on.
Well, yeah, it's like half the car will be on slicks and half on wets.
There'll be frantic fettling up in the paddock, won't there?
Yeah, 57.28 was Wallace's qualifying time. Time to beat now is 56.10, set by Alex Summers.
Wow. Oh, and there goes the Legacy going back down.
Yes, he's the next up after Wallace. So Tom New down at the start, getting the...
What's the Stephen Darley do earlier? But did he do that in the dry, did he?
57.21.
Was that in the dry?
Yes, it was.
Right, so Alex has just gone up in the 56s on full wets. So, who knows what the Legacy is capable of.
Wallace coming to the start line, also on wets. Lined up. Visor up. Wallace adjusting his gloves. Going through his usual pre-run process. Visor down and away. 2.56 for the launch. Second fastest to David Warburton at that point. Down into the S's. 10.44. He's behind Alex Summers at that point. Rounding Chippies, heading up towards Country Corner. Split at Country Corner, 22.29, fastest so far.
Yeah, look at this magnificent gold. Wallace Mingies, our 4 times champ from Alloa in Scotland. Anyway, here he comes now, this beautifully turned out car, and he can really drive this car. Anyway, into Farmhouse. Has he got the win in him today? Who knows? He's had a rough season so far, lots going on, but the car looks really flying up the straight there. 104, 52. Do you know what? This is looking good. 55.30 takes him into the lead.
Yeah, it all happened for him at the run from Country Corner to Orchard. He pulled up 0.4 of a second on that section alone. On the start line, Steve Darley qualified on a 57.21 with the Subaru Legacy, and he's away from the start. This should be one of the quickest launches, 2.27. It is the quickest launch. Now, what can Stephen do down to the first split? 10.99. He's not a million miles away from Trevor Willis's split. Rounding Chippies, heading up towards Country Corner. The split at Country Corner, 24.42. He's dropped behind all the other runners.
Yes, this is an unusual thing for a tin top to get into the top 10 run-up against all the big single-seaters. Stephen's a very talented driver, it's a very, very quick car, but it is a big ask against the big single-seaters. But he does have four-wheel drive. He's driving the socks off the car. It's got loads of power. But anyway, here he comes up the finishing straight now up towards Quarry. He's going to be about 90 odd through the speed trap. 90 miles an hour he is. He's heading up towards the finish. He's going to be over 67. It's going to be a 62.47 for Stephen. And that will take him into, I believe, in the last position so far.
Seventh. But because we've had 2 fails, he's guaranteed to score at least
a
1 point.
Fantastic, and well deserved.
So next to the line should be Will Hall. He qualified on a 56.74. Will slowly rolling forward. Also on wets. Lined up, visor down. And he's away. 2.36 for the launch, 10th behind Steve Darley at that point. Down into the S's, 10.28, and he's only just slower than Sean Gould, who failed. So Will Hall heading up towards the split at country, 22.4, a little bit behind Wallace.
Yeah, Will Hall, genial Will Hall from the Midlands. He's got a fabulous car now. He had a lot of problems with his older car. But anyway, he's through Quarry. Yeah, he's negotiated that. He's onto the Farmhouse Straight, going into Farmhouse Bend now. As Will Hall, just looking at his times though, Exton Farmhouse, looking a very good time indeed. 48 seconds going past us there. 106 mile an hour through to the finish. And he's going to finish in a time of 55.40, which I think takes him... Second.
Yep.
Second.
A 10th behind Wallace.
Fantastic. Well done, Will. So, we've got Matthew Ryder down there. We've got Will Kerr.
No, Ben Hamer.
Ben Hamer, I beg your pardon.
And Ben is onto the start line with the OMS 28 with the 750cc turbocharged Kawasaki engine. Qualified on a 55.67. Eyes are still up. Eyes are down. Revs rising and he's away. A little bit of a slow start, I think. 3.36 for Ben Hamer. Drew Clark's dropping down towards the S's. 13.34. A little bit off the pace so far. Ben threading his way through the S's, round chippies. Safe in the knowledge that he's bound to score at least 1 point. 27.75. The split.
Not very often we get a 750cc car in a runoff. Little turbocharged car, so it's been a fantastic achievement to get there. Well driven little car. Yes, he's not on the pace of the great big cars, but that's understandable. The power of those cars, even in the wet tyres, is going to make a massive difference. But well done for him. He's going to get some points anyway, so that's fantastic. He's just heading up towards Quarry now, 78 up the straight there. He's going to finish in a time of 68.74.
So that slots him into 9th place and guarantees him of at least 1 point. We just have the one runner to go, and that's Matt Ryder. Outright record holder here at Harewood. Qualified on a 55.21. 55.21 will take him into the lead, so he has to repeat that. He's off the line. 2.64 for the launch, not as quick as Wallace Menges. Down into the S's. 10.59 is a 10th down on Wallace. Rounding chippies. Heading up towards country, 22.3. 1/100th down on Wallace.
Matthew Ryder, can you depose Wallace? Come on then, lad, see what you can do. Hill record holder for you. So far, so good. Just looking at the times, looking very close indeed. He screams into Farmhouse. My goodness me, now the power will come down on this big ball. Absolutely leathers it up the straight. Big spray at the back there. 104, 52, 53, 54, 55, 29.
Wins
That runoff. Fantastic.
by 1/100th of a second.
Bit special. Well done to Wallace Menges too. Brilliant time there. And also to Will Hall, who's 55.40, Alex Summers 56.10, and Trevor Willis 5th. What a great runoff that was, in all the spray. The drama of the runoff was tremendous, wasn't it?
Absolutely superb runoff. And we're going to do it all again. I'm assuming we're going to break for lunch.
I'm looking at the marshals. They seem to be. Are they coming off post? Yeah, he's wrapping it up there, I think.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think we've got lunch break there, and not sure how long we'll get for lunch. Leslie will do an announcement in a minute, no doubt.
I hope so. Usually about 45 minutes.
That was good. away at the back there. 104, 52, 53, 54, 55, 29.
Wins.
Wins that runoff. Three, 54, 55, 29.
Wins.
Wins that runoff. Fan. Three, 54, 55, 29.
Wins.
Wins that runoff. Fantastic.
By 1. Five, 2, 1 will take him into the lead, so he has to repeat that. He's off the line, 3.64. 2-1. 55-2-1 will take him into the lead. Will take him into the lead. So he 55-2-1 will take him into the lead. So he has to repeat that. He's off the line. 3.64 for the launch. Not as quick as Wallace Menges. Down into the S's. 10.59 is a 10th down on Wallace. Rounding chippies. Up towards country. 22.3. 1/100th down on Wallace.
Matthew Ryder, can you depose Wallace? Come on then, lad, see what you can do. Hill record holder for you. So far, so good. Just looking at the times, looking very close indeed. He screams into Farmhouse. My goodness me, now the power will come down to this big pool. Absolutely leathers it up the straight. Big spray at the back there. 104, 52, 53, 54, 55, 29.
Wins
that runoff. Fantastic.
By
Hill climbing is one of the most popular forms of motorsport. Drivers compete against the clock over a tarmac course, typically around 1 to 1.5 kilometres long. It attracts a whole range of cars, from road-going saloons to specialised single-seater racing cars. The British Hillclimb Championship is the pinnacle of the sport, with over 150 drivers tackling 14 events around the UK, including Northern Ireland and Channel Islands. The contest for the title of British Hillclimb Champion is dominated by powerful race cars, with reigning champion Wallace Menzies driving a Gould single-seater powered by a 3.3-litre Cosworth engine designed for the Indy Race Car Series in the USA. The BHC Cup runs alongside the main championship and is fought out between a wide range of cars, all running in classes of similar type of vehicles, from road-going saloons all the way through to specialised single-seater race cars.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, and we've got the first car on the start line, ready for our second set of competition runs. Already executed our two top 12s, the run-offs, the top 10 tin top and the top 12 British Hillclimb Championship meeting. And on the grid at the moment, David Wilson in the Lotus Elise. He's off and running, the 74.55 on his first run. David through Clark's. Still kicking up a bit of spray as he heads down towards the S's. Braking heavily into the S's. Finds his way through, now into Chippies. And in fact, we're not actually getting a time up for David Wilson. Not on computer or on the live feed. Not sure whether or not this will require a rerun for David. Carrying on up the hill nonetheless. Wilson carrying on to the top of the hill. But before, we're not getting a time either on the computer or on the live feed. Davy Wilson through the finish. Looking to pick up with Zoe Shearman now in the Lotus Exige. Definitely getting a time showing for Zoe. 66.51. Her first run was a new personal best. Zoe quarry to negotiate. And Zoe Shearman through the finish. 77.13, no improvement. Rounding Farmhouse at the moment, Mark Lawrence in the Porsche Cayman. Mark's first run was a 64.98, which is a new PB by just 1/100th of a second. And Mark over the finish, again slightly slower, 72.37 for Mark Lawrence. Looking out now for John Wood in the little Austin Mini. 69.40 on his first run to lead Class C1. John out of Farmhouse, powering his way up to Quarry. John Wood through Quarry and over the finish, again slower than before, 76.2. Steve Darley now charging into Farmhouse. His first run, 57.21. Still leads the class with that time. We'll see what he can do on this ascent. Very rapidly into Quarry, a little bit of a dive on braking, and over the finish in a 62.10. So quite a bit slower than he was earlier, nearly 5 seconds. But we don't seem to have any more cars down at the start. That was our batch 01, which is for the shared cars. And we'll then move into batch 1, which will have another batch of shared cars from the later classes.
Afternoon, Steve. Thank you for opening up.
Mid-afternoon.
Yes, what is it now? Gone 3, hasn't it?
Yeah, gone 3.
I know, gone 3. That was a pretty exciting morning come lunchtime, wasn't it?
It took a long time.
Yeah,
in retrospect,
yeah.
you think, as it was happening, it seemed to be going quickly, but
One of the longest runoffs I've ever been involved with, I think, to be fair. And I've had some interesting chats up in the paddock, actually, with Wallace and Matthew. And I want to put something over commentary. Andy Smith is the designer of the Firestorm. I don't think I wasn't sure what I said, but either way.
You said Stuart Mather was involved.
Yeah, Stuart Mather was involved. Well, no, actually, Andy Smith, you are the man for the Firestorm. So let's get that sorted. My apologies if I inferred wrong. And the trouble is, Steve, on commentary, you know better than me. We all say stuff, don't we?
Oh,
yeah. And sometimes we get it wrong. So, yeah, Andy, you're the man. You're the man.
All I can say, Chris, is I wish I had a fiver for every time I've got it wrong on commentary.
Yeah, and also while we're just waiting, big up to Nicky Hare. Jim Smith's here. Travelled all the way up from Worcester today, or Tewkesbury, and Big Jim. And Nicky Hare is partner. She's back in Tewkesbury. She's a professional artist, and she's been doing all these commissions lately, and I've been able to spare the time. She normally comes.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
Nicky, if you're watching on the live stream, good afternoon to you.
If she's watching on the live stream, get back to your work.
Get back to my work.
We're just seeing a little bit of a paddock walk from earlier in the day. We do have a car down on the start area. Taking a punt, that's Mike West in the Radical SR1. Currently leading Class F, the up to 2 litre sports cars. He moves onto the start line.
So just quickly, so we run through all the classes again.
Yeah, we do.
Timed runs.
Quick run through of all the classes, and then we go into the tin top runoff and the British Hillclimb Championship second runner-up of the day. It is Mike West in the Radical SR1. His first run was 67.79. I'm not anticipating that he'll go any quicker this time because the conditions are far worse than when he took his first run. So winding his way through the S's, out of chippies, now heading up into a country corner.
Indeed, yes, this is Mike West. He's co-driving this car. He owns it with John McQuillan, and they are Team Valley Motorsport. They run several cars, and this is their new car for this year, the Little Radical. Lovely little racing car, in fact. And they had a Fisher Fury before, and anyway, that one is now gone. And so Mike, who is actually one of our Super God Marshals too, down in the Team Valley, he likes that title. Anyway, Marshal Royalty we call him. Here he comes now, Mike West, up towards, straight up the finish towards Quarry, and he's 61 mile an hour. The conditions do look damp still, don't they, Steve?
Absolutely, and following him on the hill, Anthony Wood in the Force PT. Mike West time 79.23. So a very steady run from Mike there, nowhere near as quick as he was earlier. Then move into Class I for the 1100s. Anthony Wood in the Force PT.
And we got Ben Hamer in that little OMS with the Kawasaki engine.
67.74 for Anthony, quite a bit slower. Ben Hamer now, who was in the runoff. Heading up towards the top of the hill. At a 55.67 first time up the hill. This is going to be quite a bit slower. He's through the finish in 66.09. Trying to catch up now with Tim Thompson in the OMS 28, heading into Orchard. Didn't trouble the scorers on his first run. Heading into Farmhouse. The Suzuki GSXR powered single-seater. Running on methanol, hence the little orange disc next to the number. And Tim Thompson safely through Quarry, over the finish, and 66.79.
So we seem to be into the Formula Fords next. We've got
That's right.
Kirsten Dodd on the hill at the moment.
Stephen Morgan and Tom Morgan have had to pack up and go home. Their car had a problem. Kirsten Dodd in the 1986 Van Diemen.
Here she comes now. Kirsten Dodd is actually Matt Ryder's fiancée, and she's enjoying that car. Caroline Ryder is, I think, owns that car in the Ryder family, and she's sharing that car and enjoying herself in that one.
And 76.34 for Kirsten is 10 seconds slower than she was earlier. Conditions definitely worsening. Paul Harris into out of Farmhouse, currently leading the Formula Ford class, with Kirsten in second place, their first runs. Paul Harris over the finish, again slower than before, 73.78. Heading up towards Farmhouse at the moment, John Bruce in the MG ZR 140. To his son Ewan in the car a little bit later. This is the bog standard MG ZR 140. We're running this at Doon the other week. John Bruce through the finish, 79.63. No improvement. Lizzie Weaver into Farmhouse with the Citroen Saxo VTS, 76.83 on her first run.
Oh, thank you.
Lizzie followed on the hill by Robert Wilson in the Lotus Elise. Lizzie Weaver 83.8, again not as quick as before. Robert Wilson sweeps over the finishing line, 71.05, again slower than on his first run. Michael Thompson, class leader in A1 with the Lotus 6 Siege, 63.56 on that run. Going to do this time. Michael Thompson through the finish, quite a bit slower, 73.94.
Here we got John Langmead from Kenton in Devon. I've just found out he's actually a golf professional. Anyway, he holds the record at Shelsley last month. He broke the record, and this is a 200 HP Rover engine in the back of this with a Quaife gearbox.
And Jonathan Langmead's time, 73.29. Another who's failed to improve. Looking out now for David Leach, who's currently lying in 4th place in the class with a 64.47. Everybody's quite a bit slower than they were on their first class run, so I'm not expecting David to be any better. In fact, he's already slower than he was last time, over the finish in 75.7, so no improvement for David Leach. Heading up into Orchard, Peter Herbert in the Porsche 911.
Yeah, if you want to see a beautiful 911, this is your car. Absolutely immaculate. Fabulous. A classic 911, the small spoiler on the back there, sounds terrific. That 6-cylinder flat Porsche engine, what a piece of kit.
Third in the class at the moment with a 66.16 and again 72.03, no improvement that run, but it was quicker than Mark Lawrence. Steve Carter now with the 350Z Nissan, lying in 4th place in the class. Rounding Farmhouse. Hot on his heels, Robbie Birrell, class leader. Robbie posted a 62.31 on his first run. Steve Carter now heading for the finish. And Steve through the finish, 90.35. Hot on his heels, Robbie Birrell with a 68.83.
John Peck in the AMS McTire, this Subaru-based car that basically has got Subaru mechanicals with a fiberglass body, I believe, over the top of it. Lightweight, 4-wheel drive, very effective.
Kit's built in Cornwall. John Pick, 69.55. And although these aren't improvements, they are separate rounds of the BHC Cup competition. We now pick up Stuart Wood in that little Mini. Second in the class at the moment on a 74.78.
Well developed little Mini, isn't it? This one comes down from Scotland. This one is it was going to have a close battle with Eric Murray. I don't know where they stand. Is Eric still running, or did he not make it?
He was on a trailer going home.
Was on a trailer, was he? So is he going to win this class then?
No, John Wood is leading with a 69.40.
Is he?
And Stuart over the finish, 75.94. He's quicker on the second runs than John was.
Here comes Stuart Stelling in this lovely Mark II Escort. Now he's going very slowly around Farmhouse. Has he got a problem?
He's coming to a halt.
He is coming to a halt, but not an abrupt one, Steve. Just a steady halt.
A gentle
halt.
As you would expect from a
not sure what's happened there, because now young Stuart Reid is coming. He's probably been red flagged in the Peugeot behind. Yes, he certainly has. So Stuart Reid in the 205, just gone round Orchard, but now slowing up. Stuart Stelling, who's a regular class winner here, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a regular competitor here, although he lives in the Midlands. He uses to do the Harewood Championship. And he was in second place on.
Oh, he's got it going. Oh, hang on.
So, has he? No.
Yeah, beautifully developed car, that one. His friend Ralph Pinder's not here today.
No.
Alf, he's in, I think Stuart said he was in America or
right.
North Canada or somewhere up that way.
Well, the other weekend, excuse me, Stuart Stelling was at Aintree supporting his mate Tony Lynch.
Was he?
Was sprinting for the first time at Aintree in a Toyota MR2.
Wow. Well,
So
Stuart's
Stuart
getting
was
out the
spannering
car
for him.
by the look of it. The marshals are down with him. I don't think we'll be delayed long, but they might have to get somebody to tow him up the hill. I hope he's out of gear or all that. I don't know. He's out of the car. Very unusual for actually that car to play up, because he runs a Ford Pinto. Hang on, is he putting the bonnet up now? It runs a Ford Pinto engine, which is a pretty bulletproof little engine, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
I don't think it's.
I mean, the disadvantage of the Pinto is it's a cast iron block.
It is,
So
yeah.
it's a big hefty lump.
It is a big hefty lump that's hard to blow up, really. But he's took his hands device off.
But the one advantage, although it is a problem in the modified classes, you can't put a non-standard engine in. But the Z-Tech and the Duratec are bolt-for-bolt engine replacements.
Are
you
they?
take out the Pinto and the...
You're joking? They
and
go
the other
straight
two
in?
drop straight in.
Do they really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So it's...
Well, that's useful then, isn't it?
yeah, because there's one or two people are running Z-Techs in their Escorts.
Yeah.
But of course that means they're pushed into Sports Libre at club level.
Gosh.
At least if they're competing in the British Hillclimb Championship, you can run those cars in Sports Libre saloons.
Well, here comes
Class
the
A.
tow vehicle.
Yes, that's going to have to be.
That
towed
looks
to
like
the
it's a
top.
tow job.
Yeah, so that'll be.
So I don't know what's happened there. Something's broken, no doubt.
That'll be FAL, fail for Stuart Stelling in the not beige Ford Escort. I got told off for saying it was beige.
Did you?
Yeah.
Did you?
Apparently on the colour chart it's not beige. It's
We are
something
always
else.
getting told off.
I know.
I know. It was just big enough to have to put up with it, aren't we? If we get it wrong, we get it wrong.
That's true.
But actually, I mean, beige, it's a debatable one, isn't it?
Yeah, Alex Hall saying he's enjoying the live coverage from the shelter of the tent at Quarry.
Is he? The shelter of the tent?
At Quarry.
Is there a tent there, is there?
Must be.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
I hope the weather dries up for our run later.
Yeah, if I was Alex, I'd be watching the lines round Quarry so that you get it right.
Right. He's in
the
his own
Alex
little
line.
tent. He's in his individual tent.
I'm
One
assuming
under the
so.
car, is it?
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, it must be, mustn't it?
Oh, Ramsey Racing. That'll be John Ramsey, I'm guessing. Watching from sunny Knockhill. I don't say, come on, old yin.
Well, no, you've just said it.
That's his dad, Jock.
Is that his dad, is it? Jock is okay. Yeah. Well, this is what's happened. This HillClimb.TV has really opened it up, hasn't it, to everyone now?
Oh, fantastic.
And even people are, say, competing today.
And if anybody at home wants to give Chris Ponsford a question, I'm sure he'd be only delighted.
He'd be thrilled. He would be absolutely thrilled. Ovs. Thank you, Steve.
Although I do
best
have,
friend, old chum.
I do have some more in my secret.
Yeah, I do.
file.
You have your secret file. You have not forgotten last time because the old boy caught you out a couple of times, not intentionally.
I know,
but that's rankled you, hasn't it?
When I used to do the commentaries from Harewood with Jerry Sturman, he always threw one little curve.
He threw a little curvy in there, did he? Did he?
He'd say, Steve, you know this, and I knew full well I wouldn't.
Well, I think you've started a trend, so next time I come, I'll have to come with a couple of prepared ones, because no doubt you'll actually, well, of course, I'll probably be on my own next time, so you might not catch me out next time.
I don't think I'll be back here this year.
No, not this year. Oh, wow. Well, I'm going to be very sad when you walk off into the sunset today. Eh?
I'm hoping it's a sunset.
Yes, well, a sunset, not rain. Yeah. Well, I'm going to be following you eventually down that old motorway down to Manchester, and then go down the M6.
All right.
Because that M1 is the road of nightmares at the moment. It's all about 40s, 50s road stopping.
Well, you need to go back through Leeds.
No, we'll do.
Go back through Leeds onto the whatever it is.
M62, is it?
That takes you to, no, I don't think it's 62.
Is it not
That
60?
takes you to
Manchester.
Yeah.
That way.
Head to Manchester.
I'm going that way. And then,
Right, well, it looks like we've got a car on the start line, car number 72, Andrew Norris, currently third in the C3 class in the British Hillclimb Championship Cup, waiting for the green light.
And he got into the tin top runoff this morning, didn't he?
Did he?
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Yeah. Indeed, he did. He did some software media work for McLaren last year. He was telling us earlier. He's from the Team Valley.
Mm-hmm.
He remarried last year, Helen Fox Evans. And Jeffrey Robinson, I don't know if he's watching today, but young Jeffrey was their photographer. And Jeffrey is my media man that basically helped get me into doing this job when you decided you weren't coming to Alton Park anymore and Eddie wasn't with us anymore.
So we're off and running. Andrew Norris in the Porsche 911 Carrera, 66.08 on his first run. He was one of the people who fell foul of the weather change, dropping down through the S's, rounding chippies. That's the old start area and up into Country Corner.
Yeah, so this is that supercharged Porsche, which is quite unusual for a 911. I think it's about a 3.3 litre capacity engine, supercharged, so that's going to give it plenty of grunt. It sounds absolutely tremendous. Of course, a classic 911, the shape, the air-cooled engine. Worth a blooming fortune now, these 911s. Hard to put a price. I wouldn't put a price on it, but you're not going to get a lot of change out of 100k perhaps. Anyway, he's heading off up towards the finish. He's 74 miles an hour across the speed trap, and he's about to finish in a 72.55.
Okay, not as quick as earlier. We're looking out now for Jonathan Williamson in the Porsche 911 Carrera. You don't see one Porsche 911 Carrera for a while, and suddenly there's two.
You're right, they're like buses. They're both white ones, and they both sound fantastic, don't they?
Yeah, so Jonathan charging up towards Quarry and over the finish. Again, slightly slower than he was earlier. Well, the clock has frozen at 66 seconds. Stephen Moore, who's second in the class, we get a 73.55 for Jonathan Williamson. Stephen Moore heading up towards the top, currently second in the class with a 59.52. Again, this is going to be slower, 67.49.
Following him will be Damien Bradley in the big legacy, with Steve Gnarly driving it this weekend as well. Anyway, here comes Damien. Fantastic car, terrific driver, massive amounts of power out of this great big car. Sounds amazing. That's 93 up the straight there, going up towards the finish. So he's going to finish a time of 61.37.
And not only is that the best time on this set of runs, it's quicker than he was earlier in the day.
Wow.
So he's the first one to improve.
Here's our Scott,
I'm going to say, we've now got Manta Jock on the hill. Over to you,
Manta
Chris.
Jock Ramsey from Scotland, yes. Big noise at Doon, does an awful lot at the Doon Hillclimb. He's got a collection of Mantas, I am told. They look great, don't they? They've got a rich rally history as well.
And most of them are orange.
Oh, are they? I don't see many orange ones.
Well, he's got a couple.
His ones are orange.
72.1 for Jock Ramsey, no improvement. Now we've got Roy Davis, not Ray Davis of the Kinks.
Can I tell you something about this one? This is the Triumph Mark 1 PI, but this one runs a 4-litre Ford engine. It's Framex Ford gearbox, Datsun rear end, and MCA suspension coilovers. Self-funded, and he lives in Brisbane in Australia, and he is retired. But he originally comes from Yorkshire.
He used to have a Triumph Spitfire with a 2.5 litre engine in it. And that's
Did
where
he?
I remember.
Did he?
Yeah.
Did
And he
he?
had a class record here for a while. Alan Warburton, meanwhile, pressing on, as always.
He is pressing on, yes. 90 miles an hour speed trap. David, his son, did very well earlier in the run-off, didn't he?
Alan Warburton improves to 61.16. We're looking out now for Andrew Colburn. Andrew in this Van Diemen RFO2 FX with the 2-litre Zetec engine. Charging up towards the top of the hill, 68.21 on his first run. I am expecting this to be quicker. Over the finish in 65.83.
Yes,
now we're picking up Einan Price.
Einan Price, here he comes in the Skoda R5. I must admit, I thought Roger Moran did brilliantly earlier to take that win in the tin top runoff. Einan will no doubt have a say in this one. He'll be looking to qualify for that again.
He's still leading on a 64.84 in the classes. He out-qualified Roger Moran for the tin top challenge, but Roger beat him in the runoff. So what can Einan Price do this time? Over the finish, 75.6.
Talking of Roger Moran, here he comes up towards Orchard in his Skoda R5. It's in the works colours. This is an ex-history car. This was Callie Rovenpera's car. He drove this one. This car is a proper all singing, all dancing rally car. 4-wheel drive, 1600cc turbocharged engine with about 300 brake horsepower.
And Roger Moran over the finish, 62.7. So that's quicker than he was on his first run, and I'm pretty certain that'll get him into the top 10 in the Tin Top Challenge. Matthew Price on track for go. Didn't bother taking his first time run. Matthew Price, and he's out now in the SR3. One shot today. Now this is where he will score points in the British Hillclimb Championship Cup. Matthew over the finish, 67.11.
We got John. Sorry,
that takes him into the lead of the class, believe it or not. John McQuillan on the hill now. You know about
yes,
this,
I do know John. Team Valley Motorsport, that's right, sharing with Mike West. John McQuillan, lovely chap. This car looks great. They're having real fun in this little Radical. They're proper built little cars. These are very successful on the circuits as well. They have Radical racing and stuff. And yeah, great little car.
And John improves to 64.52.
Oh, David Bickley has a moment at Country Corner, but he gets it back on the track. He gets into the gravel, but just manages to get going again. It's still very slippery out there. So David Bickley, father of Stuart, who did so well in the runoff earlier in the Little Force. And here comes the Kronos of Simon Bainbridge. He's from Stokesley. He's up near Middlesbrough way. He's a farmer, and he's a Harewood champion 2004 and BSCC class winner 7 times. His best up here is a 56.49.
David Bickley's time, 70.51, keeps him in second place in the class. Simon Bainbridge, get Simon's time. What was Simon Bainbridge's time? 93. Oh, he's not come through yet.
Well, there goes Duncan Barnes heading up.
Barnes heading to the top. Simon Bainbridge was leading the class on 66.07, and Duncan Barnes over the finish, but all the clocks appear to have frozen at the moment. So there'll be a delay while that is sorted out. Right, so we've got a correction on the times for those last 3 cars. Tracy Wise, meanwhile, in the Jedi, is down at the bottom of the hill. Correction for David Bickley, it was a 78.51. After that, slither into the gravel. Simon Bainbridge, 62.3, and Duncan Barnes, 63.3. Those two separated by a second. And now, Tracy Wise in the Jedi.
It is Tracy Wise in the Jedi. Yeah, I've not seen a lot of her before, but I do like these little Jedis. I think she's a competitor from up this way, isn't she, Steve?
Yeah, she's a Harewood regular. Started off with the Lotus Elise road going, then it went into Mod Prod, and now she's moved on to this little single-seater.
75 up the straight there. Yeah, she's heading up towards the finish, so she'll be finishing in a time of 74.45. Will be followed by Richard Matosian in the ex-Robert Kenrick PWR Raptor. Little motorbike, BMW motorbike engine in the back of that one. He comes from Scotland. And he's off up to the finish, and he's going to finish in a time of 69.82.
Gary Warren now, another Scot from Aberdeen. The Empire Evo Chassis 2. 63.52 on his first run. Can he improve on that? Quite a lot of drivers have been unable to, but he can. 62.86 for Gary Warren. Looking out now for Alan MacDonald in the Force SR4 with the 1.3 litre supercharged booster engine into Farmhouse Bend, powering his way up towards the top of the hill. Alan eventually over the finish, 67.86. That slots him into second place in the class.
Next one we'll be seeing will be Robin Wood in the little Force. I think he's here with his brother, isn't he?
Yeah. Anthony and Robin.
Yeah, always got the little car going well, haven't they? Having a decent weekend.
Yes, this car has been around for quite a few years now. And over the finish in improved 68.28. Will Kerr into Farmhouse.
Oh, has a spin.
I don't think he'll be moving from there because he's on the grass. No little happen. Oh no, he's managed to get.
He's got rear wheel traction. That's amazing. So he's going to get going again. He just literally slid off at Farmhouse onto the grass, but he didn't go into the gravel. No damage done to go. They're having quite an adventure in that car this weekend, aren't they?
Yeah.
They were quite adventurous yesterday, you know.
Well, I think what happens is Ben does something and Will has to better him. That's the way it goes. Anyway, Jonathan Flesher was red flagged because I think the marshals didn't anticipate that Will would get back on track. He gets a time of 79.48. Which, unsurprisingly enough, is not an improvement over his first run time. On the start line, we have a Peugeot 205.
That's Stuart Reid.
That's right.
And he is very quick in that little car.
Yeah. Well, at the moment, the fastest on the second set of class runs in C2 is Jock Ramsey with the 72.1. So that's the time to beat in the British Hillclimb Championship Cup competition for C2. Leading the class is Stuart Reid from his first run with a 60.90.
Yes, he's from Blair Gowrie in Scotland, and he often drives this car with his dad. I don't think Dad's driving this weekend.
No, he
I don't think he is. Stuart's an engineer, and he holds class records. He's the man at Doon, apparently. He's done a 45.43.
Yeah. I've seen him in this car at Doon, and he is rapid.
He is quick, isn't he?
Yes.
Yeah. 2-litre 16-valve Peugeot engine. It's got the 8-valve block apparently, and the M16 head on it.
The 16-valve head.
Yeah. And it's on throttle bodies. I think it's on Gen V. So, but it is a rapid tool. Talking to Stuart Stelling, he said, "Yeah, he's too quick."
I'll have my work cut out.
Yes, just a bit. Yeah, definitely.
So we're just waiting for the green light for Stuart Reid.
Well, the red flags are in, I think, from what I can see.
And he's away from the line, heading towards Clark's. Now, dropping down the hill towards the S. He's still getting a little bit of spray kicked up behind the cars. Threading his way through the S's. Now into Chippies. Past the old start area. Into Country Corner and heading towards Willow.
Yeah, I do like the little 205s. They're actually becoming quite well sought after. You're having to pay good money to get a decent 205. Little French hatchback, front wheel drive, of course. Brilliant handling little cars. Even the standard cars are fantastic little road cars. And sort of the most popular was probably the 1.9. The 1.6 was very effective too. Anyway, he's up the straight at 85 miles an hour, so he's nipping along, heading up towards the finish. That looks like a 65.82.
So that's the fastest on the second set of runs, but not as quick as he was earlier in the day. And here comes Mr. Bickley.
It is, here he is. Look, here he is, the yellow fluorescent projectile that is Stuart Bickley in the little Force. May the Force go with you, Stuart. What's he going to do? 91 up the straight, heading for can he get into another runoff? My goodness, that'd be something, wouldn't it?
And 58.08 is quicker than he was before the lunch break. Followed on the hill by Tom Weaver in the Empire Evo. Tom's first run of 62.84. He's into Farmhouse.
Yes, Tom, he hasn't had a brilliant weekend, but maybe he can make amends here now. What sort of time can he do? It's been difficult conditions, hasn't it? Richard, we wish you well. His dad, he's done his foot in at the moment, in quite a bit of pain with that, but he is here on crutches today.
62.63 for Tom Weaver, which is quicker than he was earlier. And at the moment on the second runs, I think that slots him into second place in the class. Into Farmhouse, David Tatum.
Well, David's feeling a bit off colour this weekend, oh no, hang on, David's off. No, Pete's off colour. Yeah. No, David's always quick, isn't he? Anyway, he looks like he's finished already.
59.16.
59.16 to David.
Well, that's second place on the second set of class runs to Stuart Bickley.
Good battle going on between those two this weekend.
We're into Formula Fords and a rotational delay on the grass for Caroline Ryder.
Rotational delay. She's got it going, I think, though, hasn't she? Hang on. Hang on.
That was Sarah Bosworth.
Bosworth.
I must apologise to Caroline profusely.
Well, is this Caroline we're seeing now? That's Caroline.
This is Caroline going past.
It is indeed.
So Sarah Bosworth, the demon barber of Sheffield, who went AWOL down in the S's.
Yeah, she got it go. There she's going again, isn't she?
Yeah, so Caroline Ryder finishes on a 72.5, which is actually an improvement over her first run time. Sarah Bosworth managed to extricate the 1985 Van Diemen. As I can see on the screen, it's raining down at Orchard.
It's raining?
Yeah, it's just started to rain here, I think.
Oh my goodness me.
So Sarah Bosworth, having had that little excursion, is heading up towards the top of the hill. Not pushing that hard, I have to say. No, but then when you lose all that amount of time, there's no point in trying to claw it back, because you never can.
You're absolutely right. Well, I hope that rain, I can't see a lot, so hopefully that isn't coming too much. So we're right into, well into our single-seaters now, aren't we?
Should be. And Jimmy Harris has just set off. He's down into the S's. Sweeps through the S's. Now into Chippies. Up into Country Corners. We can see the raindrops on the screen. And Jimmy Harris now heading to Willow.
He is indeed. Jimmy Harris, eh? On the raindrops. Raindrops keep falling on my head. That's the song for today, Steve, isn't
Absolutely.
it? Particularly for the single-seater drivers.
It's particularly galling for Jimmy because at the moment his dad's leading the class on 64.22.
Wow. So Dad's got the bragging rights at the moment. Then.
Yeah, because he got a dry run in.
Ah, okay, but you're right. I've seen a bit of rain splashing on our windscreen here, on our window. Oh dear, umbrellas are going up. Go away, rain. We really don't want you. But it does look quite wet rain. Yeah, I know. My brother used to say that. He says very wet rain.
69.2 is an improvement over his first run time. Here comes that's
Jonathan Flesher, is it? Yeah, Jonathan Flesher.
yeah, on its rerun, flagged earlier. Jonathan did a 62.92 on his first run, and it's a 62.49 on that, so it improves time. We now go back and pick up number 114, Rob Spedding, the final Formula Ford runner. Rob, who is the class record holder, is way down on times from that first run, which was only an 80.91. He needs to better 64.22. I think is highly unlikely in these conditions. See how quick he can go this time up the hill. And Rob Spedding, 71.92 for Rob Spedding.
As the rain falls, which is not good. I can see sunshine in the distance, but we've got rain here currently.
And we've got, I think, Kelvin Broad
down
at the bottom of the hill.
Ah, is he still in play? I see Marshall's walking down there.
Unfortunately, it's just out of the scope of the screens, but I think he's spun on the track and then gone off onto the left-hand side of the grass, because there's two Marshalls.
Oh, there is, isn't there?
Down by the car, so I think that's going to be a failed run for Kelvin
As the
Broad.
rain lashes down again. Lashes down, yes.
Lashings of ginger ale.
Jeez. Well, there's some unlucky weather today, isn't it, really? It's making life very difficult for the drivers. Know what tyres to put on, because when they put the tyres down... Oh,
we've just got a bit of a car.
We've got a bit of car. We've got Kelvin sat in the car there. Marshall rushing down. They're pushing him onto the track. But maybe...
I think he might have got away with spinning on the track, but he ended up pointing in the wrong direction.
This was one of your rotational delays?
That's right, yes.
Okay.
Well, we have rotational delays. We have sat-nav failures when they go flying off into the grass.
The sat-nav failure.
That's the other one.
This is all Wilkinisms.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
My other favourite that I use a lot here is he's taking a good look at the apex from 2 yards away. But Kelvin has regained the track and is heading up towards the top of the hill.
Getting very wet.
So until can't be showing purple sectors, Richard. We can't have purple sectors at Country.
Don't upset Richard. Don't diss Richard. Anyway, we got a lot of wetness out there at the moment. A lot of precipitation coming out of the sky. But it's rain. At least it's not snow, Steve. It could be worse, couldn't it? You know, it could be worse.
I've been at Lowton Park at the what used to be the Easter meeting.
Yeah.
When it's been early April and it's been snowing.
Yes.
I got a photograph of Mr. Parr.
Oh, Dave Parr,
Dave Parr, when he used to have his Sierra Cosworth.
Oh, yeah.
He's coming out of one of the corners, early part of the run.
Yeah.
And you can hardly see the car for the snow in the foreground.
Goodness me.
Snowing coming down.
Goodness me.
This is not good.
This is not good. Well, when I went up lunchtime, I didn't have all that exotic food. Oh, you got a runner.
Well, we've got a car on the start line,
Sandra
which
Tomlin.
is Sandra Tomlin, and she's on slicks.
Oh, that's not good. Not good, Sandra.
So,
She wasn't to know.
no, but
She's a very experienced driver, though, isn't she?
yeah. So she's tentatively off the line.
Yeah, and tentatively into first corner. Clark's approaching the S's.
Gosh, that's got wet very quick. I mean, look at it now.
Yeah, it's very wet.
Coming out of Clark's, you're seeing the actual track that the car has taken
Yeah.
because the amount of water. She just clipped one of the posts, but it stayed in place. So Sandra is taking a very steady run up the hill in a 4-litre V8 powered single-seater on slicks.
And a very valuable 4-litre V8 racing car too, being the only
Yeah.
last of the pill beams. Immaculately turned out car.
Simon Mather also on course. I think he's another on slicks.
And while Simon's on course, I did mention about Simon earlier, but I want to just put that right again, Andy, if you're listening. Andy Smith is the designer of the Firestorm. Thank you very much, Andy.
Yeah, and Sandra Tomlin going steadily up the hill, squeegeeing water out from under the tyres.
You remember when she used to race her little Tiga? She had a little single-seater, 2-litre Tiga.
Did she?
Yeah, it was a little sports racing car.
Oh, right.
Lovely little thing.
Right. X-Sports 2000.
Yes.
So
It would have
Sandra
been.
Tomlin heading towards the top through the finish in 96.09.
Simon Mather going up the hill in the beautiful ET4. Fabulous car.
He's over the finish in a 67.68. Now we have Bernie Kevil in the OMS 28. He's heading towards Orchard. Again, I'm not sure what sort of tyres he's got on, whether they're slicks or wets. I think they might be slicks, judging by the little twitch he had when he changed gear.
Yeah, even just then he twitched on the straight big time. So yeah, it must be treacherous out there on slicks. There's no way you can set a competitive time.
I think it's just a question of get to the top.
Get the car to the top, yeah, and say, well, yeah, that was a bit of bad luck. Because there's one going down to the start with his brolly over his head.
Lynn Owen also on track with the OMS 28. Again, I think this is another car that's on slicks.
Yeah, Lynn Owen, wife of Steve, taking it very steady up the hill. Very unlucky going down to the start. My goodness me, I should think it's very much nearly undrivable out there at the moment. Steve taking it very steady up the hill. Very unlucky going down to the start. My goodness me, I should think very much, yeah.
Yes, that wasn't what you would normally do. We've got a red flag now on the hill.
They're saying they can't go. I reckon they're saying it's too slippery, don't you?
Right. I think Lynn may well have rotated at Quarry out of our view.
Oh, you think that's possible, do you? Yeah,
quite possibly.
Yeah, it could be.
Because the clock's still ticking.
Yes, because they'd let another car off, which is approaching Orchard, isn't they? But that'll be red flagged.
Nicola Mingies.
Oh, is it?
So Nicola should. Yes,
she's got round.
She should continue up to the top of the hill and then get it changed onto wets, PDQ.
Yeah, she's still running. She's on Farmhouse Straight at the moment, going through the actual farmhouse now. So, yeah, Nicola's a hugely experienced driver. Very good sportswoman, isn't she, Nicola? Her lads, too, they're doing incredibly well, aren't they?
Very much so.
Skiing and stuff.
I can remember seeing Nicola years ago when she was sharing the car with her father.
Oh, yeah.
And they came down
Is that George Coggill?
Yeah.
Right.
And George Coggill Senior.
Yeah.
There's a George Coggill Junior, her brother.
Oh, yeah.
And
right.
Nicola was sharing with her dad at a sprint over in Yorkshire to the airfield.
Oh, yeah.
Many years ago. And she's been on the hills and sprints for quite a lot of time. So she's very steadily to the top. And I would suggest quick change onto wet tyres.
Look at that in the distance, though. Sunshine.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Sunshine in the distance. So when we get a shower, it's a heavy one. But if you're unlucky, you get a shower, aren't you? Because you can't miss it.
We couldn't see it. We just see it now. Lynn's spun off.
Oh, has she?
At the top of Quarry Straight.
Whoa. Well, she was veering that way at one point, wasn't she? That's a pretty unusual place too, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's probably when she's downshifted.
Yes.
The quarry.
Wow, it's just tucked around, yeah. Well,
but there's a great big huge raindrop on the lens where.
Yeah, there is a big raindrop. You're right. It is a big raindrop. As raindrops go, it's a very steady. We get very unlucky going down.
View of it.
We saw it. My goodness me, I think it's very much nearly undrivable like that at the moment. Steve's in the spray.
It went.
Taking it very steady. She's just very unlucky going down.
That's when she downshifted.
My goodness me. Okay. Yeah.
I think she downshifted.
Yeah.
Yes, that. It
doesn't look like there's any damage to the car. It's just rotated.
Spun harmlessly onto the grass.
Yeah.
The trouble is, it's now pointing downhill.
Yeah.
At one of, not exactly the widest part of the track.
No, it's certainly not.
So that'll take a bit of recovery. So that's a fail.
So we're getting quite well through the single seaters, aren't we?
No,
what have we got after them?
Well, we've got to go back.
Oh.
We've still not seen. Into.
Don't forget, they tag cars onto the end before the runoff.
The 1600 or the 2 litre single seaters, other than the dual driven cars in those classes.
Okay, but I think I saw Jonathan driving down.
Well, actually, at the moment,
what were those ones we saw before the runoff? There was some Clios and there was all sorts of bits.
Those are the additional classes. We have the Porsches. Then we've got the BARC Connaught Championship.
Yeah.
And we have the BARC Yorkshire Centre Members class. And the two BARC classes. There are no class records for those because they are always a mixed class. So you can have cars from, today we've got a Formula Ford 1600. You can have road-going cars or mod prods in them. So it's very, very difficult to have a class record. So for the 2 BARC classes, there isn't one, but for the Porsches, there is. Lynn's back down to Farmhouse. Looking to turn round.
You think she'll drive down there and then go through that little return road near to the
start? She won't go through the return road because she's got to get up to the top of the hill.
So
because it was a failed run. So what might happen is they might turn around there, or they might turn around roughly where she is now.
Yes,
where she is now, there is a bit of a wider track.
Is there?
So there might be room to turn around, by the farm buildings.
Okay.
While this is happening.
So these farm buildings, these are owned by Harewood, aren't they?
Yes.
What do they do with them?
It's not a farm anymore, as far as I'm aware. Right. I think what used to happen is they lease out certain fields.
Do they?
To farmers. So where you can see all the sheep in that field.
Yeah.
Although Harewood own it, I think that's leased out to a local farmer.
Is it?
And what I'm going to do is get a cup of coffee while all this.
All very exciting stuff, isn't it? Steve's going to get himself a coffee. He's going to get the giant flask out. In fact, he's got about six flasks in there. I think he's here for 3 weeks. I think. But anyway, Steve had his smoked salmon sandwiches for lunch, no doubt. Cheese and pastrami, he tells me. Well, I was quite peckish, and so I popped up to Garrison Grill up the top there, and I had one of those steak burger rolls. They weren't nice, they were lovely. They were lovely. Bit of onion, bit of cheese, bit of sort of relishy stuff, you know. And I sampled that. My mate Jim Smith, he'd had one earlier, and luckily when I went up there wasn't much of a queue. So I thought, I'm going to get in that queue quick, what there was of it. And then very soon after I'd been there, the queue was pretty big. Are they doing a rotational here, Steve?
Yeah, they're getting Lynn turned round.
Getting around, yeah, that's right.
Remember that very, very few of the single-seaters have a reverse gear. So I would imagine that Van Diemen that you like has a reverse, because the gearbox would have a reverse in it when it was racing.
Okay, right. Yeah,
so
probably got a Ford gearbox, I suspect. I don't know, actually, it's a well-worked car.
It'll be a Hewland.
Oh, would it?
Yeah.
Proper job then, proper job.
Probably a similar gearbox to they use in Formula 3. So Lynn now heading back up to the top of the hill.
Yeah, no damage on the car, it's just a bit of grass. So Steve will get his go in a bit. Lynn will obviously go down as a fail. So we're getting quite well through the single-seaters. And then at the end of these single-seaters, am I right, Steve, there'll be some more, like a mixed batch?
Well, we've got, after the big single-seaters over 2 litres, we've got those 3 historic cars to go, the pair of the Chevron B19 and the Lola Formula 5000. Right. Then we go into the Porsches.
Okay.
And then the Bark Connaught Championship, and then the Bark Yorkshire Centres.
We've got quite a few then.
And those really are there to give the organisers time to get the top 12 and the tin top 10 sorted out and the drivers ready. So at the moment, on the start line, we have gone back to the 1600s and Gary Hill in the OMS 2000M. Well, the only one of the shared cars that we have to see, we've got Sean Gould behind Gary.
Sean, isn't it? Yeah.
We've got Sean Gould to go, and then we've got Nicola to get back down to the start. But Nicola, if she's down there, and I don't think she is yet,
can't see her.
Will probably be on wets.
Hopefully for her, yeah. All GR59 on slicks in this wouldn't be a lot of fun.
Like when I ran my Elan, I only had one set of wheels, so I had to have a tyre that would do both in the wet and the dry. Wow. So I chose the Track Day Yokohama, which was brilliant in the dry and almost suicidal in the wet. So we're off and running with Gary Hill in the OMS 2000M. Dropping down into the S's. Carried from Sandyford Stone.
Where's that?
Midlands, I think.
Oh, Stone's in Midlands, not far from Cannock.
And Gary heading towards Willow. Did a 67.04 on his first run. Into and out of Orchard. Round Farmhouse and heading up towards the top of the hill.
As Gary heads towards the top of the hill, we've got Sean Gould on the hill at the moment. There's spray coming off the back of that Gould. He won't be hanging about. He'll be a bit miffed that he had a decent run earlier and then unfortunately he ran a bit wide at the finish. So
yes.
He qualified for the runoff and could well have won it. Anyway, he brakes hard into Farmhouse. He's going pretty blooming quickly, I can tell you now. He is not hanging around, my goodness me. 98 through the speed trap, heading around the corner up to the finish. Hopefully he gets around the corner. 56.34.
Well, that is over 2 seconds quicker than he was in qualifying for the first runoff. On the hill at the moment, Amanda George in this glorious Chevron B19. leading Class M at the moment on a 78.15. A fair bit of spray as she heads up towards Round Orchard.
One of the prettiest cars on the hill, without any doubt at all. Love seeing this car out. And actually, Richard brings it. Well, I don't know where the car's kept, but he lives in Kent, and the man is in London. So they got long journeys to most of the circuits they go to.
Yep, and Amanda improves to 77.12, extending her lead in the class. Back to the 1600s, and it's Mark Shalanka heading towards Orchard.
It is indeed Mark Schlanker. Last year, got round, yeah. We got a little blind spot down there where we can't quite see at Quarry. Anyway, Mark Schlanker in Einem Price's old single-seater that was campaigned very successfully. Enjoying the extra power of this car, the 1600 methanol engine, bike engine in the back. Good car. He's gone through 80 mile an hour and 66.36.
Which is 0.4 quicker than he was on his first run. Looking out now for Robert Capper in the Empire Wraith. Robert into and out of Orchard.
Yeah, Robert's legal executive in London. The car is kept at Windsor, I think, and this is the Empire Wraith, great spec car. It had an engine failure at Logan Park, so it had to have a rebuilt engine, but it sounds all right now. This was another car built by Bill Chaplin, Empire Cars.
And 63.64 is 3 seconds quicker than he was earlier. Out now for Jason Tunnicliffe. He's out of Orchard, heading towards Farmhouse.
Love this little car, actually. This little bike engine car with a turbo in it. Little 1 litre car. Absolutely flies though, doesn't it? Garage owner from Wells in Somerset. Heading up towards the finish. 99 up the straight there. Very quick.
And 60.71 seems him move up to 3rd place in the class. David Warburton on a charge, heading up towards Farmhouse.
Really good in the runoff earlier. Very quick driver. What can he do? 99 through the speed trap. Finishes in a time of 57.29.
Again, quicker than he was in the first class run. Richard Spedding on the hill now with the GWR Raptor. Had that rotational delay during the top 12 runoff, and Richard is going very, very steadily.
That's not Richard's normal pace, is it, Steve?
No,
that is not.
I think that he's put the car back together, having a go, and he's found it's not quite right. So he's just taking it nice and steadily to get to the top of the hill.
We did notice one of the steering arms was bent. The wishbones looked okay. This was at the front. The wing was okay, but we didn't know if they had another steering arm. But they had something. But it's obviously not quite right.
No, Richard, very slow indeed compared to what we normally expect. 88.82. Trying to pick up John Cottrell now. He's coming into Orchard. The Pilbeam MP82 with the Millington engine, running in the 2 litre class.
What a pretty car that is, isn't it? That's beautiful. A lovely Pilbeam there. We don't see many Pilbeams anymore. The Millington engine's a really good unit. 16 valve unit built near Bridgenorth. Millington, Roy Millington, that is.
And 75.24 for John, no improvement. Ian Tucker now out of Farmhouse. This is the OMS 28 with the oversized Hayabusa engine. What can Ian do? Can he go quicker than he was before? It looks like he can do. The 69.68, good improvement.
Here comes young Aaron Colborne in the Van Diemen, this ex-Formula Ireland car, Ford-powered car. Pretty little single-seater, quick driver.
And lying in 2nd place with a 60.28. Can he improve? Yes, he can to 59.26, goes into the lead of the class. Looking out now for Andrew Henson. He's just left Willow, heading up towards Orchard in the Gould Dallara.
Yes, Andrew. I think he sells racing cars for a living. So
yes, he does.
He does, doesn't he? He's had this little car a while. It's got a Vauxhall red top engine in the back. It gives it plenty of grunt, about 270 brake horsepower. And as Steve said to you earlier, it's got this narrowed down body on it. They've taken the side pods off it. 92 up the straight, finishes in a 64.09.
And that 64.09 keeps him in third place in the class. What can Jonathan Varley do? He's been bumped down by Aaron Colburn. And Jonathan Varley bring the Predator back into the lead.
Looking good at the moment. 94 miles an hour up the straight. Going up through to the finish now. It finishes in a 59.19.
And goes into the lead by a few hundredths. Now we've got William Luffridge from Ballymoney in the Empire Race. Great line, third in class in K2.
Beautiful car, this 102 through the speed trap. The Empire Race, one of the latest sort of spec Empire built by Bill Chaplin.
59.85 takes him into the lead of the class.
Oh, excellent, well done, Will.
Looking out now for Alex Coles in the Force TA. He goes over the curb on the approach to Orchard. That rattles his fillings. Now into Farmhouse Bend.
Yeah, young Alex, terrific young driver to be fair. They've had one or two issues to deal with, but they're getting there with this car. 100 mile an hour up the straight there, comes from Plymouth. Dad's just had a hip replacement, 60.01.
It is an improvement, but he drops back to second place in the class. Now, Pete Tatum on the hill was lying in second with a 64.31. That's pushed him down to third. So he needs to improve, but by how much?
Here comes young Pete. Yeah, this is a beautifully turned out little OMS. Lovely, lovely little car. He's a super talented sportsman. He was the one that was telling me he was feeling a bit off colour this weekend. 94 mile an hour, going up towards the finish, 62.90.
And he remains in third place in the class. On the hill now, we're back to the big single-seaters, and this is Nicola Minguez on her rerun. Remember before she was on the slicks, got red flagged. This is a chance for Nicola to put in a decent time. She did a 64.98 on her first run, which was nowhere near the slowest in the class, I have to say. What did she do this time? Out of Orchard already.
Very talented lady driver, married to Wallace Minguez. Got several children, all very talented sportsmen too. This is the ex-Martin Groves car that was a real famous car, broke lots of hill records and also won the British Hillclimb Championship. 89 miles an hour, going off to the finish. Should be finishing in a time of 64.38.
4:38, that's 6/10 quicker than on our first run. And we don't have any takers
We have
down
no
at the
punters
start.
down there at the moment, do we? Eh?
No.
So, how are you getting on with that latest brew you're drinking there, Steve?
Oh, about halfway through.
About halfway through that one, he says.
But I've switched over to a different make.
Did you?
So,
Did you?
Yeah. So
oh my goodness.
this is a little bit stronger.
Is it really?
Yes.
Yeah.
This will perk me up.
I used to
afternoon.
go fishing down on the Ouse, you know, and when we were sort of doing day into night sessions, and if in the winter time, I'd often stop at 11 o'clock at night, you know, down there, because actually it was sometimes really good fishing in the dark. But I used to take a separate flask, purely with really strong proper coffee in it, you know, for the drive home, you know. And my mate who would be travelling with me didn't drive, but he'd be feeding me this coffee. Oh, young Duncan. All right, I'm just going out the booth for a few minutes.
Okay, I'll take over.
Hello, dear boy.
So, on the start line at the moment, Paul Crute, just donning his gloves. So, Paul Crute off and running in the OMS with the Jaguar V6 engine, dropping down into the S's. Winding his way through now into Chippies. Accelerating away from the old start area up into Country Corner. Now through Willow. Paul Crute exiting Orchard, charging up through the farm buildings into Farmhouse Bend. Glorious sounding exhaust note from the V6, heading for the top, and he's up and through the finish with a 65.45, improves on his first run time. On the hill at the moment, Richard Summers in the AFS P4T, the car with the Cosworth V6 2.5 litre engine, designed and built by Richard's son Alex. Richard gets the power on as he heads out of Farmhouse. 87 miles an hour indicated through the speed trap, and over the finish improves to 63.26. Simon Andrews now into and out of Orchard in the OMS 28. This runs Terry Davis's SV8. I believe this is the only SV8 that Terry has built. And Simon heading up for Quarry, just the final corner to negotiate, and this is improvement to 65.38 for Simon Andrews. Already heading out of Willow up towards Orchard is Steve Owen in the Works OMS 28. The 63.9 on his first run. Rounding Farmhouse, gets a little bit twitchy as he gets the power back down. Into Quarry, over the finish in 63.17. Just a few tenths quicker than he was earlier. On the start line, Harry Pick with the OMS 28, fitted with the Cosworth XD V8. Oh, and Harry stalls the engine, having broken the beam, but as the rear wheels didn't cross the line, the car gets reset and he'll have another go. Harry, get the car lined up again. Ready, visor down. Judders off the line. 3.2 for the launch, so not exactly the quickest, but that little stall, probably better to be safe rather than sorry. Harry now winds his way through the S's into Chippies. Slithers as he comes out of Chippies up into Country Corner already. Another little touch of opposite as he comes out of Country. Through Willow, heading up towards Orchard. Lovely run through Orchard. Hard on the brakes into Farmhouse. Powers out of the corner. 64.66 on his first run. Harry Pick up through Quarry over the finish. 62.68. Nice improvement over that first run time. Pick up Jack Cottrell down in Chippies with the 2005 Formula 3 Dallara, now fitted with a Cosworth XD engine. Jack charging away from Willow. Sweeps through the elbow before Orchard. Now up through the canyon of buildings into Farmhouse Bend. Jack Cottrell onto the straight, powering up to the top. Did a 59.29 on his first run. This looks like it's going to be a little bit quicker. It is, with a 56.60. 56.60 takes him into the lead on these second runs. Jack Cottrell leads on a 56.60 on run number 2. Down on the start line, like Dave Uren, GR55B, failed to trouble the scorers on his first. Oh, and he's done exactly what Harry did and stalled, but stopped it from rolling through the start line, so he gets reset. Dave Uren away. 2.68 for the launch, not bad at all in these conditions. In fact, it's saying it's Nicola, so I'm not sure why Nicola is running again. Because we got a time of 64.38. Oh, Nicola Mingis on the hill. Through Orchard. Nicola charging up towards the top. Sweeps through the finish. And we don't appear to have a time. It actually says number 8 on the scoreboard. We don't appear to have a time for that run. And we do now, and it's 59.06. Trevor Willis away from the start in the OMS 28. Trevor Willis heading into Willow. Now heading into Farmhouse. 58.35 on his first run. Trevor over the finish. 56.95. Will Hall already off the line, heading down into the S's with the GR59J Gould. Sweeps through chippies, out into Country Corner. Across the hill to Willow. Neat and tidy through Orchard. Will Hall into Farmhouse. Through final corner and over the line in 55.73. On the start line, Alex Summers, the DJ Firestorm 2. Alex shaking his head at the moment. Not sure what the issue is. I'm not quite sure what the delay is. Alex hasn't been lined up yet on the start line. I think they're going to be pushing him back, are they? Or right. Getting him lined up now. Alex away. .64 for the launch. Charging down into the S's, sweeping through the S's into chippies. Now up into country corner. 57.57 on his first run, so he'll be looking to maybe get into the 55s this time. Going well indeed, just clips one of the posts at Orchard. Now into Farmhouse. Huge acceleration up into Quarry and over the finish. 55.35. 55.35 I think is our fastest qualifier so far. On the hill, down in the S's, Matt Ryder in the GR59 JB. Matt's first class run was a 55.21. Leading the class still with that time. Through Orchard. Powering up through the farm buildings. On the run to Quarry. It's going to be a 54. Ryder over the finish. 53.93. Excellent run. Wallace Mingies away from the start already. Cool GR59 with the Cosworth XD V8 tucked in the back. Wallace Neat and tidy through the S's. Firing as he goes into country corner. Now powering his way towards Orchard. Lots of popping and banging on overrun. Now charging up into Farmhouse Bend. 57.28 on his first run, but this is looking a lot quicker. Can it be a 53? No, it's a 54.64 on the start line. 154 Richard George in this delightful Chevron B19. A little bit of a stagger off the start there for Richard. Also Amanda leading the class with a 77.12, so that's the target for Richard on this run. Into the S's, winding his way through there. Into country. Richard George now charging up towards Farmhouse Bend. Quarry to negotiate through the finish in 73.99, goes into the lead. Takes the class win. Roger Deans in the Formula 5000 Lola T142, already heading up towards Farmhouse Bend. .82.95 on his first run. Maybe not the ideal car to be out there in the real wet, but he's improved to 76.53. Now have Maggie Richards on the hill. First of the runners in the BARC Connaught Championship class. Maggie's first run was an 81.32. And over the finish improves to 79.06. Matthew Vaughan running in class 26 for the Yorkshire Centre members. The Westfield 7 with the Z-Tech engine. Ready to negotiate, and over the finish 85.31, the seconds quicker than he was earlier. We now move into the Porsche runners with David Dyson in the 911 GT3. .97.92 on his first run for David. David over the finish 73.13. You know, David Hilton now at Orchard, charging up into Farmhouse. Massive Farmhouse and on the way towards Quarry.
That's a beautifully turned out 996, isn't it? Lightning car, fully stripped out. Goes very well indeed in that.
And a good improvement there, 68.95. 68.95 takes him into the lead of the class. Out now for Chris Milne in the Boxster S. Chris did a 76.83 on his first run, which established a personal best for him. First visit to Harewood with this car. Just the run to Quarry. And Chris Milne up and through the finish, improves to 74.92.
Next car we'll be looking at is Richard Andrews.
Correct, in the Cayman.
Yeah, now this is the GT4. He brought some notes up about this. His best is a 62.41. And his sponsors, he's in marketing actually. He's from Wakefield, so he's a local man. But yesterday, I think he said this was... So, yeah, Class 14 first yesterday and first Harewood run. So, yeah, he's doing very well indeed in this car. It's a real powerful thing, though, isn't it? Must be a handful in these conditions.
Well, he's up through the farm buildings into Farmhouse Bend, did a 69.91 on the first run. Everybody so far in the Porsche class has improved. His target has got to be 68.95, take him back into the lead of the class. A little bit of damp of the brakes, and he's over the finish in 68.94. So goes into the lead by 1/100th of a second. Heading into and out of Orchard at the moment, Howard Cressy in the Boxster. Is a 2.7 litre unit in the back.
Well, I think mid-engine. Yeah, because I got picked up on that before. Somebody told me off for that one.
Well, it's behind the drive.
Well, that's what I thought. Yeah. But anyway, our piggy friend said, no, it's mid-engine. Let's get that right.
So Howard Cressy eventually over the finish, 77.38. It's an improvement over his first run time of over a second. Now we've got Graham Rose in this Porsche 924S that looks more like a 944.
Well, I'll tell you something about this. He's had this car for 24 years.
Yep.
But it's only his second ever event he did. His best time at Harewood, can't remember. He says his sponsor's a Carline garage, because I think he's got his own garage business. And it's a 3-litre supercharged car, so it's quite nippy, isn't it?
Yeah, his best time ever is a 65.45. But this time it's a 79.44 and is an improvement. But you need to be in the 68-second bracket to get into the top 3 in the class. Stephen Jury now in a genuine 944 heads into and out of Farmhouse.
Yes, this car actually is running a 3-litre, but he used to have a 2.5-litre engine, now a 3-litre. But he's an ex-motorbike racer, and he's done 10 years in this car now, so it's a regular steed. He's
the first driver in the class not to improve. Now here comes Mel Spear, and I think your favourite Porsche.
Oh, I've got to say, I do love this. It's beautiful, isn't it? It sounds amazing, but to have that car to drive is just fabulous, isn't it? He must be thrilled to bits. He's had that quite a few years too.
That's right, and it was running the European Championship. 76.06, so a handy improvement there for Mel Spear. Ian Wadsworth now in the 911 SCRS.
Yeah, another special car actually. This has got a Lighton 3.2 6-cylinder air-cooled engine on throttle bodies, so it's got all the right bits on it. Best time at Harewood apparently is a 65.60.
And Ian over the finish, 74.91, which is an improvement. Now we're looking for and passing our commentary box, Geraint Evans in the Porsche 911 Carrera 3-litre, although it's 3.3.
It's a stunning bit of kit, isn't it? It's about 276 brake horsepower. He is retired, thank goodness, he says. Well, that's what we all say now, don't we, Steve?
Yeah. Geraint's time 74.94. Wayne Eason, the last of the Porsches in the Boxster. He did a 75.83 on his first run, so he'll be looking to get down, I would have thought, into the 73s.
So it's a 2.5 litre with 2.7 conversion. Is this a 4-cylinder, Steve?
It might be.
I believe it is, but he goes well in it, doesn't he?
He does a 73. It's a 73.71 for Wayne Eason. We now move into the Bark Connaught Championship class. David Garnett with the Fiat Abarth 595.
Yeah, cheeky little cars these, aren't they? 1368 plus a turbo, little body. So he was in the Renault Clio before, which he was sharing, but he bought this one, and he's driven it up here from Cheltenham.
Yeah, he's been a campaigner in the HSA Championship for many years. 80.99 is an improvement there for David Garnett. Rounding farmhouse at the moment is, what was that, 177 Barry Holt.
Oh, now that's another one of these BMW cylinder head jobs on this one. It's a nicely turned out little car, isn't it? So we've got actually quite a nice little mix of cars. There's the old Labrador Carrier going down to the start.
It's a mob prod as well. 86.25 for Barry. James Stocks in the Toyota GR Yaris round farmhouse. 74.72 on his first run. These are deceptively quick.
Yes, I would agree. Deceptively quick indeed. So yeah, James Stocks. So we're going to have Roger Legg next in the Caterham 7, followed by Chris Bramall. So we've got some of these quick little sports cars, I suppose you'd call them, wouldn't you?
James Stocks' time 72.98. Roger Legg in the Caterham 7 with the Ford Sigma engine, heading up towards Farmhouse Bend.
Lots of people start their racing and hill climbing career in these, don't they? Because they're a relatively good way of getting into some fast, exciting racing, without too much cost.
Yeah, my first half dozen events were in a Caterham 7. Time for Roger Legg. We haven't got a time yet. Oh yeah, 84.9. Chris Bramall past the commentary box in the Caterham Super 7 with the Z-Tech engine. He's already up over the finishing line in a 73.58. Glenn Shaw at the bottom of the hill, exiting Chippies, heading up towards country. This is the Nissan 350Z.
He's one of our regular competitors, isn't he? You've seen quite a lot of him.
Oh yeah, over the years.
Yeah, quite a nicely developed car, isn't it, really?
Yeah, it's one of those that you're capable in these of nibbling away at your personal best times, taking a 10th off here or a 100th off there. They're really good competitive cars and very stable.
Yeah, he had a little slide in farmhouse, but that's not surprising. Plenty of power in that car, but track's still a bit slippery, to say the least. We're going to be heading towards our runoff soon.
Oh,
whoa! He has a big moment there, doesn't he? At the top there at Quarry.
72.48, a second quicker than he was earlier. Now we've got Justin Andrews.
Oh no, we haven't.
Oh no,
he's had a rotational delay.
Correct.
I got there. We get there in the end. Yeah, a rotational delay down there in the S's. No damage. Didn't hit anything. In fact, I think he's moving the car now, isn't he?
Yeah. Well, the red flags are flying behind him, but because he's not getting any assistance, the clock is still running.
This is the Impreza, isn't it? The one with the 1400 odd turbocharged.
Yeah, 1425cc turbocharged engine. The engine's been built out of a 2 litre, so it's sort of sleeved down, as it were. The idea being that with that capacity and the turbocharger, it fits into the 2 litre class.
Right, okay. So do you think that's a good move?
It could well be, because it's 4-wheel drive as well. So that's a big help.
It can be a big help, can't it?
And
yes.
In these conditions, I would have said the extra weight in the car would be an assistance, but obviously I was wrong.
Well, just a bit over enthusiastic on that occasion, but if
Yep.
you're not trying, you're not going to win.
That's true.
And we know young Matt Ryder, was it a 100th of a second or a 10th of a second he won by in the runoff? Was it a 10th or 100th? Either way, it was
Very, very close.
It was very close. We were looking at the split times up there and it was nothing in it at all. So, well, what do you reckon? So, we've had our big cars. We don't know who's in the runoff, do we? But you might have
Not
an
yet.
idea. But
No, they gave out the running order for the tin top.
did they?
Top 10, but
Oh, yeah.
unfortunately, halfway through, I couldn't hear what was the
Yeah.
numbers being read out.
Yeah,
so
sure.
we'll have to go with that. Ian Richards, meanwhile, on track with the little Clio RS200.
As a clue, Steve, I was talking to Dave Tatham up the top there, and he was right on the cusp. So whatever time David did, we'll give you an idea.
All right. Well, David on the cusp Tatum was 59.16.
59.16, right. Okay.
Ian Richards, meanwhile, heading up through the farm buildings. An 88.93 on his first run. Most people are improving. They see this dropping down into the low 80s or even into the high 76s. It's a 76.61 for Ian Richards. So that will send him shooting up the class order. On the start line at the moment, we have 14-year-old Ewan Bruce in the MG ZR 140. The first junior competitor in the country to tackle hill climbs. He's also done a couple of sprints up in Scotland, sharing the car with his dad John.
Enough.
So Ewan, so Ewan Bruce, just the final corner to negotiate. Through there, improves to 78.93. Just over a second quicker on the start line at the moment. We have the little Rover Mini Cooper of Chris Donaldson.
Now, he said his best time at Harewood was 75.82. He says he's a project manager from Leeds. So I don't know how he's getting on today.
87.36, but that was very wet.
Very wet.
And
it's not much.
most people, as I say, on the second runs are improving. So I'm expecting that to be maybe high 70s or low 80s.
So he's not
for
going to get a
Chris
PB
Donaldson.
today. So
No, I don't think so.
not in these conditions. But
Several people that have established PBs, but I don't think they're going to break them today.
well, just looking around at the moment, we're not too bad. But fingers crossed. That's all I can say, because the track is drying quite fast. There's
Yep.
quite a decent wind on it. Not great temperature out there though, Steve.
No, it seems chilly in the commentary box as well.
Oh,
Chris
yeah.
Donaldson, meanwhile, into Farmhouse Bend. His little Rover Mini Cooper, 1275 A series engine.
59 miles an hour through the speed trap.
Chris Donaldson over the finish, 81.97. We pick up Richard Greenwood in the Renault Twingo GT at Orchard. His first run was an 82.16, was 10 seconds away from his PB.
Yeah, it's been a slippery old day most of the day, hasn't it, really? Certainly, I'm telling you, when we got near a runoff, it's been slippery as that. But the track hasn't dried a huge amount. It must be well down on its normal. The track temperature, too, must be cold. The tyres must be struggling to get heat into them.
Well, they'll be struggling to retain the heat as well.
Yeah, of course.
Clock seems to have frozen on number 77, Richard Greenwood.
80.4, Steve.
Oh, 80.4, very good. Which is an improvement of 1.5 seconds, roughly. Now, this is Alex Hall. I hope he's been watching how they take quarry from his tent so that he gets it right.
Ah, the tent. He was watching on his live stream, wasn't he? Perhaps he's watching himself.
It was very
He could be watching himself in
It
there.
was very intent.
Very intent. In the little Mazda.
Yes,
Oh,
the
192. This was the one he said, yes, this one won't pull the skin off a rice pudding. And the modification's roll bar only. Mazda MX-5 1600.
Well, he has improved to 80.03, so maybe all that time was found at quarry. We've now got James Izzard in a similar MX-5, but this one runs the 2-litre engine.
Ah, no, he tells us he's a tax advisor from Guiseley.
Oof.
Yes, so his best time is a 69.74. This is one of the 2-litre ones, so it's the BBR 180 upgrade kit on this one. So, yeah, decent little car. Got the hood down at the moment. No doubt got the radio on, probably listening to the football or something.
Elbow on the window, isn't it?
Elbow on the window, that's it. Got his driving gloves on, of course.
Spring back,
it could well be. Biggest selling sports car of the lot, aren't they, Steve? The
Yes,
Mazda MX-5.
definitely.
So they're going to be good.
James Izzard's time, 78.87. He's the first one in the class that fails to improve. Now here comes your favourite car.
Yeah, big fan of this one. This at Martin Hindley in the lovely Volvo 8 Series T5. 2.25, I think, turbo engine in that one. But more importantly, I mean,
he's got the Beagle.
Has he got the thing out? He's got the thing on the side on the roof there, the dog, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's the dog. There's the dog. Woof, 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 woof. Off he goes. Actually, do you remember Oddball in Kelly's Heroes? Woof, woof, woof.
Yes.
Yeah. Donald Sutherland.
76.53 for Martin Hindley, 3 seconds quicker than he was earlier. Now we have Graham Cressy in the BMW.
The I-30. 3-litre engine, isn't it? Quite a big engine.
Yes.
He's from Epsom, so he's come a fair old way, but
Yes.
previously Wetherby.
Expat Yorkshireman.
Indeed.
And he does improve, 73.08, new tenths quicker. Now got the BMW M3 of Pasquale Abruzzese. The 76.15 on his first class run.
Yeah, he's a very regular competitor, a local competitor too. There's a fair bit of grunt in this car. I think the conditions don't necessarily suit it right this second. But he was one of the quickest in practice yesterday in this class.
Well, he's improved to 74.73. And we're looking for Richard Patterson in the little raw striker. Runs the Cosworth normally aspirated 2-litre engine.
A rapid little thing, actually. I asked him what the difference he thought between this and a Westfield. He reckons the wheelbase was slightly different, slightly shorter perhaps.
Correct, yeah. And car is a little bit lighter as well.
Is it? Is it?
72.82 for Richard Patterson, improves. And heading towards Farmhouse, Peter Vincent in the VX220.
Yeah, quick car this one, in black. I prefer them in the yellow, but this one's got the supercharged engine in it as well. Got a lot of horsepower in that. That's a 2-wheel rear-wheel drive, isn't it, Steve,
Yep,
that one?
Yeah. And mid-engined, of course.
Mid-engined, of course, not rear-engined.
72.88 for Peter Vincent. Now we should have... there he is. Coming into view, Adam Warren at Orchard in the Escort Mark 1.
Yeah, beautifully liveried car, isn't it? The steel-winged Escort Mark 1, beautiful, and the RS colour scheme there as well, with the decals on it. Got lovely wheels on that car, got a great engine. I'd love to take that one home. Don't think he'd let me, but I'd love to take it home. It'd cost me a lot of money, wouldn't it?
I'm afraid so. And Adam round quarry and improves to 80.58. Derek Jones Senior gets a little bit twitchy in Farmhouse.
Tell you what it does.
The Escort Mark 1.
Driving it like an Escort should be driven, a little bit sideways. We're loving a bit of that. 69 miles an hour, heading off towards the finish, and he will be followed by Tom Vaughan in the Little Westfield. Yeah, he's a bit squirrely there too round Farmhouse. I think they're all finding conditions very difficult. The runoff is going to be very difficult.
Derek Jones's time was a 77.94, which was an improvement. Tom Vaughan round the final corner, and he improved dramatically to 70.88. Is about 9 seconds quicker than he was earlier. Big Davey in the Mark II Escort.
Quick Escort, this one, about 300 brake horsepower in the front of this. So that's a serious engine, serious bit of grunt. Ex-rally car converted to hill climbing, and he drives a white van, and he delivers glass for a living.
And has delivered a 76.14, and one of the few cars not to improve. Now we're into the little mini gem with the A-Series 1380cc. Alan Scott at the wheel. Again, another regular Harewood competitor in the classic car class. And Alan over the finish, 80.3, a bit slower than he was earlier. Now picking up Glenn Collier at Orchard in the Davrian Mark III, the Hillman Imp engine.
Very early car, early Davrian, the Mark III. They made them in Wales, and they eventually morphed into the Darians, which had a lot more development, and actually were very successful with the bigger engines they fitted in the Darians in a lot of tarmac rallying. And actually see them quite a lot in places like Epping.
And time for Glenn Collier, 86.35, a bit slower than he was earlier in the day. And I think that's the end of the class runs. So the next up will be our
Tin Top Runoff.
Tin Top Runoff, yes,
Wow.
correct.
Tin Top Runoff, and then the top 12 runoff, and that will then, after that will conclude the meeting. I would take this opportunity to thank all our marshals on post. They're doing a fantastic job in difficult conditions today, isn't it? That's some very unpleasant conditions. I saw David Warburton up in the paddock there.
All right.
He's absolutely soaked. He said he sat down there in all that rain, got absolutely soaked twice. He says twice.
That happened to me when I was driving a friend's Ralt RT4, and I was I was sat in the paddock waiting to go in the line, and suddenly it started to rain, and by the time I got to the first corner there was water slopping around in the bottom of the tub.
Oh my goodness.
And it was like trying to drive while you were sat in a pond. It was awful.
Goodness me.
And it was perishing cold as well.
Was it? Yeah, I don't suppose it was terribly pleasant. Well, we've got a few hardy spectators have been back down to the bottom after the showers, and now we'll be waiting for the runoffs. So have we had a list for the...
No.
No.
I did hear the numbers being given out for both the runoffs.
I know you wrote some down for the second lot.
I wrote down the running order for the top 12.
Right.
But I didn't get the running order for the Tin Top Challenge, unfortunately, because as they started, there was a car going past, and I couldn't actually hear the PA over the noise.
Yeah, well... hopefully it won't be too long. At the moment it's relatively dry, so do you think they'll be on slicks? I think they will be.
I would have thought there's
It's very abrasive here, isn't it? That wets on that surface will soon rip up, won't they? So you think this might be your last visit this year, Steve?
To Harewood, definitely.
Wow.
Yeah.
Have you got much booked into your calendar this year for other events?
Well, I'm at Barben next weekend.
Yeah.
For the second of the hill climbs. Mm-hmm. And then I'm not quite sure what happens after that.
How many did they get to Barborn then? For cars, would you say?
I think we had 72
Right.
at the June meeting, and we're hoping for over 80 this next event.
Right. Do you get many single-seaters there?
We get about 4 or 5,
Right.
mainly the locals. And we got a driver, Mikey Paul Hemingway, in a brand new Force TA at our last meeting, and he was going really, really quickly. In first practice, unfortunately, he skittled out the timing gear.
Did he?
At the finishing line.
Oh dear, did that finish the meeting off?
It didn't do things that well. Now,
No.
I'm struggling here.
Oh, hang on. What have we got there?
Oh, this is the tin top running orders just popped up on the screen. So we'll try and
Similar to what we had last time.
No,
Roger
whoops.
Moran.
oh,
Where's
I'm throwing stuff around.
you are
here.
throwing stuff around. Hang on. I'll get that for you. Hang on. Hang
All
on.
right, thank you very much. Cheers.
Where's Einan? Is he there?
No.
Oh. Okay.
So I think we're running Mark Lawrence first. Then Stephen Darley. Jock Ramsey. Peter Herbert. Robbie Birrell. Stephen Moore. Stuart Reed, well up in the little Peugeot 205. Roger Moran. Simon Bainbridge. And Damien Bradley. So we need to try and find their qualifying times.
Well, it's time, folks. The cars are going down to the start. Tin top run off, the top 10 tin tops. Similar cars, I think, to we had last time, but no Iron Price. But Roger Moran, he won that last runoff, which was outstanding. And is Damien Bradley going to take the spoils? Stephen Darley. Yeah, we just had something on the live stream. Many thanks to the marshals today. They keep the show on the road. They absolutely do, and they've worked in horrible conditions today. So thank you very much to them. They're doing a brilliant job as usual. But also everybody else who's involved with running the event, and some of the hidden faces in the offices, and heard the dulcet tones of Leslie Gein just now.
You've got the first car on the line.
We're in business, folks. We are nearly ready to rock and roll. Now that is likely to be Mark Lawrence in the shared car with Robbie Birrell.
He qualified in a 72.37. He's the slowest qualifier. Running first because it's a dual-driven car, and he'll be followed by Stephen Darley in the Subaru Legacy. Mark Lawrence on the start line. And he's away. The start. 0.96 for the launch. Now charging down towards the S's. Still putting a little bit of spray up as he heads down into the braking area. 12.78 into the S's. Winding his way towards Chippies. Out of Chippies, heading up towards Country. 27.37 is the split at Country.
Yes, indeed. This highly rapid Porsche Cayman. This one has got the 4-cylinder engine, so it develops about 500 horsepower, which is incredible. So you don't have to have a 6-cylinder Porsche to get lots of power. This one is an absolute rocket ship. Robbie Birrell will be driving it later on. He's always super rapid in it. So the drying track here gets the traction down coming out of Farmhouse, puts all that power down on the straight there, goes up 83 miles an hour up the straight, approaching the finish now. He's going to finish in a time of 69.90.
So, sitting on the start line, Stephen Darley in the Subaru Legacy. For the green light, qualified 62.1. Second quickest qualifier, but having to run first because it's a shared car. 2.3 for the launch. 0.6 up straight away on Mark Lawrence's time. 10.92 down into the S's. He's 2 seconds near enough ahead of Mark Lawrence at that point. Coming towards Country Corner. Into Country, 24.36, over 3 seconds ahead.
On a mission. Stephen Darley, if I remember rightly, he had an off, and that was unfortunate. But anyway, he's on it now, and he'll be looking to win this tin top runoff. Can he do that? The car is capable. He is certainly capable. At the moment, he's looking very good indeed. There goes the power of that massive engine. Look at that, absolutely flying. 92 miles an hour, going round Quarry, going up to the finish. So he's only got to get it round there. Hopefully 61.89.
And that sets the standard for the rest. Because Stephen Darley was the second quickest qualifier, so that's the time people are going to, I think, struggle to beat until we get to Damien Bradley. On the start line, man to jock in the Opel, away from the line. 2.95 for the launch, quicker than Mark Lawrence. Heading down towards the S's. .13.13, a little bit slower by this stage than Mark. Winding his way through the S's. Out of Chippies. Only half a second down on Mark Lawrence at Country Corner, and he's heading towards Orchard.
Old technology in this Manta. They sound great, they look great, but it's quite old technology. It's rear-wheel drive. They ran most of them with 2-litre fuel-injected engines. Big, heavy car, very effective back in the day, but then the sort of real brutal 4-wheel drive thing. In fact, I think Jimmy McRae drove a Manta very successfully. Anyway, Jock Ramsey's driving it very well indeed. Lovely sight to see. 78 miles an hour up the straight. Going round to Quarry now. Let's see what he's got. He finishes in a time of 69.76.
Goes into second place ahead of Mark Lawrence. Caught it all up between Orchard and Farmhouse Out. On the start line, Peter Herbert qualified on a 72.03 in his Porsche 911. Peter away from the line. 2.86 for the launch. Second quickest so far. Down towards the S's. 13.26, and not as quick as any as the other three, unfortunately, at that point. Peter winding his way around Chippies, heading up towards Country Corner. And at Country Corner, 28.34, he's dropping behind the clock.
What a stunning sight that one is. Beautiful car. Immaculately turned out. He's from down in, I think, down Buckinghamshire way. I think, is it Cheshire or somewhere? Where have we got him for?
No.
No. Well, he's down that way, but nevertheless, here he comes now. He's doing very nicely, thank you very much. On his split times, he's down on the times, but nevertheless, just watch that car, listen to that car. Doesn't it look fabulous? Absolutely beautiful. Classic 911. Off up towards the finish. He's going to finish in a time of 70 seconds plus. 72.34, 74 up the straight. Is that Robbie Birrell then?
Yeah, Robbie
Okay,
Birrell
we got
already
Robbie
on
Birrell.
the hill,
He's
charging
already-
up towards the top, heading into Farmhouse. Obviously his times splits are being measured against Steve Darley. Rounding the final corner over the finish, 67.43, and he slots into second place at the moment.
See Damien Bradley heading down towards the start now in the Legacy, so they've swapped over. We've got, looks remarkably like Stephen Moore, I think, down there.
I think it should be Stephen Moore next on the hill.
Yeah, Stephen Moore indeed.
He qualified in a 67.49. Needs to repeat that to go ahead of Robbie Birrell.
He was fourth in the first run
In
off.
fact, go quicker. He needs to beat it to go quicker. Robbie's just on a 67.43. And Stephen Moore's got his windscreen wipers going. Not quite sure why. Although there could be raindrops on the windscreen.
No, I
There
think
are certainly raindrops on the window here.
no, we're not too bad. I think it's fine. It's fine. Look, the sun's out. You got nice clouds, blue skies. Everything's good.
And away we go. Stephen Moore off the line, 2.63 for the launch. That's a little bit slower than Robbie Birrell. Down into the S's, and at 11.88, it's a tenth up, near enough, on Robbie. Winding his way through the S's. Split at Country. It's 25.82, so he's quicker than Robbie Birrell at that time, and only Steve Darley is quicker.
Well, Stephen Moore's got that permanent four-wheel drive in that car. He's got over 600 brake horsepower, probably pushing 7 if he dials it up. Stephen Moore, very experienced driver, has won the Midland Hillclimb Championship as well. He knows his way around the place. Doesn't necessarily look so quick, but he's certainly going very quickly indeed. Powers it up the straight there. He's 82 up the straight, and he's going to finish in a time of 65.35.
Lots into second place behind Stephen Darley.
Well, that's a good time then, isn't it? It's
Not
deceptively quick, wasn't it?
Not bad at all.
Yeah, I'd say.
Stuart Reid is next, and Stuart qualified in his little Peugeot with a 65.82. He needs to find over half a second to improve. 2.76 for the launch. Not as quick as Stephen Morgan, but you wouldn't expect a two-wheel drive, front-wheel drive Peugeot to beat him. 12.2 to the S's. Still a little bit behind Stephen Moore. What can he do at Country Corner? 25.86. He's within 400ths.
That's outstanding bit of driving. He's got a little two-wheel drive car, a little 2-litre car, probably with about 250 brake horsepower. Stephen Moore's had that huge horsepower advantage in four-wheel drive. So to even get on a par,
he's up at Orchard by a tenth of a second.
My goodness me, this is a real giant killing act if he can pull this one off. Come on, young Stuart, let's see what you got. Can you get into first or second place? Second place would be outstanding, wouldn't it?
Well, he's ahead at Farmhouse Out. 86 through the speed trap. What's it over the finish? 65.87. He just lost it.
07, I think.
Is it 07?
I think that's
yes,
07.
07, yeah. 65.07, my mistake.
So he's in second place, though.
He's gone up into second.
Wow, that's fantastic.
On the start, Roger Moran qualified on 62.7 with the Skoda. Off the start line, 2.51. That's second quickest launch behind Steve Darley. Dropping down into the S's. 11.35, again, second quickest at that point. Next split will be at Country Corner. Roger, 24.58, within a couple of tenths of Steve Darley.
Wow, this is getting really exciting. Roger, what a fantastic drive he's putting on this weekend. Incredible. He's got about 300 brake horsepower as opposed to 700 horsepower. He's got the four-wheel drive. He is an ex-British Hillclimb champion. His son has won it 6 times, so he knows how to drive this car. He sells motorhomes for a living in Ludlow. Come on, Roger. Can you go and win another runoff? He already run the first tin top runoff. What's he going to do, Steve? He's going over the line in 61, 62, 62, 67, just outside. Second place. Still a fantastic performance.
Yeah, he started to lose it at Country Corner. He was a couple of tenths down by then. On the start line, Simon Bainbridge, penultimate runner in the Tin Top Challenge, 62.3 in qualifying, 2.55 for the launch, at third fastest. Simon down into the S's, 11.44. He's behind Roger Moran at that stage. Rounding chippies, heading up towards Country Corner, 24.68, again behind Roger Moran.
That growling twin turbo V8 Audi engine, absolute beast of a car. Unique car, never seen anything like it before. First time I ever saw this, I was blown away how fast it was. Given a circuit is really its place. It can really get its massive speed up together. But watch this as it accelerates out of Farmhouse. Growls.
He's the quickest out of Farmhouse. 100 miles an hour through the speed trap. And 61.24 takes Simon Bainbridge into the lead.
Into the lead, Simon Bainbridge. Fantastic drive that was. Wow. A drying track, but nevertheless you still fancy the four-wheel drive cars. But here we got
Damien Bradley qualified on a 61.37 in the Legacy. Time to beat 61.24. He's away. 2.35 for the launch. Only Stephen Darley is quicker. Dropping down towards the S's. 10.74. He's the quickest at that point. Threads his way through the S's, exiting chippies, up towards country. 24.03. He's well ahead at this point.
He's in green sectors, which means he's leading. He's up at the moment. Damien Bradley, he's absolutely on a mission coming into Orchard. He gets it round here. Yes, he does. He's on his way down towards Farmhouse Corner. The power of the legacy, the skill of Damien. They built a fantastic car here. Okay, now he's still looking good so far. The power. He's going to be 100 plus, I reckon, around 193. I beg your pardon. But what's he going to finish? More importantly, what's he going to do? 61.76. That is second. Well done, Simon Bainbridge.
Absolutely superb run from Simon Bainbridge. And taking the Tin Top Challenge win with a 61.24. In second place, Damien Bradley, 61.76. And in third, Stephen Darley on 61.89. Wow, that was tense.
That was pretty good, wasn't it? So
Yes.
I got to say that was brilliant. I didn't know Simon could pull it off in these conditions, but the Kronos, that must be four-wheel drive as well, is it?
Which is,
The Kronos.
I think it's two.
You think it's two?
The Audi TT was four-wheel drive, but I think the Kronos is only two-wheel drive.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, you say, what a fantastic drive.
So that was a fantastic run-off, and we're about to get into the British Hillclimb Championship top 12 run-off, the second of the day. Still trying to catch up with qualifying times.
Well, at the moment, we've got some sunshine. So that's good. We've got a drying track. So hopefully, they'll be running down to the start on slicks. And first, well, have we seen the qualifiers yet? For the top 12.
I got some numbers, but I think one of the numbers was wrong.
Right, okay.
So I'm not quite sure who's going to be running second on the road.
Well, we'll have to play this one by ear, but it could well be that, well, I don't know. I assume Sean's qualified. Sean might be going down first so that he can bring it back for Matt.
He will be.
Yeah. Well, we wait with bated breath. So we've got our second run-off. The first run-off was an unbelievable affair in awful weather. We're coming and going with the rain. And Matthew Ryder just pipped Wallace Mingus for the win. Very close run affair. He was telling me he'd put some new wets on and they hadn't really been bedded in, so they were a bit new. And he said the first part of the hill was really squirrely. He said he thought to himself in the car, I've got the wrong tyres on here, I'd better off with the old ones. But nevertheless, he just pulled it out the bag. It was nip and tuck all the way up the hill between the two of them. Will Hall was third, wasn't he? Which was a fine performance. And if I remember rightly, Alex Summers was fourth, or Trevor Willis, one of those two, wasn't it?
Right. Now, I've just picked up the fact that I reversed two of the digits when I was writing it down.
Right, okay.
Jonathan Varley, who will be second on the hill.
Right.
In the GWR Predator. Back to 55.
So Steve's just updating all his time sheets here so he can write the times down. He's very methodical, and it's through Steve that we tend to know what's going on.
Well, we hope to.
We're very good. But we do have some great graphics here as well, don't we? And we have Richard's excellent live stream.
Right.
We've got it on the screen for you now, Steve.
Yes, now. But the only time I'm missing, I'm not quite sure what time Dave Uren qualified on. That's the only one that I'm a bit dodgy on. I think it may well have been, find the right sheet, 59.06.
Adam Greenan on the screen. He's saying, great job, Simon Bainbridge. Quick on 4 wheels, 2 wheels, 2 legs, you name it. Yes, Simon actually is he's a farmer, but he's also a marathon runner and stuff like that. He was competing in Germany recently.
I think he does triathlons.
Triathlon, yeah, he's super fit. And he certainly can drive a car, can't he?
Yeah, when we were over in Northern Ireland one year with the British Sprint Championship, his early morning warm-up was a 27-mile bike ride.
Goodness me. Yeah. It's quite a thought just thinking about it.
I'd have thought 1 lap round Kirkiston would be enough for me on a bike.
He's like Superman, isn't he?
Yeah.
Like Superman.
Superbly fit young man.
He is actually, yeah. Fantastic. Well, we'll be expecting some cars. Now, I'm thinking they'll be up in the paddock thinking, what do we do? Do we put some slicks on? Is it going to be stay nice and dry? It does look like they've got a chance if they can get down to the start and get on with it.
Yep.
That's what they need to do, isn't it?
They need to get a wriggle on.
Get a wriggle on, get those slicks on there, get on down and get it sorted. So we know that Sean Gould's going to be running first.
Yeah, and Sean Gould will be first. Car number 7. Then it's number 134, Jonathan Varley. Then 108, David Tatum.
On the cusp. On the cusp, David Tatum.
Yeah, he was in by 0.03 of a second. Number 8, Dave Uren. 105, Stuart Bickley. Number 10, David Warburton. 6, Trevor Willis. 150, Jack Cottrell is next. Number 5, Will Hall. Number 4, Alex Summers. Number 1, Wallace Mingies. And our fastest qualifier, number 3, Matt Ryder.
HillClimb.TV said, great to see so many tuning back in for the runoffs. I guess there's been a bit of traffic coming back because has there been any other motorsport on today? Would there be something at Silverstone or somewhere? Or Donington?
There's a historic meeting at Donington.
I know, but there's a Formula One thing as well, isn't there?
Oh.
I think Matt.
Yeah, there's that, isn't there?
Yeah.
Yeah, the egos in Formula One.
Oh, goodness me. Come on, boys and girls, let's be seeing you back down on the start now so we can go in the sun. Look at it. Look, the sun's out, Steve. Sun.
I know.
We haven't seen much of that today, have we?
No.
So the sun shines on the righteous, Steve. Is that you?
It also shines on Yorkshire.
Well, not very often, but it is now. It's going to hopefully finish off the day in glorious sunshine. So, yeah, we want to see these cars. We do want to see these cars.
We were during the Tin Top Challenge, still getting a little bit of spray kicked up as the cars headed down from the start, from Clark's down to the bottom part of the hill in the S's and at Chippies. I didn't spot it anywhere else.
Well, I don't know about you. If I was Sean Gould, I'd be rattling back down to the start, wouldn't you?
You'd think.
Oh, hang on. Here we go. And there is the man. There is the man.
On cue.
Mr. Gould Cars, Sean Gould. What does he know about building cars? Quite a bit, I think. Quite a bit, don't you?
Yes.
And do you know what? I think he hit his 60th year this year.
Did he?
Yes, I think so. And I tell you what, he can certainly drive a hill climb car still, can't he? Which is incredible, really.
It really makes me feel old because I can remember seeing him running around in shorts.
Oh, really? Oh, wow. Really?
Yes.
Can you? Well, you must be a pretty young man then. Youngish. Well, we won't go there. But either way, Sean Gould going down to the start. He'll be our first runner and rider, and he will be followed by Jonathan Varley in the 2-litre Predator. Now, Sean's lining up, isn't he?
Yep, so he's on the start line. So, ready to go. Just going through his start line procedures. Revs rising. Oh, and he stalled the engine, so he'll be realigned. Oh, hardly moved off the start line. Again, we'll go through all that start procedure. Revs rising. And away we go. 2.47 for the launch. Looking for the next split down in the S's. There's still a little bit of spray coming up. 10.09. Now, a little bit twitchy through the S's for Sean. Coming up to Country Corner for the next split. 21.99.
Come on then, Sean. Well, he was very quick earlier the first time. I think he just went over the white line at the finish last time, and he'll be gutted about that because he was in good sort of shape to win that. Anyway, here comes Sean Gould straight down into Farmhouse now. Can he navigate his way around here? Long corner. Power goes down on this immensely gorgeous, powerful Gould. 108 up the straight, heading up towards the finish in a time of 54.52. Sean puts the marker down.
And that's nearly 2 seconds quicker than he qualified. Quite a lot of cars en route to the start. Meanwhile, at the bottom, Jonathan Varley and the glorious GWR Predator is off and running. 2.47, identical launch to Sean Gould. He'll lose a little bit of time down into the S's. 10.53. That's 4/10 slower. Around the S's. This is where he has a chance to make it back up. Heading up towards Country, 22.81. Lost a little bit more time heading towards Orchard.
He's got quite a big power deficit, but he's got a great chassis on this car, cracking little engine, and also he's a very, very good driver indeed, as are all these runners in the top 12 runoff. Here comes Jonathan. He's won plenty of runoffs in this car in the Midland Championship. I think he's leading that at the moment. Anyway, he's at 101 up straight there, heading round Quarry towards the finish. Going to finish in a time of 56.08.
Slots into second. Well, that's the time you've got to beat. On the start line, David Tatum qualified in a 59.16. He's away. DJ 2.51 for the launch, just a few hundredths slower than the previous two runners. Dropping down into the S's, 10.71, so the slowest so far at that point. Next split at Country coming up. Maybe Tatum into there, 22.61. He's a couple of tenths up on Jonathan Varley.
Which is amazing because he's only driving a little 1100. This DJ Firehawk, what a fantastic bit of kit this is. All carbon tub on this one. Very well driven car. David is a local man and he knows this place very well. He holds class records here. His brother's here as well, watching. Okay, David, come on then. Get the much power down as you can. He's at 98 up the straight. He's going to finish in a time of 56.57.
Slots into third place behind Jonathan Varley. So, coming to the line now, Dave Uren. Qualified on a 59.06. Sorry, can't be right. Yes, 59.06. And Gould, GR55B, visor down, and away we go. 3.12 for the launch, that's the slowest by quite a margin. Dropping down into the S's, 11.07, he's nearly a full second slower than Sean Gould at that point. Out of Chippies, heading up towards Country, 23.59, slowest by quite a margin.
Yeah, it's not one of his best runs. Don't know what's that. He was slow off the line. Looked like he had difficulty getting away off the line, but he got away eventually. Anyway, but can he make time up now? We'll find out. At the moment, he made a little bit of time up, to be fair. So here he comes now. He got some power out of this engine, a big Cosworth V8 in the back of it. So 119, so he really is flying there. 55, 56, 57, 52.
57.52, only good enough for 4th place, which by my calculations means that Jonathan Varley will get at least 1 point. Go back to the start. Should be Stuart Bickley being lined up next. On the start line. And he's away. The start 2.91, and that's only 4th fastest so far. 11 seconds down into the S's, only just ahead of Dave Uren at that point. Rounding chippies, heading up towards Country Corner. 23.17, again ahead of Dave Uren, but nobody else.
Yeah, but nevertheless, he's only in an 1100cc car. The track is drying. He's going to be at a massive power deficit. But this little Force TA, he has been a revelation in this car, to be fair. He's been scaring the pants off most people in this little car, embarrassing great big cars as well. He's a very, very talented driver. Okay, he's 98 through the speed trap. He's heading round towards the finish. He's going to finish in a time of 56.61.
56.61 slots in behind David Tatum. And 56.61 means that David Tatum now is guaranteed of 1 point. Jonathan Varley of 2. Next to the line will be David Warburton in the Gould GR59. Still waiting to roll forward.
Okay, well, it won't be long before we're back into action. We are looking for David Warburton. He's just getting ready to go on the line, but they're not calling him forward. We're not quite sure why we've stopped. But we'll no doubt be back into action. Just looking around the hill, I can't see any marshals on the track or anything like that. We've got cars still going down to the start.
It could be a post out at Quarry. He might have clipped a post and removed it.
The course car, the course van is just going down.
Yes, there we go. Now there was a post already out at Orchard, which Stuart hit. Don't think that slowed him down, but that will have to be replaced.
Hang on, so that's David's going on to the start now.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll be back in action fairly soon.
So David Warburton on the start line, qualified on a 57.29. Needs to better that by a second and a half at least. He's away. 2.54 for the launch. And that's third slowest. David Warburton 10.56, so he's up on the pace, only 300 slower than Jonathan Varley at that point. Starting to climb back up the order, 22.51, and that's second fastest at Country.
Yes, well, he's putting on a great show here today. This is now starting to favour the bigger cars and the bigger engine on this drying track now. There's a good wind to dry it off a little bit. But he's certainly having a go in this little motorbike engine car. Highly skillful driver from the Team Valley. He's 102 up the straight. He's heading round towards the finish now. He's going to finish in a time of 55.11.
Slots into second place. And was only at one stage... oh, crikey. A few hundredths behind Sean Gould.
Wow.
It was when he got onto the power section of the hill that he lost out. So Trevor Willis next to the line. He qualified on a 56.95 with the OMS 28. But On wets, I notice. Close. Oh, and stopped for some reason.
Is he on wets now then?
Well, it certainly grooved tyres.
Okay. Trevor's a real hill specialist here too, isn't he? He's brilliant here, isn't he?
Yeah, I think there's a delay. Oh, doing the pulling.
Is it Jack Cottrell?
Jack Cottrell back and pushing.
Trevor being pushed away, is he?
Being pushed away.
Oh, we don't know what's going on here.
I'm not sure.
2 cars being pushed back. Why are they pushing Jack Cottrell back then? That's what I'm puzzled about.
I'm just wondering if there's a problem with Trevor's car.
Oh, and they might try and push Jack past him in a minute.
No, they're moving. Bit of shuffling going on.
Yeah.
Sure what's happening down at the start area, but we're seeing that Trevor's being pulled back quite a way back.
He is, isn't he?
And is he going to be pulled into that lay-by on the left?
Wow. Oh no, he'd be pretty gutted if he doesn't get his run because something's broken or something's happened. All the hard work of getting into the runoffs and then, but we don't know. It's pure conjecture at this stage. Just looking at that marshal there, he's walking back round to the start. Starter's out of his hut, isn't he? Or is he?
No. That's one of the clerks.
Is it?
Yes.
What? He's gone onto his phone now.
Yes.
He's making a call. Oh. I think he's...
Well, do you want me to do some lip reading?
Yeah, I tell you what, you got good eyesight. You probably can.
I think
but what he's saying is,
I think he's ordering a curry.
Is he? I had a curry last night. Lovely takeaway curry from the Jinnah near York. Yeah, very nice indeed. Saying we've got a problem here, Houston. Don't know what's going on. It could be a timekeeping problem.
I'm not sure.
It's a bit weird. They push the cars right back, isn't it? No. We're not having a lot of luck, are we, on these runoffs?
Well, there was a comment came up from one of the viewers wondering whether or not Stuart Bickley would get a rerun.
Why would that be?
Because of the flapper post being on.
Yeah.
So it says Stuart Bickley heading down.
Oh, for another go.
He's going to get a rerun.
Okay. So, there he goes. Yeah.
So I'll just put a line through all those.
That'll spoil you. That'll spoil your paper, won't it? You're not happy about that, I can tell. Yeah, that was looking so neat there, Steve.
I'll put in rerun.
Your ACDC about all your...
I'm on the road to hell. No, that's not ACDC, is it?
Yeah, it is, on the road to hell.
Is it?
Yeah.
I thought that was the guy from the northeast.
Yeah.
The guy who had the Ferrari.
Yeah. What was his name?
Single-seater Grand Prix car built. Chris Rea.
Yeah. Road to Hell. That was Road to Hell, yeah. Yeah, so all you ACDC fans looking in, we got that wrong, didn't we? Again, that's another one of our boobs for today. No. Well, I got that wrong, did I?
Right, so Stuart Bickley back to the start for his rerun. Because there was one of the posts.
Highway to Hell. That was it, wasn't it? Yeah, well, I tell you what, ACDC, what a fantastic band.
Yeah, they're not as good as they used to be, though.
Well, they were still very good when they were good.
They were brilliant.
They made some fantastic records, didn't they?
Stuart Bickley back to have another crack at it. He did a 56.61, but there was one of the posts left on the track by the preceding runner, Dave Uren. Stuart will get his rerun.
Do you think it cost him much time then?
I don't think it did, to be honest. So he's doing the launch now. And we're not getting a time up on the screen. It is coming up on the scoreboard down at the bottom. Not sure why we're not getting it on the live feed, but Stuart Bickley rounding chippies. Up into country corner, around about 26 seconds. Not getting anything on the laptop either.
No, he's coming into Orchard now, and he comes into Orchard in 36 seconds. So it's hard to tell, but we'll find out when he gets to the finish. That's the important bit, isn't it? So anyway, here he comes from the farmhouse. Come on. Oh, a little bit of a... something fluff there in the gearbox or the
rev limiter.
Rev limiter, yeah. So he's going to 54, 55, 55, 43, which is in third place.
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty good for an 1100, isn't it? Considering
yes,
it was hitting that rev limiter and fluffing a bit, wasn't it, as it was changing?
Yep. But we're still showing it as 56.61 on the live feed. Trevor Willis now back on the line. Trevor qualified on a 56.95 and he's away from the line. And 2.49 for the launch, third fastest. Down into the S's, 10.1.
Oh, he spins it. He spins it down in the S's.
And backwards.
Wow.
Off the track.
Scary Trevor spun it, but he's got it going again. He's back on the track.
He's lost far too much time.
Yeah.
This will be a cruise to the top of the hill for Trevor.
A very angry Trevor, I expect. He's a quiet man, isn't he? But he's probably seething under that helmet.
At the split on the S's going into the first element, it was 10.15, second quickest at that point. But,
well, he was trying hard, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He is a Harewood specialist, without a doubt. He's brilliant here. Unfortunately, he just tried a little bit too hard. But nevertheless, you've got to be in it to win it. And Trevor's certainly that. But it's in cruise to the finish. So we will have a fail. Well, won't be a fail. No, he'll get a time, won't he?
He'll get a time, and the time is 70.11, which elevates everybody effectively up a place, which means Stuart Bickley. I'm not sure what's going on here. They're not going in the right order. It is now. Right, it means that Jonathan Varley will get a point, Stuart Bickley will get 2, and David Warburton 3 at least.
Wow.
So, thank you, Trev. On the start line, Jack Cottrell in the Dallara that's been developed by DJ Racecars. Got the Cosworth XD engine. That qualified in a 56.6. Just waiting. I think there's a red flag out at the first corner. Yes, there is, because we've got a little bit of post replacement down in the S's. Yep, there goes the marshal. Back to the post. Hop and a skip. So for some reason on the live feed we haven't got Trevor Willis's time. Oh, there he goes. Thank you, Rich. Trevor Willis 7th at the moment with a 70.11. Jack Cottrell going through the start procedure. Sure everything's okay. Rev's building. To launch control and away. 2.46 for the first 64 foot. That's our fastest so far. Down into the S's, 10.07. He's a second up on Dave Uren at that point. On the quickest. Heading up towards country. And 21.96 leading at the moment.
Green sectors all the way so far for Jack Cottrell. He went well here last time on the British Championship runoff when we were last here. Anyway, here comes young Jack in his Dallara with the V8 Cosworth engine in the back of it. Very talented young driver indeed. He's on a mission here, folks. He's on a mission. He's green sectors. He's 120. My goodness me, finishing in a time of 53. 52, smashes it into the lead.
That's a superb run from Jack. Takes him into the lead by a second over Sean Gould. On the start line, Will Hall, another of the GR59Js, lined up, going through the start procedure, qualified on a 55.73. He's away from the line. 2.46 matches Jack Cottrell's launch time. Down into the S's, 10.35. He's lost a couple of tenths on that section. Very close to the thwacker posts in the middle of the S's. Heading up towards country. And 22.44. He's about third fastest.
Slightly down at the moment in the big Judd V8. Pan will pull something out of the bag in the top part of the hill. Got all the power, he's got skill, he's got the car to do it, the latest Gould. Here he comes now. Comes out of Farmhouse successfully. Glass up the straight. Going to be 100 plus. 118. Going round to the finish. 52, 53, 54, 26. 54, 26 takes him third.
54.26 takes him second.
It takes him second, I beg your pardon.
Yep.
Well done, Will, but Jack Cottrell still has it.
On the start line, Alex Summers, qualified with a 55.35 in the DJ Firestorm, and he's away from the line. 2.38 for the launch. That's our fastest so far. Down into the S's, 9.63, the first person to break 10 in this runoff.
Yeah, he did have a dash.
Rounding chippies, heading up towards country. 20.99, he's well up on the clock by over a second.
Here he comes, Alex Summers in the DJ Firestorm, designed by Andy Smith. Fantastic car, beautiful high revving Cosworth engine in the back of it. He is on a mission, brakes hard into Farmhouse, pulls it round there. Come on, Alex, come on. Okay, 125 up the straight, 48, 49, 50, 51, 51, takes him into the lead.
2.01 seconds quicker than anybody else. Wallace Mingy's on the start line, qualified on a 54.64. Gould GR59. Wallace, start line procedure. Down with the visor, revs are rising and he's away. 2.34, that's the fastest launch we've had. Dropping down into the S's, 9.59, he's up on the clock still.
He slowed right up through the S's there, Steve.
Right.
He's gone really slow, he's speeding up again.
He's 22.24.
He's lost a load of time.
Yeah, he's lost about a second and a half.
Well, something happened there down in the S's. He either had to brake really hard, but here he comes at Orchard. But I think he's blown this run for himself. At the moment, he's at 1.5 seconds down on Alex Summers. Alex did a stupendous run there. There's only Matthew Ryder to follow. 118 up, 110 up the straight. He's going to finish in a time of 52, 53, 53, 64, which is a great time, but it's not going to be good enough. Third place.
Yeah, so Alex Summers leads on 51.51. Jack Cottrell second, 53.52. Final runner on the line, Matt Ryder is away. 2.36 for the launch. Second quickest. Down into the S's, it's 9.5. He's ahead on the clock. Through the S's. Rounding chippies, heading up towards country. Through country, 20.42, half a second up.
Matthew Ryder, you beauty, you're up again. He is the Harewood specialist, isn't he? He's a hill record holder. Matthew Ryder comes into Orchard. Is he going to win his second runoff of the day? This comes after he had his moment at Chelsea. The car has been rebuilt. He's back on form. Come on, Matthew. Looking good at the moment. Right sectors, green sectors. 121, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50.31. Wins the runoff. Look at that. What a fantastic display of driving they've given us this afternoon on this drying track. Incredible. 2 runoff wins for Matthew Ryder.
Yeah, absolutely superb drive.
Stunning drive by Alex Summers there to get second place. Jack Cottrell in third. Well done. I think that's his best ever position.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
Wallace Menges was fourth, 53.64. Then in Will Hall, 54.26. And Sean Gould sixth, 54.52. David Warburton seventh, 55.11. Stuart Bickley 8th, 55.43. Jonathan Varley 9th, 56.08. David Tatum taking the last point on 56.57, leaving Dave Uren and Trevor Willis without any points in the bag. We're getting a replay on the live stream of the winning run for Matt Ryder. Flying round chippies. Now heading up towards Country Corner. Up on the top, virtually from the start. And now through Willow, charging up towards Orchard. Absolutely super line through Orchard. A little bit of a twitch on the exit, but held it nicely. Now, Farmhouse, and blasting it up the straight towards Quarry. Quick into Quarry, amazingly quick, and over the finish. So that's our twice Hillclimb Championship round winner today here at Harewood. Superb day, Chris. I've enjoyed every minute of it.
Yeah, magnificent day,
and
Steve.
here we are with a few minutes to go to 6 o'clock and the day's finished. I hope you've enjoyed yourself. I have.
I've just loved every minute, you know that. Thank you for all our marshals. Thank you for everyone organising today. We hope you've had a wonderful day, Steve. I've thoroughly enjoyed your company. I'm signing off. I'm Chris Bonsford. You are Steve Wilkinson. Would you like to say goodbye?
Yeah, I'd like to say goodbye to all the spectators and to everybody here, particularly the marshals, for a fantastic day. And all of you have a very safe journey home. I'll see you again next year.